Expect a girl on the eve of her marriage to be greatly distressed because her guardian, a rich man, is annoyed by the temporary loss of certain shares. And as to finding the criminal and getting back those shares, it was man's work. All the troublesome and disagreeable part of the world's work belongs to man. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Elsie was beginning to think that she had done enough, and that, after tea, a walk in the gardens might be pleasant. Suddenly, without any noise or warning of steps outside, her door was opened and her sister Hilda appeared. Now, so swift is the feminine perception, that Elsie instantly understood that something had happened, something bad to herself. For first, the door was opened gently, as in a house of Maoming, and next, Hilda had on a dress lavender with heliotrope, costly, becoming, sympathetic, and sorrowful, a half-mourning dress, and she stood for a moment at the door with folded hands, her classical head inclined a little downward to the left, and her eyes drooping, an artistic attitude of sadness. Hilda not only said the right thing and held the proper sentiments, but she liked to assume the right attitude and to personate the right emotion. Now it is given to woman, and only to her when she is young, tall, and beautiful, to express by attitude all or any of the emotions which transport or torture her fellow creatures. Hilda, you see, was an artist. "Come in, dear," said Elsie. "I am sure that you have got something disagreeable to tell." Hilda kissed her forehead. "My poor child," she murmured. "If it could have been told you by anybody else." "Well, let us hear it. Is it anything very disagreeable?" "It is terrible. I tremble, I dare not tell you. Yet I must. You ought to know. If you would go on. It is much more terrible to be kept in suspense. It is about George." "Oh," said Elsie, flaming. "I have had so much trouble about George already, that I did think, my dear, all opposition of the former kind is removed, as you know. This is something very different. Worse," she added in a hollow voice, "tar worse. For heaven's sake, get along. Has told you about the dreadful robbery. Of course you have talked about nothing else since it happened. I found my mother full of it. Yes, George is in charge of the case. He says that everything must be recovered, and that Mr. Doing will in the end suffer no more injury than the trouble of it. That may be so. Elsie, I hardly dare to tell you, there is a clue. Checkley has got that clue, and has told Sir Samuel everything. He is following up the clue. I shudder to think of it. The man is as relentless as a bloodhound. Does that clue concern me?" Her cheek became pale because she guessed, she knew not what. "Sir Samuel, against his will, is convinced that Checkley has found the clue. He has told me the whole. He has consented to my telling the dreadful story to my mother and to you, and now I am afraid. Yet I must." Elsie made a gesture of impatience. "Go back, Elsie, 8 years, if you can. Remember the wretched business of our unworthy brother." "I remember it." "Not unworthy, Hilda. Our most unfortunate brother. Why, they have found the VO notes he was charged with stealing. They were found in the safe on the Belwiedere when they made the other discovery. Have they not told you?" Checkley told Sir Samuel. He also remembers seeing Athelstan place the packet in the safe. "Oh. Does he dare to say that?" "Why, Hilda, the robbery was proved to lie between himself and Athelstan. If he saw that, why did he not say so? He keeps silence for 8 long years, and then he speaks." Hilda shook her head sadly. "I fear," she said, "that we cannot accept the innocence of our unfortunate brother. However, Athelstan was accused of forging Mr. Doing's handwriting and signature. In this new forgery, the same handwriting is found again, exactly the same. The forger is the same. Clearly, therefore, it cannot be Athelstan. That settles it, does settle it. Because, you see, Athelstan is in London. He is said to have been living in London all the time, in some wretched place called Camberwell, inhabited, I suppose, by runaways and low company of every kind. He has lately been seen in the neighbourhood of Gray's Inn, apparently passing under his own name. Checkley has seen him. Another person has seen him. Have you come to tell me that Athelstan is charged with this new wickedness? The forger must have had an accomplice in the office, a man able to get at the safe, able to intercept the post, acquainted with Mr. Doering's ways, such a man as, say, Checkley, or, the only other possible, George. Hilda paused. Oh! This is too absurd. You are now hinting that George, my George, she said proudly, was the confederate of Athelstan. No, a forger. They have been seen together. They have been seen together at the house from which the forger addresses his letters. Has George told you that he has known all along, for 8 years, of Athelstan's residence in London? Observe how that simple remark made in the salutation parlour, that Athelstan must have been living in Camberwell, had by this time grown into a complete record of 8 years hiding, 8 years disgraceful company on the part of one, and 8 years complicity and guilty knowledge on the part of the other. Hilda had not the least doubt. It was quite enough for her that Checkley said so. Half the contents of our newspapers are conducted on the same confiding principle. If George has not told me, Elsie replied, it must be for some good reason. Perhaps he was pledged to secrecy. My dear Hilda rose impressively with fateful face. The hand that forged the letters is the hand that forged the cheque, your brother's hand. The hand that took the certificates from the safe, she laid her own upon Elsa's hand, the hand of the confederate, my poor sister, is, your lover's hand. I knew, said the girl, that you were coming to this. I have felt it from the beginning. Remember, the thing was done in the months of February, March, and April. First of all, Athelstan was then, as now, desperately poor. The life that he has led for the last 8 years, the life of a Camberwell profligate, she spoke as if that respectable suburb was the modern Alsatia, has certainly destroyed whatever was left of honour and of principle. There comes a time, I have read, in the career of every wicked man when he hesitates no longer whatever means are offered him of making money. Athelstan it was, so they believe, who devised this scheme, which has been as successful as it is disgraceful. My dear Elsie, this is the most terrible disgrace that has ever befallen my family, the most dreadful and the most unexpected calamity for you. Elsie caught her sister by the wrist. In the name of God, Hilda, are you telling me what is proved and true, or what is only suspected? I'm telling you what is as good as proved. More than suspected, as good as proved. Oh! Elsie drew a long breath. As good as proved. That is enough. Like Athelstan's guilt 8 years ago, she flared out suddenly, springing up again and walking about the room. Oh! It is wonderful, she cried, wonderful. What a family we are. We had a brother, and we believed that he was an honourable gentleman, as the son of his father must be. Then there was a charge, a foolish charge, based upon nothing but may have been and must have been. We believed the charge, because we had no choice but to believe. Elsie, her sister, interrupted. Do you think we wanted to believe the charge? We should have believed him innocent until the thing was proved. We did not. We cast him out from among us, and now, after 8 years, he has come back poor, you say, and sunk so low that he is ashamed to see his people, and we are going to believe another charge based on may have been and must have been. No, Hilda. I will not believe it, I will not. And then there is George. If I cease to believe in his honour and his truth, I cease to believe in everything. I cannot believe in heaven itself unless I believe in my lover. Why, his heart is light about this business, he is not concerned, he laughs at that old man's ravings. Ravings? If Athelstan is right, then his is the hand that has done it all, his Hilda, Checkley is the man concerned with both crimes. Hilda shook her head. No, Elsie, no. The old man is above suspicion. Why should he be above suspicion more than George? And you ask me on the first breath of accusation to treat George as you treated Athelstan? Well, Hilda, I will not. I make every allowance for you, Elsie. It is a most dreadful business, a heart-breaking business. You may misrepresent me as much as you please, I will continue to make allowances for you. Meantime, what will you do? Do? What should I do? Nothing, nothing, nothing. I shall go on as if this thing had never happened. Sir Samuel ordered me to warn you most seriously. If you consent to see him again, consent. Consent? Why should I refuse? In a fortnight he will be my husband and my master, whom I must obey. He calls me his mistress now, but I am his servant. Consent to see him? She sat down and burst into tears. If you see him again, her sister continued, warn him to leave the country. The thing is so certain that in a day or two the proofs will be complete, and it will then be too late. Make him leave the country. Be firm, Elsie. Better still, refuse to see him at all and leave him to his fate. What a fate! What madness! We allowed Athelstan to leave the country. He ought to have stayed. If you'll advise George at all, I shall advise him to stick to his post and see the business through. If he were to leave the country, I would go with him. You are infatuated, Elsie. I can only hope that he may fly the country of his own accord. Meantime, there is one other point. What is it? Pray, don't spare me, Hilda. After what has gone before, it must be a very little point. You are bitter, Elsie, and I don't deserve your bitterness. But that is nothing. At such a moment everything must be pardoned and permitted. The point is about your wedding. It is fixed for the 12th of next month, less than 3 weeks from today. You must be prepared to put it off. Indeed. Because you say that a thing impossible is as good as proved. Certainly not, Hilda. I have come here today, Elsie, by Sir Samuel's express wish, in order to soften the blow and to warn you. Whether you will tell that unhappy young man or not, is for you to decide. Perhaps, if you do, he may imitate our unworthy brother and MN away. If he does not, the blow will fall tomorrow, today, the day after tomorrow, I know not when. He will be arrested, he will be taken before a magistrate, he will be remanded, he will be out on bail. Oh, Elsie, think of marrying a man out on bail. One might as well marry a man in convict dress. Oh! Horrible! I would rather marry George in convict dress than any other man in fine arrayment. Because, once more, the thing is impossible. You carry your faith in your lover beyond bounds, Elsie. Of course a girl is right to believe in a man's honor. It makes her much more comfortable, and gives her a sense of security. Besides, we always like to believe that we are loved by the best of men. That makes us feel like the best of women. But in this case, when I tell you that Sir Samuel, a man who has always lived among money, so to speak, and knows how money is constantly assailed, is firmly convinced of George's complicity, I do think that you might allow something for human frailty. In the case of Athelstan, what did Mr. Doing say? Everything is possible. So I say of George Austen, everything is possible. Not everything. Not that. Yes, even that. What do you know of his private life? Why has he concealed the fact of Athelstan's residence in London? Why has he never told us of his friendship with that unfortunate outcast? I don't know. He has his reasons. It is a most dreadful thing for you, Hilda went on. And after getting to believe in the man and, well, becoming attached to him, though such attachments mean little and are forgotten, and after going the length of fixing the day and ordering the dress and the wedding cake, and putting up the banns, oh! It is a wretched business, a horrible misfortune. The only thing to be said is that in such a case, the fact being known to everybody, no one can blame a girl, and perhaps, in the long run, she will suffer no injury from it. Our circle, for instance, is so different from that of this young man's friends, that the thing would not even be known among us. I believe, Hilda, you will drive me mad. My dear, one must look ahead. And remember that I look ahead for you. As for the young man, I dissociate him henceforth from you. What he does and where he goes I do not inquire or care about, any more than I trouble myself about a disgraceful brother. Some acts cut a man off from his mistress, from his sisters, from the world. Do not talk any more, said Elsie. Let the blow, as you call it, fall when it pleases. But as for me, I shall not warn George that he is to be charged with dishonesty, any more than I will believe him capable of dishonesty. Well, my dear, there is one comfort for us. You may resolve on marrying him. But a man charged with a crime, out on bail, cannot marry any girl. And he will be charged, and the evidence is very strong. No doubt. As good as proved, as good as proved. Poor George! Who never had £10 in the world until he was made a partner, true. And there we have the real motive. Seek the motive, Sir Samuel says, and we shall find the criminal. Here you have the reason of the secret partnership with Athelstan. Poverty is the tempter, Athelstan is the suggested. Elsie shook her head impatiently. Mr. Doering was to give you away. Who will now? Athelstan? How can we, Sir Samuel and I, assist at a wedding where the bridegroom lies under such a one so near to us as Mr. Doering? How can your mother be present? Oh, Elsie, think. Elsie shook her head again, with greater impatience. Think what a fate you may be dragging upon yourself. Think of possible children with such a brand upon them. I think only of an honourable and an innocent man. I have just come from my mother, Elsie. She says positively that if the charge is brought, the wedding must be put off until the man is cleared. And for the moment she does not feel strong enough to meet him. You can receive him here if you please. And she desires that there may be no disputes or arguments about it. It is truly wonderful. Elsie walked to the open window and gasped as if choking. Wonderful, she repeated. The same fate, in the same manner, threatens George that fell upon Athelstan. And it finds us as ready to believe in the charge and to cast him out. Now, Hilda, go to my mother and tell her that though the whole world should call George, my George, a villain, I will marry him. Tell her that though I should have to take him from the prison door, I will marry him. Because, you see, all things are not possible. This thing is impossible. We shall have trouble with Elsie, Lady Doering told her mother. Call her soft and yielding? My dear, no mule was ever more stubborn. She will marry her convict, she says, even at the prison door was he in rags. Stubborn as a mule. Yes, it is the way with some girls, man is soft as wax compared with woman, man concedes, compromises, gives way, submits, woman has her own way, when that way is the right way she becomes a pearl above price. Elsie, when the door was shut and her sister gone, stood silent, immovable. A red spot burned in her cheeks, her eyes were unnaturally bright, her lips parted, she was possessed by a mighty wrath and great determination, she was the tigress who fights for her beloved. Meantime, everything was changed, the sunshine had gone out of the day, the warmth out of the air, her work, that had pleased her so much an hour ago, seemed a weak thing not worth thinking about. Everything was a trifle not worth thinking about, the details of her wedding, her presents, her honeymoon, her pretty flat all became insignificant compared with this threatened charge against her lover. How was it to be met? If it was only a suspicion put into shape by Sir Samuel and old Checkley, it would be best to say nothing. If it was really going to be brought against him, would it not be best to warn him beforehand? And about her brother, she sat down and wrote out the facts. To be doing this cleared her brain, and seemed like working for her lover. In March 1882 a cheque for £7,201. To the order of one Edmund Gray was cashed in £10 notes by a commissionaire sent from an hotel in Arundel Street, Strand. No one ever found out this Edmund Gray. Athelstan was suspected. The notes themselves were never presented, and were found the other day in Mr. Dering's safe, covered with dust, at the back of some books. In February, March, and April, by means of forged letters, a great quantity of shares were transferred from the name of Edward Dering to that of Edmund Gray. The writing of the letters was the same as that of the forged cheque. These were the only facts. The rest was all inference and presumption. Athelstan had been seen in London, Athelstan had been living all the time in London, Athelstan had been seen going into the house which was given as the residence of Edmund Gray. Well, Athelstan must be seen the very first thing. Further than this point she could not get. She rang the bell, ordered tea to be brought to her own room, and then put on her hat and went out to the gardens, where she walked about under the trees, disquieted and unhappy. If a charge is going to be brought against him, the most innocent man in the world must be disquieted until he knows the nature of the evidence against him. Once satisfied as to that, he may be happy again. What evidence could they bring against George? She went home about 8, going without dinner rather than sit down with her mother. It is a miserable thing for a girl to be full of hardness against her mother. Elsie already had experience, as you have seen. For the present better not to meet at all. Therefore she did not go home for dinner, but took a bun and a cup of coffee, woman's substitute for dinner, at a confectioner's. When George called about 9 o'clock, he was taken into the studio, where he found Elsie with the traces of tears in her eyes. "Why, Elsie," he cried, "what is the matter? Why are you crying, my dear? And why are you alone in this room? I choke in this house, George. Take me out of it, take me away. Let us walk about the squares and talk. I have a good deal to say. Now, dear, what is it?" When they were outside. "What happened? You are trembling, you have been shaken. Tell me, dear." "I don't think I can tell you just at present, not all. Something then, the rest afterwards. Tell me by installments. You are quite happy, George? Nobody has said anything to make you angry, at the office, or anywhere else? Nobody? We are going on just the same. Mr. Dering thinks and talks about nothing but the robbery. So does everybody else. I suppose Checkley has told, for every clerk in the place knows about it, and is talking about it. Why do you ask if anybody has made me angry? My dear George, Hilda has been here this afternoon. You know that, sometimes, Hilda does not always say the kindest things about people. Not always. I remember when she wrote me a letter asking whether I thought that a lawyer's clerk was a fit aspirant for the hand of her sister. Not always just the kindest things. But I thought we were all on the most affectionate terms, and that everything had been sponged out. Has she been saying more kind, sisterly, things about me? What have I done now? Isn't the money difficulty solved? Elle will tell you some other time, not now, what she said. At the present moment I want to ask you a question. If you have reasons for not answering, say so, and I shall be quite satisfied, but answer me if you can. This is the question. Hilda says that Athelstan is secretly in London, and that you know it, and that you have been seen with him. Is that TNLE? Well, Elsie, the only reason for not telling you that Athelstan is here is that he himself made me promise not to tell you. Athelstan is in London. I see him often. I shall see him this evening after leaving you. He is in London, walking about openly. Why not? I know no reason for any concealment. But he cannot go to see his mother, or enter his mother's house, until this charge against him has been acknowledged to be baseless. As for you, he will be the first person to visit you, and will be your most frequent visitor, when we are married. He is always talking about you. He is longing for the time when he can see you openly. But nothing will persuade him to come here. He is still bitter against his mother and against Hilda. Elsie sighed. It is very terrible, and now I have answered your question, Elsie. But go on. Oh, no, I have only just begun. You say that Athelstan is in London, but you do not tell me what he is doing and how he fares. He fares very well, and he is prosperous. Hilda says that he has been living in some wretched quarter of London all these years, that he has been frequenting low company, and that he has been, until the last few weeks, in rags and penniless. George laughed aloud. Where on earth did Hilda get this precious information? Athelstan in a low quarter? Athelstan a prodigal? Athelstan in rags? My dearest Elsie, if Lady Doring were not your sister, I should say that she had gone mad with venomous hatred of the brother whom she made so much haste to believe guilty. Oh! Tell me quick, George. Don't say anything against Hilda, please. I am all ready, tell me quick the whole TMTH. Well, dear, the whole truth is this. Athelstan is doing very well. I suppose you might call him prosperous. When he went away, he had £10 to begin with. People kindly credited him with the nice little sum of 7,201. Obtained by a forgery. We now know that this money has been lying in the safe all the time. How it got there, the Lord knows, perhaps Checkley could tell. He went to America by the cheapest way possible. He had many adventures and many ups and downs, all of which he will tell you before long. Once he had great good fortune on a silver mine or something, he made thousands of pounds over it. Then he lost all his money, dropped it down a sink or into an open drain, you know, in America, these traps are plentiful, and started again on his £10. He was a journalist all the time, and he is a journalist still. He is now over. Here is the London correspondent of a great paper of San Francisco. That, my dear Elsie, is, briefly, the record of your brother since he went away. Oh! But are you quite sure, George, quite sure? Because, if this can be proved, nothing is more easy to prove. He brought letters to a London bank introducing him as the correspondent, and empowering him to draw certain moneys. How long has Athelstan been at home? She remembered the dates of the recent forgeries, and the alleged fact that all were in the same handwriting. You are so persistent, Elsie, that I am certain you have got something serious on your mind. Won't you tell me? No, George, not tonight. But, how long has Athelstan been in England? I will tell you exactly how and when I met him. Do you remember 3 weeks ago, that Sunday evening when we were so happy and so miserable, resolved on braving everything, going to live on love and a crust for the rest of our lives? You poor, dear, brave girl. He touched her fingers. I shall always be thankful for that prospect of poverty, because it revealed my mistress to me in all her loveliness of love and TMST and courage. Oh, George, you spoil me. But then I know myself better. Well, on that evening we went to church together, and after church, as I was not allowed in the house, we walked round and round the square until the rain came on, and we had to go home. Well, you did not take any notice, but as you stood on the steps waiting for the door to be opened, a man was standing on the curb under the lamp close by. When the door was shut behind you, I turned and walked away. This man followed me and clapped me on the shoulder. It was Athelstan. And I saw him and did not know him, has grown a big beard now, and wore a felt hat. He is a picturesque object to look at. Ought to have been one of Drake's men. I dare say he was in a former existence. He had then been in England exactly a week, and every day he had prowled about the place in the hope of seeing you, not speaking to you, hinted that you would not know him again. Oh, poor Athelstan. That is nearly 3 weeks ago. He has been in England 4 weeks, a month, and 3, 4, 5 months ago, where was he? Elle told you. In California. Oh. Then he could not possibly, and it can be proved, and oh. George, I am so glad, I am so glad. She showed her joy by a light shower of tears. Why, my dear, he said, soothing her, why are you so troubled and yet so glad? You don't quite understand, George. You don't know the things that are said. All these forgeries are in the same handwriting. Certainly. One man has written all these letters and checks and things, both that of 8 years ago and those of last March. That is perfectly certain. Then, don't you see? Athelstan was out of England when these newly discovered forgeries were done. Therefore, he had no hand in them. Therefore, again, he could have had no hand in the earlier one. Why, you establish his innocence perfectly. Now you see one of the reasons why I was so glad. The other reason, that this fact destroyed at one blow the whole of the splendid edifice constructed upon the alleged stay of Athelstan in London, Elsie concealed. Her heart, it must be acknowledged, was lightened. You may have the most complete belief in the innocence of a person, but it is well to have the belief strengthened by facts. As for me, said George, I have been so long accustomed to regard him as one of the worst used of men, that I never thought of that conclusion. Of course, if the handwriting is the same, and it certainly seems the same, a very good imitation of Mr. Doering's hand, there is nothing now to be said. Athelstan was in California in the spring. That settles it. And the notes were in the safe. 2 clinches. But to some minds a suspicion is a charge, and a charge is a fact. George, you must take me to Athelstan. Give me his address. He is in lodgings in Half Moon Street. I will ask him if he will meet you. No, let me go to him. It is more fitting. You will see him presently. Will you tell him that I will call upon him tomorrow morning at 11? And tell him, George, that something has happened, something that makes it impossible for me to remain at home, even for the short time before our wedding. Elsie. This is very serious. Yes, it is very serious. Tell him that I shall ask him to receive me until the wedding, or until certain things have happened. But in any case, oh. They must happen so, they must, it is too absurd. Elsie, my dear, you grow interjectional. Yes. I mean, George, that if things turn out as I hope they may, I will go home again. If not, we will be married from Athelstan's lodgings. And you will not tell me what this terrible business is. Not tonight, George, she repeated. It is very serious, and it makes me very unhappy that my mother and sister, it is something to do with me, Elsie, clearly. Never mind. You will tell me when you please. Whatever you do is sure to be right. I will see him this evening. Thank you, George. I think that what I propose is the wisest thing to do. Besides, I want to be with you and Athelstan. Tell him that as he left the house 8 years ago, I leave it now. You? Why, my dear child, what forgeries have you been committing? None. And yet, well, George, that is enough about me and my troubles. Tell me now about your search into this business. How have you got on? There is nothing new to report. I told you that I left a note on Edmund Gray's table. No answer has come to that. The bank has written to tell him that his letter of introduction was a forgery. No answer. The dividends are accumulating, he draws no checks, he makes no sign. In a word, though this money is lying to his credit, and the shares are transferred to his name, and the letters give his address, there is nothing whatever to convict the man himself. We could not prove his signature, and he has taken none of the money. He might call any day and say that he knew nothing about it. I wonder he hasn't done it. When he does, we shall just have to put everything straight again. As for poor old Checkley, I really believe that he is going mad. If I meet him he glares, if he is in his master's room, his eyes follow me about under his shaggy eyebrows with a malignity which I have never seen painted. As for being described, words couldn't do it. I suppose he sees that the end is inevitable. Really, Elsie, the man would murder me if the man is dangerous, George, as well as malignant. But I think he will do you no harm in the long run. Have you told Athelstan what is going on? Certainly. He follows the business with the greatest interest. He agrees with me that the thing is done out of the office with the help of someone in it. Now, the point is, that the man in the office must have the control of the post. All the letters must pass through his hands. Who is that man? No one but Checkley. Everything turns on that. Now, here is a lucky accident. An old friend of Athelstan's, a man who coaches, has chambers on the same stairs and on the same floor. He knows this Mr. Edmund Gray. We have been to his rooms to question him. Is it to see this old friend that Athelstan visits number 22? Yes. His name is Carstone, commonly called Freddie Carstone, a pleasing man, with a little weakness, which seems to endear him to his friends. This is the way in which things get distorted in a malignant mind. Well, what did this gentleman tell you about this mysterious Edmund Gray? Nothing definite. That he is some kind of socialist we knew before, that he has occupied the chambers for 10 years or so we knew before. Also, that he is an elderly gentleman of benevolent aspect. And that he is irregular in his visits to his chambers. We seem to get no further. We see Checkley coming out of the house. That connects him, to be sure. But that is not much. There is no connection established between Edmund Gray and the forgeries in his name. Nor between Checkley and the forgeries. One feels that if one could lay hold of this mysterious elderly gentleman, a real step in advance would be taken. You talked at first of arresting him on the charge. Well, there is no evidence. His name has been used, that is all. On that evidence no magistrate would issue a warrant. Sometimes one's head goes round with the bewilderment of it. I've managed to learn something about Checkley in the course of these inquiries. He is quite a great man, Elsie, a tavern oracle in the evening, a landlord and householder and collector of his own rents at odd hours, a capitalist and a miser. But he is not, as thought at first, Edmund Gray. They had by this time got round to the house again. Go, now, George, said Elsie. See Athelstan this evening. Tell him that I must go to him. I will tell him why tomorrow. If he is not at his club I will go to his lodgings. If he is not there I will wait till he comes home. And before I go home I will drop a note for you. G00D night, sweetheart, good night. The prodigal at home. In the morning, Elsie rose at 7 and put together such things as she should want for the 3 weeks before her marriage, if she was to spend that interval under her brother's care. At 8 o'clock she received her letters, including one in a handwriting she did not know. She opened it. Dear Elsie, it said, come to me at once. Come early. Come to breakfast at 9. I will wait for you till 10, or any time. Your affectionate brother, Athelstan. Oh, she murmured. And I did not know his writing. And to think that I am 21, and he is 31, and that I have never had a letter from him before. Her boxes were packed. She put on her jacket and hat and descended into the breakfast room, where her mother was already opening her letters and waiting breakfast. "You are going out, Elsie?" she asked coldly. "Yes." "Hilda told you, I suppose, what she came here for yesterday. In fact, you sent me a message." Elle hoped she delivered it correctly. "She said that you would not sanction my wedding while this charge, or suspicion, was hanging over George's head. And that you would not see him until it was withdrawn or cleared away." "Certainly. In such a case it would be worse than hypocrisy to receive him with friendliness." "Then, like Hilda, you accept the conclusion?" "Elle am unable to do anything else." "The conclusion seems to me inevitable." "If not, let him explain. I hope that no time will be lost in bringing the formal charge. It is foolish kindness, real cruelty, to all concerned to keep such a thing hanging over our heads. I say our heads, not yours only, Elsie, because you know your brother is implicated, perhaps the real contriver, of the dreadful scheme. Would you believe me if I were to tell you that Athelstan could not be implicated?" "My dear, believe you?" "Of course, I would believe if I could. Unfortunately, the evidence is too strong." Elsie sighed. "Very well, I will say nothing more. You have driven out my lover, as you drove out my brother for the self-same cause, and on the self-same charge. I follow my lover and my brother." "Elsie!" Her mother started. "Do not, I pray you, do anything rash. Remember, a scandal, a whisper even may be fatal to you hereafter. Sit down and wait. All I ask you to do is to wait." "No, I will not wait. If those two are under any cloud of suspicion, I too will sit under the cloud and wait until it lifts. I am going to stay with my brother until my wedding." "That is to be on the 12th. No, no, my poor child. There will be no wedding on the 12th. Before that time, everything will be cleared up, and I shall be married from this house, so that I have left all my things, my presents, everything." Her mother shook her head. "Try not to think so cruelly of George and of Athelstan, mother. You will be sorry afterwards. Try to believe that though a case may look strange, there may be a way out. I have told you," her mother was perfectly cold and unmoved, "that I have come to this conclusion on the evidence. If the young man can explain things, let him do so. There will be no wedding on the 12th, Elsie. You can come home as soon as you are convinced that your brother is an improper person for a young lady to live with, and as soon as you have learned the truth about the other young man. That is to say, I will receive you under these distressing circumstances, provided there has been no scandal connected with your name." Elsie turned and left the room. The fifth commandment enjoins that under such circumstances as these the least said the soonest mended. When a man learns that his sister, his favourite sister, from whom he has been parted for 8 years, the only member of his family who stood up for him when he was falsely accused of a disgraceful thing, is about to take breakfast with him, he naturally puts as much poetry into that usually simple meal as circumstances allow. Mostly Athelstan took a cup of coffee and a London egg. This morning he had flowers, raspberries lying in a bed of leaves, a few late strawberries, various kinds of confitures in dainty dishes, toast and cake, with fish and cutlets, quite a little feast. And he had had the room cleared of the bundles of newspapers, the pipes and cigar cases, and all the circumstances of tobacco were hidden away, all but the smell, which lingered. One thinks a good deal about a sister's visit, under such conditions. At 9:15 Elsie arrived. Athelstan hastened to open the door, and to receive her with open arms and kisses strange and sweet. Then, while the people of the house took in her luggage, he led his sister into the room, which was the front room on the ground floor. "Elsie," he said, taking both her hands in his, "8 years since we parted, and you are a tall young lady whom I left a little girl. To hold your hand to kiss you, seems strange after so long. He kissed her again on the forehead. She looked up at the tall handsome man with a kind of terror. It was almost like casting herself upon the care of a strange. I remember your voice, Athelstan, but not your face. You have changed more than I, even. And I remember your voice, Elsie, always a soft and winning voice, wasn't it? To suit soft and winning ways. There never was any child more winning and affectionate than you, never. Oh! You are grown very handsome, Athelstan. See what a splendid beard, and the brown velvet jacket, and white waistcoat, and the crimson tie. You look like an artist. I wish all men wore colours, as they used to do. I only heard yesterday that you were in London. Hilda told me. That's the reason why you cannot stay at home. Part of the reason. But you shall have breakfast first. You can take me in without any trouble. My dear child, I am more than delighted to have you here. There is a room at the back where you will be quiet. We have only this one room for sitting room, and I think we shall find it best to go out every day to dinner. That will not hurt us, and George will come every evening. Now, Elsie, you sit here, and I will. No, I quite forgot. You will pour out the tea. Yes, I see. I thought I was going to wait upon you altogether. There, now you will make a good breakfast, and don't cry, dear child. No, Athelstan. She blshed away the tears. It is nothing. I shall be very happy with you. But why are you not at home? And why am I here? Oh! It is too cruel, too perverse of them. We had better have it out before breakfast, then. Strawberries don't go well with tears, do they? Nor jam with complainings. Come, Elsie, why need you leave home? Because, in 2 words, they are treating George as they treated you. I was younger then, or I would have gone away with you. Treating George? Oh! I understand. They are pouring suspicion upon him. Well, I saw that this was coming. Old Checkley, I swear, is at the bottom of this. Yes, Checkley went to Sir Samuel with the case, as he called it, complete. He has proved to their joint satisfaction that nobody could have done the thing except George, assisted by you. Oh! Assisted by me? Yes, while you were in California, I suppose. There is to be a warrant for your arrest, yours and George's, in a few days, they say. Hilda brought the news to my mother. They both believe it, and they want me to break off my engagement. My mother refuses to see George so long as this charge, as she calls it, remains over him. So I came away. You did wisely. Well, anyone may call up a cloud of suspicion, and it is sometimes difficult to disperse such a cloud. Therefore, we must do everything we can to find out who is the real criminal. Now, let us rest quite easy. There can be no arrest, or any charge, or anything but a fuss created by this old villain. It is only troublesome to find one's own people so ready to believe. Why did you not tell me that you were home again? Pour out the coffee, Elsie, and begin your breakfast. I wanted to reserve the return of the prodigal until you came home after your honeymoon. Then I meant to call mysteriously about sunset, before George was home. I thought I would have a long cloak wrapped about me. I should have begun, Madam, you had once a brother. Had, that is his brother dead? That's this packet. Oh! We have lost a most beautiful little play. How can I forgive you then? They went on with breakfast, talking and laughing until, before the meal was finished, they had lost their shyness and were brother and sister again. After breakfast, Athelstan took a cigarette and an easy chair. Now I am going to devote the whole day to you. I have nothing to do for my paper which cannot wait till tomorrow. All this morning we will talk, that is, until we are tired. We will have lunch somewhere, and go to see the pictures. George will come at about 7, we will have dinner, and go to some exhibition, somewhere. Then we will get home, and have another talk. Tomorrow, I shall have to leave you to your own devices between 10 and 6 or so. I am busy some days, on others, I can find time for anything. Now that's all cleared up. I am to be your banker and everything. Not my banker, Athelstan. Oh. You don't know. I am a great heiress. Indeed? How is that? He asked, a little twinkle in his eye. Mr. Doering told me when I was 21, 3 weeks ago. Somebody has given me an immense sum of money, £13,000. That is a very handsome sum. Who gave it to you? That is a secret. Mr. Doering refuses to tell me. I wish I knew. I wouldn't wish if I were you. Gratitude is at all times a burden and a worry. Besides, he might be a vulgar person without aspirates or aspirations. Much better not inquire after him. £13,000 at 3.5% means £450 a year. A nice little addition to your income. I congratulate you, Elsie, and this evening we will drink the health of the unassuming benefactor, the retiring and nameless recognizer of maidenly worth. Bless him. And now, Athelstan, begin your adventures. Tell me everything, from the day you left us till now. You cannot tell me too much or talk too long. Before you begin, ask any questions about my mother and Hilda that you want to ask. Then we can go on undisturbed. I have no questions to ask about either. I have already ascertained from George that both are in good health, and that Hilda has married a man with an immense fortune. That is happiness enough for her, I hope. Now, Elsie, I shall be tedious, I am afraid, but you shall hear everything. He began. It was such a narrative as thousands of young Englishmen have been able to tell during the last 25 years. The story of the young man with a few pounds in his pocket, no friends, no recommendations, and no trade. Athelstan landed at New York in this condition. He looked about for employment and found none. He hastened out of the crowded city, he went west, and got work in the business open to every sharp and clever man, that of journalism. He worked for one paper after another, getting gradually more and more west, until he found himself in San Francisco, where he was taken on by a great paper, which had now sent him over here as its London correspondent. That was all the story, but there were so many episodes in it, so many adventures, so many men whom he remembered, so many anecdotes cropping up, in this 8 years' history of a man with an eye, a brain, and a memory, that it was long past luncheon time when Athelstan stopped and said that he must carry on the next chapter at another time. That pile of dollars that you made over the silver mine, Athelstan, what became of them? What became of them? Well, you see, Elsie, in some parts of the United States money vanishes as fast as it is made. All these dollars dropped into a deep hole of the earth, and were hopelessly lost. She laughed. You will tell me some day when you please, how you lost that fortune. Oh! What a thing it is to be a man and to have all these adventures. Now, Athelstan, consider, if it had not been for your bad fortune, you would never have had all this good fortune. TME. Yet the bad fortune came in such an ugly shape. There has been a black side to my history. How was I to tell people why I left my own country? I could make no friends. At the first appearance of friendship, I had to become cold, lest they should ask me where I came from and why I left home. Elsie was silent. They carried out part of their program. They went to see the pictures. It was 8 years since Athelstan had seen a picture, and after the pictures they walked in the park. Then they went home and waited for George, who presently appeared. Then they went to one of the Regent Street restaurants and made a little feast. After this, Elsie asked them to come home and spend a quiet evening talking about things. By common consent they avoided one topic. Edmund Grey was not so much as mentioned, nor was the malignity alluded to. They talked of old days, when Athelstan was a big boy and George a little boy and Elsie a child. They talked of the long engagement, and the hopeless time, when it seemed as if they were going to marry on £200 a year, and of that day of miracle and marvel when Mr. Doering gave to one of them a fortune, and to the other a partnership. They talked of their honeymoon and the tour they were going to make, and the beautiful places they would see. Tours and Blois, Chenonceau and Amboise, Angoulême and Poitiers and La Rochelle, and of their return, and the lovely flat, where the friends would be made so welcome. Athelstan was a person of some sympathy. Elsie talked as freely to him as she could to George. They talked till midnight. Then Elsie got up. "Whatever happens, Athelstan," she said, "mind, whatever happens, you shall give me away on the 12th. Now she has left us," said George, "you may tell me why she refused to stay at home." "Well, I suppose you ought to know." "Much for the same reason that I refused to stay at home." They then chose to jump at the conclusion that at one step I had become, from a man of honour, a stupid and clumsy forger. They now choose, I am ashamed to say, my mother and sister choose, to believe that you and I together have devised and invented this elaborate scheme of forgery. With this end in view, it has been found necessary to contrive certain little fabrications, as that I have been living in London on my wits, that is to say, by the exercise of cheatery for the last 8 years, and that, being in rags and penniless, I persuaded you to join me in this neat little buccaneering job. Oh! It is too absurd. But I suspected something. Well, it is perfectly easy to put a stop to that. Yes, it is easy. At the same time, it will be well to put a stop to it as soon as possible, before the thing assumes serious proportions, and becomes a horrid thing, that may stick to you all your life. You have got to do with a malignant man, perhaps a desperate man. He will spread abroad the suspicion as diligently as he can. Let us work, therefore. Well, but what can we do, that we have not done? How can we fix the thing upon Checkley? I don't know. We must think, we must find out something, somehow. Let us all three work together. Elsie will make the best detective in the world. And let us work in secret. I am very glad indeed, that Elsie came. The whisper of calumny. Whispered words are ever more potent than words proclaimed aloud upon the housetop. If envious man from the housetop denounces a man of reputation as a thief, a gambler, a patricide, a sororicide, and a cockeyed, no man regardeth his voice, though he call out with the voice of stentor, people only stare. These are the words of a madman or a malignant. But whisper these charges in the ear of your neighbour, whisper them with bated breath, say that, as yet, the thing is a profound secret. Then that rumour swiftly flies abroad, until every burgess in the town regards that man askance, and when the time for voting comes, he votes for another man, and will not have him as beadle, sexton, verger, turncock, policeman, parish doctor, workhouse chaplain, common councilman, alderman, mayor, or member of Parliament. And all for a whisper. It was Checkley who set going the whisper, which at this moment was running up and down the office, agitating all hearts, occupying all minds, the basis of all conversation. King Midas' servant, when he was irresistibly impelled to whisper, dug a hole in the ground and placed his whisper at the bottom of that hole. But the grasses grew up inside the words to the passing breeze, so that the market women heard them on their way. The king's ears are the ears of an ass, the ears of an ass, the ears of an ass. The old and austy servant of Doering and Son buried his secret in the leaves of his copying book. Here it was found by the boy who worked the copying press. As he turned over the pages, he became conscious of a sibilant, malignant, revengeful murmur, who stole the bonds? The new partner. Who forged the letters? The new partner. Who robbed the safe? The new partner. Here was a pretty thing for a pretty innocent office boy to hear. Naturally, his very soul became aflame. When the dinner hour arrived, he told another boy as a profound secret what he had heard. That boy told an older boy, who told another still older, who told another, and so up the long official ladder, until everybody in the place knew that the new partner, actually the new partner, the most fortunate of all young men that ever passed his exam, who had stepped at a bound from 200 to 1,000, at least, this young man, of all young men in the world, had forged his partner's name, robbed his partner's safe, made away with his partner's property. Who after this can trust anybody? But others there were who refused to believe this thing. They pointed out that the new partner the best of terms with the old partner. They argued that when such things are done, friendships are killed and partnerships are dissolved. They even went so far, though members of the great profession which believes in no man's goodness, as to declare their belief that the new partner could not possibly by any temptation do such things. And there were others who pointed to the fact that the whisper came from the boy of the copying press, that he heard it whispered by the fluttering leaves, and that it was imparted to those leaves by Checkley, old Checkley, whose hatred towards the new partner was notorious to all men, not on account of any personal qualities or private injuries, but out of the jealousy which made him regard the chief as his own property, and because he had been deprived of his power in the office, the power of appointment and disappointment and the raising of screw, which he had previously possessed. Checkley was dethroned. Therefore, Checkley spread this mower. Others, again, said that if the rumour was really started by Checkley, which could not be proved, seeing that, like all whispers or rumours, the origin was unknown, and perhaps supernatural, then Checkley must have very strong grounds for staffing such a thing. Thus divided in opinion, the office looked on, expectant. Expectancy is a thing which gets into the air, it fills every room with whispers, it makes a conspirator or a partisan or a confederate of everyone, it divides a peaceful office into camps, it is the cause of inventions, lies, and exaggerations. There were two parties in this office, one which whispered accusations, and the other which whispered denials. Between these hovered the wobblers or mug of MMPS, who whispered that while on the one hand, on the other hand, and that while they readily admitted, so they were free to confess, everybody knows the wobbler. He is really, if he knew it, the master of the situation, but, because he is a wobbler, he cannot use his strength. When he is called upon to act, he falls into two pieces, each of which begins to wobble and to fall into other two pieces of its own accord. The whole process of a presidential election, except the final voting, was going on in that office of half a dozen rooms, but in whispers, without a single procession, and not one German band. And all unconscious of the tumult that raged about him, a tumult in whispers, a civil war in silence, the object of this was going on his way unconscious and undisturbed. Now, however, having learned that the old clerk was actually seeking to fix this charge upon him, George perceived the whispering and understood the charge. When he passed through the first or outer office in the morning, he perceived that the clerks all looked at him curiously, and that they pretended not to be looking at him, and plied their pens with zeal. On the stairs he met an articled clerk, who blushed a rosy red with consciousness of the thing. On his way to his own room through his own clerk's room, he felt them looking after him curiously as he passed, and he felt them, when his own door was closed, whispering about him. This made him extremely angry. Yet, for a whisper, one cannot suffer wrath to become visible. That would only please the whisperers. There is only one thing worse than to be suspected rightly, it is to be suspected wrongly, for the latter makes a man mad. What? That he, even he, the man of principle and NLLE, should be suspected. Does nothing, then, no amount of character, no blamelessness of record, avail? Is the world coming to an end? George then shut his door and sat down to his table in a very wrathful and savage frame of mind. And while he was just beginning to nurse and nourish this wrath, coaxing it from a red glow to a roaring flame, a card was brought to him. "I will see Sir Samuel at once," he said. "It is as well that we do not hear the remarks of the clerk's room and the servants' hall." The service, in fact, is a body of critics whose judgments would, if we only heard them, cause us to reconsider our self-respect. Great philanthropist, great statesman, saintly preacher, if you only knew what they say of you, down below. The clerks, as Sir Samuel Doing, his face composed to the solemnity of a mute, walked into the new partner's room, whispered to each other, "He's going to finish him. There'll be a bolt tonight. He won't dare face it out. He have got a nerve. The game's up at last. They won't prosecute, you see if they do. If it was one of us, now. Sir Samuel's come to warn him, now you'll see." With other exchanges and surmises. Sir Samuel, big and important, coldly inclined his head and took a chair. "A few words," he said, "a few serious words, if you please, sir." "Pray, go on." George sat up and listened, his upper lip stiffened. He knew what was coming. The thing which Sir Samuel proposed to say, apparently became difficult. He turned red and stammered. In fact, it is very difficult to inform a highly respectable young man in a highly respectable position that he is going to be charged with a crime of peculiar atrocity. "I am here," he said, after 2 or 3 false starts, "without my brother's knowledge. This is a private and unofficial visit. I come to advise. My visit must be regarded as without prejudice. Is it not well to ask first of all if your advice is invited?" "In such a case as this, I venture to obtrude advice," Sir Samuel replied with dignity. "There are occasions on which a man should speak, he is bound to speak. You will remember that I was to have been your brother-in-law, you are to be my brother-in-law. Well, Sir Samuel, go on. I will hear what you have to say. You are, as no doubt you suspect and fear, about to be charged in company with another, with complicity in this long series of forgeries." "Really? I heard last night from Elsie that there was some talk of such a charge." "Now, Sir Samuel, a man of your experience must be aware that it is not enough for a foolish old clerk to suggest a charge, but there must be some connection between the accused person and the crime." "Connection? Good heavens! There is a solid chain of evidence, without a single weak point." "Is there indeed? Well, we will not ask for the production of your chain. Let us take it for granted. Go on to the next point." "I wish, young gentleman, I wish most sincerely, for the credit of yourself, and for the happiness of the unfortunate girl who has given you her heart, that my chain was of glass, to fly into 1,000 fragments. But it is not. Everything is complete. The motive, the tempter, the conspiracy, the working out, the apparent success, everything complete. The motive, want of money. Want of money? Well, I was pretty badly off. That cannot be denied. Go on. You wanted money, both of you, wanted money. In 90 cases out of 100, this is the cause, wanted money. So you went and did it. Always the way in the city, they want money, and so they go and do it, go and do it. I see. Well, we need not have the tempter and the rest of it. They can wait. Let us go on to the advice. Just so. What I came to say is this. You are in a devil of a mess, young gentleman, the whole job is found out, there's no use in trying to brazen it out. Best come down at once." George nodded with as much good humour as he could assume under the circumstances. "Down at once," Sir Samuel repeated. "It is always best in the long run. In your case, there is every reason why a scandal should be avoided. The thing hasn't got into the papers, we are only yet in the first stage of finding out what has been actually stolen, it has not been a case in which the police could help. Now my brother is not a vindictive man. For my own part, don't want my wife's brother, to say nothing of you, convicted of forgery. Beastly thing, to go down to the city in the morning and to hear them whispering, that's his wife's brother in the papers today. Lagged for 15 years. 15 years for certain, it will be, my fine fellow. 15 years for certain, George repeated. Let me help you out of the mess. Don't make difficulties. Don't stick out your chin. Think of Elsie. George nearly lost his self-control, not quite. Think of Elsie, he cried. Best not mention her name, Sir Samuel, if you please. She would be hemi-broken if it went so far. If it stops short of that, she will SCML get over the little disappointment. Go on to the next point. Well, it is just this. I'll help you both, Athelstan as well as you. Yes, I'll help Athelstan. Hang the fellow. Why couldn't he stay at Camberwell? Who cares about him and his bad company, if he keeps himself out of people's way? Now, then. Let me have back the money. You haven't drawn anything out of the bank? Give me the papers. Then I'll square it with my brother. I will advance you 100 or 2, you shall go clear out of the country, and never come back again. And then, though it's compounding a felony, we'll just put everything back again, and say nothing more about it. Oh. That is very good of you. Yes, I know. But I want to make things easy. I don't want a beastly row and a scandal. As for Athelstan, I shouldn't know the fellow if I ever saw him. I hardly remember him. But for you I've always had a liking, until these little events happened. Very good, indeed, of you. When the thing came out, I said to Lady Doing. My dear, I said, I'm very sorry for your sister, because it will vex her more than a bit. The engagement, of course, will be broken off, but we must not have a scandal. We cannot afford it. Wickens smiled, we are positively not rich enough. Only the very richest people can afford to have such a scandal. I will try and get things squared, I said, for all our sakes. That is what I said to Lady Doing. Now, be persuaded. Do the right thing. Tell Athelstan what I have told you. The warrant for the arrest of the man Edmund Grey will be issued tomorrow, I suppose, or next day. After that, nothing can save you. Nothing can save me, George repeated. Is that all you came to say, Sir Samuel? That is all. A clean breast is all we ask. Then, Sir Samuel, George rose and took a bundle of papers from the table. Let us find my partner. You shall hear what I have to say all. That's right, that's sensible. I knew that you would be open to reason. Come. He is sure to be alone at this early hour. Come at once. They went out together. The clerks noted their faces full of business, as we poetically put it, matters of buying and selling being notoriously of the highest importance conceivable. Evidently something very serious indeed had passed. But the chief personage still held up his head. Game, sir, game to the last. But there will be a bolt. Mr. Doing was in his usual place, before the letters, which were still unopened. He looked ill, worn, and worried. Brother, said Sir Samuel, I bring you a young gentleman who has a communication to make of great importance. Is it about this case? Have you, at last, found out something? The tone, the words, suggested extreme irritability. I fear not. You know, I believe, all that we have found out. But now, said Sir Samuel, rubbing his hands, now comes the long-expected. George interrupted, what I have to say will not take long. I hear from Sir Samuel that he and Checkley between them have got up a case which involves me in these forgeries. Quite right, said Sir Samuel. Involves you inextricably. And that things have gone so far that I am about to be arrested, tried, and convicted. Which he rightly thinks will be a great scandal. So it will, so it certainly will. He therefore proposes that I should make a clean breast of the whole business, and give back the stolen bonds. I am sorry that I cannot do this, for a very simple reason, namely, that there is nothing to confess. But there is one thing that I must do. You placed the case in my hands, I did. I asked you to find out. I have brought no charge against you. Have you found Mr. Doering spoke like a schoolmaster in one of his least amiable moods? It is a very improper thing for a person accused of a crime to be engaged in detecting it. So I resign the case, there are the papers. You had better go to some solicitor accustomed to this kind of work. Stuff and rubbish, cried Mr. Doering. Sir, you have deceived me. Sir Samuel's face was gradually resuming its normal length. You promised to confess, and you have not. You as good as confessed just now. This man is clearly, unmistakably guilty, he added, turning to his brother. I have not asked you, my panna, Mr. Doering added, more softly, to give up the case. I have heard what is said. I have observed that the so-called case is built up entirely on conjecture. No, no, said Sir Samuel. It is a sound structure, complete in evio pan. And there is nothing as yet to connect any man with the thing, not even the man Edmund Gray. Quite wrong, said Sir Samuel. In the city, we may not be lawyers, but we understand evidence. I cannot choose but give up the case, George replied. Consider. Already Mrs. Arundel has requested her daughter to break off her engagement, I am forbidden the house, Elsie has left her mother and gone to her brother. No, sir, take the papers, and give them to some other person. Mr. Doering mechanically took the papers, and laid his hand upon them. Let me remind you, George continued, how far we have got. We have proved that Edmund Gray is a real person, known to many. We have not proved the connection between him and the robberies committed in his name. He is apparently a most respectable person. The problem before you is still to fix the crime on someone. I shall be glad to hear that it has been successfully solved. Glad? Asked Sir Samuel. You will be glad. This is amazing. 8 years ago, Mr. Doering, another man stood here, and was accused of a similar crime. He refused to stay in the house under such a charge. That was foolish. Time has established his innocence. I shall stay. I am your partner. The partnership can only be dissolved by mutual consent. I remain. Mr. Doering laid his head upon his hand and sighed. I'll believe I shall be driven mad before long with this business, he said querulously. He had lost something of his decision of speech. Well, I will give the case to somebody else. Meantime, look here. Tell me how these things came here. The things were 2 envelopes containing letters. They were addressed to Edmund Gray, and had been opened. One of them was George's own note inviting him to call. The other was the letter from the manager of the bank asking for other references. How did they get here? Asked Mr. Doering again. Had you not better ask Checkley? George rang the bell. I found these on the top of my letters, Checkley said Mr. Doering. You were the first in the room. You put the letters on the table. I found them on the top of the heap. Nobody had been in the room except you and me. You must have put them there. Checkley looked at the envelopes, and began to tremble. I don't know, he said. I put the letters on the table. They were not among them. Somebody must have put them there. He looked at the new partner, some friend of Mr. Edmund Gray, between the time that I left the room and the time when you came. I entered the room, Mr. Doering replied, as you were leaving it. Observe, said George, that in the whole conduct of this business there has been one man engaged who has control of the letters. That man, the only man in the office, is, I believe, the man before us, your clerk, Checkley. How came the letters here? Mr. Doering repeated angrily. I don't know, answered Checkley. He, indicating George, must have put them there. The devil is in the office, I believe. How do things come here? How do they vanish? Who put the notes in the safe? Who took the certificates out of the safe? All you can do is to stand and accuse each other. What good are you, any official? Find out. Find out. Yesterday, there was a handbill about Edmund Gray in the safe. The day before there was a handful of socialist tracts on the letters. Find out, I say. Give the things to detectives, said George. Let me take the case in hand, brother. Sir Samuel laid hands on the papers. I'll flatter myself that I will very soon have the fellow under and key. And then, sir, he turned to George, scandal or no scandal, there shall be no pity, no mercy, none. George laughed. Well, Sir Samuel, in a fortnight or so I shall call myself your brother-in-law. Till then, farewell. He left the office and returned to his own room, the ripple of the laughter still upon his lips and in his eyes, so that the clerks marvelled, and the faith of those who believed in him was strengthened. Before then, young crowing Bantam cried Sir Samuel after him, else shall have you under lock and key. Ah! This was Checkley. The little interjection expressed, far more than any words could do, his satisfaction at the prospect. Then he left the room grumbling and muttering, I believe that this business will finish me off. Mr. Doering sighed again, and passed his hand over his forehead. Night and day it worries me. It makes my forgetfulness grow upon me. I am as good as gone. This hour I cannot remember the last hour. See, I had breakfast at home as usual. I remember that. I remember setting out. It is 10 minutes' walk from Bedford Row to here. I have taken an hour and a half. How? I do not know. What did I do last night? I do not know, and I am pursued by this forger robber demon. He puts things in my safe, yesterday, a placard that Edmund Gray was going to give a lecture on something or other, the day before, a bundle of tracts by Edmund Gray. What do these things mean? What can I do? He comes from Edmund Gray. Nothing, said Athelstan, could possibly happen more fortunately. We have turned whispering conspirators into declared enemies. Now you are free to investigate in your own way without having to report progress every day. About this new business about the letters and the things in the safe, said Elsie. It looks to me like Ivory. Checkley couldn't do it. No conjurer in the world could do it. There must be somebody else in the office to do these things. They mean defiance. The forger says, see, I do what I please with you. I written your letters addressed to Edmund Gray. I place placards about Edmund Gray in your safe, for which nobody has a key except yourself. Find me, if you can. Yes, it is very mysterious. A person on 2 sticks might manage it. Very likely, he is concerned in the business. Or a boy under the table would be able to do it. Perhaps there is a boy under the table. There must be. Mr. Doering's table is like the big bed of ware. I dare say 50 boys might creep under that table and wait there for a chance. But perhaps there is only one, a comic boy. Elle should like to catch the joker, said George. Elle would give him something still more humorous to laugh at. If there is no comic boy, and no person on 2 sticks, Elsie continued, we are thrown back upon Checkley. He seems to be the only man who receives the letters and goes in and out of the office all day. Well, I don't think it is Checkley. I don't think it can be, George. You once saw Mr. Doering in a very strange condition, unconscious, walking about with open eyes seeing nobody. Don't you think that he may have done this more than once? What do you mean, Elsie? Don't you think that some of these things put in the safe, for instance, may have been put there by Mr. Doering himself? You saw him open the safe. Afterwards he knew nothing about it. Could he not do this more than once? Might it be a habit? Well, but if he puts the things in the safe, things that belong to Edmund Gray, he must know Edmund Gray. For instance, how did he get my note to Edmund Gray, left by him on his table in Gray's Inn? That must have been given to him by Edmund Gray himself. Or by some friend of Edmund Gray. Yes, that is quite certain. Come, said Athelstan. This infernal Edmund Gray is too much with us. Let us leave off talking about him for a while. Let him rest for this evening. Elsie, put on your things. We will go and dine somewhere, and go to the play afterwards. They did so. They had the quiet little restaurant dinner that girls have learned of late to love so much, the little dinner, where everything seems so much brighter and better served than one can get at home. After the dinner they went to a theatre, taking places in the dress circle, where, given good eyes, one sees quite as well as from the stalls at half the money. After the theatre they went home and there was an exhibition of tobacco and soda water. Those were very pleasant days in the Piccadilly lodgings, even allowing for the troubles which brought them about. Athelstan was the most delightful of brothers, and every evening brought its feast of laughter and of delightful talk. But all through the evening, all through the play, Elsie saw nothing but Mr. Doering and him engaged in daylight somnambulism. She saw him as George described him, opening the safe, closing it again, and afterwards wholly forgetful of what he had done. She thought about this all night. Now, when one has a gleam or glimmer of an idea, when one wants to disengage a single thought from the myriads which cross the brain, and to fix it and to make it clear, there is nothing in the world so good as to talk about it. The effort of finding words with which to drag it out makes it clearer. Every storyteller knows that the mere telling of a story turns his characters, who before were mere shadows, and shapeless shadows, into creatures of flesh and blood. Therefore, in the morning she began upon the thought which haunted her. Athelstan, she said, do you know anything about somnambulism? I knew a man once in California who shot a grizzly when he was sleepwalking. At least, he said so. That's the sum of my knowledge on the subject. I'll want to know if people often walk about in the daytime unconscious. They do. It is called wool gathering. Seriously, Athelstan? Consider. George saw Mr. Doering arrive in a state of unconsciousness. He saw nobody in the room. He opened the safe and placed some papers there. Then the safe. Then he sat down at the window. Presently he awoke, and became himself again. If he did that once, he might do it again. Well? And then? You heard yesterday about the letters, and the placard and the socialist tracts. Now Checkley couldn't do that. He couldn't, and he wouldn't. Well? But Mr. Doering could. If he had that attack once, he might have it again and again. Why, he constantly complains of forgetting things. But the letters yesterday were addressed to Edmund Gray. How do you connect Edmund Gray with Edward Doering? I don't know. But, my dear brother, the more I think of this business, the more persuaded I am that Checkley is not the prime mover, or even a confederate. The same hand has doubtless been at work throughout. If not Checkley's aid to make that hand possible and successful, who is there? And look at the malignity with which he tries to fix it on someone else. That may be because he is afraid of its being fixed upon him. Consider that point about the control of the letters. The business could only be done by someone through whose hands passed all the letters. Checkley is the only person possible. Yes, he understands that. It makes him horribly afraid. He therefore lies with all his might in order to pass on suspicion to another person. You and George think him guilty. Well, I do not. If I were trying to find out the man, I should try a different plan altogether. Her brother had work to do which took him out directly after an early breakfast. When Elsie was left alone, she began again to think about Mr. Dering's strange daylight somnambulism, about his continual fits of forgetfulness, about the odd things found on his table and in his safe, all connected with Edmund Gray. Checkley could not have placed those letters on the table, he could not have put those things in the safe. Elsie looked at the clock. It was only just after 9. She ran to her room, put on her jacket and hat, and called a cab. She arrived at 9:30. Checkley was already in his master's room, laying out the table for the day's work as usual. The girl was touched at the sight of this old servant of 60 years' service doing these offices zealously and jealously. She stood in the outer office watching him through the open door. When he had finished, he came out and saw her. "Oh," he grumbled. "It's you, is it? Well, he hasn't come. If I want to see Mr. Dering, it's full early. If you want to see the new partner, he isn't come. He don't hurry himself. Perhaps you'll sit down a bit and look at the paper. Here's the Times. He'll be here at 9:45. Checkley sat down at his desk and took up a pen. But he laid it down again and began to talk. "We're in trouble, miss. No fault of yours, I don't say it is. We're in trouble. The trouble is going to be worse before it's better. They are not content with robbing the master, but they mock at him and jeer him. They jeer him. They put on his table letters addressed to the man they call Edmund Gray. They open his safe and put things in it belonging to Edmund Gray. We're not so young as we was, and it tells upon us. We're not so regular as we should be. Sometimes we're late, and sometimes we seem, just for a bit, not to know exactly who we are nor what we are. Oh! It's nothing, but what will pass away when the trouble's over. But think of the black ingratitude, miss, oh! Black. I'm not blamin' you, but I think you ought to know the trouble we're in, considering who's done it and all." Elsie made no reply. She had nothing to say. Certainly she could not enter into a discussion with this man as to the part, if any, taken in the business by the new partner. Then Checkley made a show of beginning to write with zeal. The morning was hot, the place was quiet, the old man's hand gradually slackened, the pen stopped, the eyes closed, his head dropped back upon his chair, he was asleep. It is not uncommon for an old man to drop off in this way. Elsie sat perfectly still. At 11 o'clock she heard a step upon the stairs. It mounted, it stopped, the private door was opened, and Mr. Dering entered. He stood for a moment in the doorway, looking about the room. Now, as the girl looked at him, she perceived that he was again in the condition described by George. As a matter of fact, it was in this condition that Mr. Dering generally arrived in the morning. His coat was unbuttoned, his face wore the genial and benevolent look which we do not generally associate with lawyers of 50 years' standing. The eyes were Mr. Dering's eyes, but they were changed, not in colour or in form, but in expression. Elsie was reminded of her portrait. That imaginary sketch was no other than the Mr. Dering who now stood before her. He closed the door behind him and walked across the room to the window. Then Elsie, lightly, so as not to awaken the drowsy old clerk, stepped into Mr. Dering's office and shut the door softly behind her. The sleepwalker stood at the window, looking out. Elsie crept up and stood beside him. Then she touched him on the arm. He started and turned. "Young lady," he said, "what can I do for you?" He showed no sign of recognition at all in his eyes, he did not know her. "Can I do anything for you?" he repeated. "I am afraid, nothing," she replied. He looked at her doubtfully. Then, apparently remembering some duty as yet unfulfilled, he left the window and unlocked the safe. He then drew out of his pocket a manuscript tied up with red tape. Elsie looked into the safe and read the title, The New Humanity, by Edmund Gray, which was written in large letters on the outer page. Then he shut and locked the safe and dropped the key in his own pocket. This done, he returned to the window and sat down, taking no manner of notice of his visitor. All this exactly as he had done before in presence of George and his old clerk. For 10 minutes he sat there. Then he shivered, straightened himself, stood up, and looked about the room. Mr. Doering again. Elsie, he cried. I did not know you were here. How long have you been here? Not very long. A few minutes, perhaps. I must have fallen asleep. It is a hot morning. You must forgive the weakness of an old man, child. I had a bad night too. I was awake a long time, thinking of all these troubles and worries. They can't find out, Elsie, who has robbed me. He spoke querulously and helplessly. They accuse each other, instead of laying their heads together. Nonsense. Checkley couldn't do it. George couldn't do it. The thing was done by some else. My brother came here with a case, all built up of presumptions and conclusions. If they would only find out. The trouble is mine as much as yours, Mr. Doering. I have had to leave my mother's house, where I had to listen to agreeable prophecies about my lover and my brother. I wish, with you, that they would find out. He took off his hat and hung it on its peg. He buttoned his frock coat and took his place at the table, upright and precise. Yet his eyes were anxious. They tease me too. They mock me. Yesterday, they laid 2 letters addressed to this man, Edmund Gray, on my letters. What for? To laugh at me, to jeer me to find them out. Checkley swears he didn't put them there. I arrived at the moment when he was leaving the room. Are we haunted? And the day before, and the day before that, there were things put in the safe, in the safe? Oh. But nobody has the key except yourself. How can anything be put in the safe? I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know what may be taken next. My houses, my mortgages, my lands, my ven practice, nay, they could not. Is there anything this morning? He turned over his letters. Apparently not. Stay, I have not looked in the safe. He got up and threw open the safe. Then he took up a packet. Again, he cried almost with a scream. Again. See this. He tossed on the table the packet which he had himself, only 10 minutes before, placed in the safe with his own hands. See this. Thus they laugh at me, thus they torment me. He hurled the packet to the other side of the room, returned to his chair, and laid his head upon his hands, sighing deeply. Elsie took up the parcel. It was rather a bulky manuscript. The title you have heard. She untied the tape and turned over the pages. The work, she saw, was the autobiography of Edmund Gray. And it was in the handwriting of Mr. Doering. She replaced it in the safe. Put everything there, she said, which is sent to you. Everything? Do you know anything at all about this man Edmund Gray? Nothing, my dear child, absolutely nothing. I never saw the man. I never heard of him, yet he has planted himself upon me. He holds his chambers on a letter of recommendation from me. I was his introducer to the manager of the bank, in my own handwriting, as they thought. He drew a cheque of 7,201 upon me 8 years ago. And he has transferred £38,000 worth of shares and stock to his own address. Added to which, he has been the cause of suspicion and vile accusation against my lover and my brother, which it will cost a great deal of patience to forgive. Dear Mr. Doering, I am so sorry for you. It is most wonderful and most mysterious. Suppose she laid her hand upon his, suppose that I was to find out for you, you, child. What can you do, when the others have failed? I can but tty. Try, in heaven's name. Try, my dear. If you find out, you shall be bummed for a witch. No. If I find out, you shall be present at my wedding. You were to have given me away. But now, Athelstan shall give me away, and you will be there to see. And it will be a tearful wedding. The tears came into her own eyes just to illustrate the remark, because everyone will be so ashamed of the wicked things they have said. Sir Samuel will remain on his knees the whole service, and Checkley will be fain to get under the seat. Goodbye, Mr. Doing. I am a prophetess. I can foretell. You shall hear in a very few days all about Edmund Grey. She ran away without any further explanation. Mr. Doing shook his head and smiled. He did not believe in contemporary prophecy. That young people should place their own affairs, their love-makings and weddings, before the affairs of their elders, was not surprising. For himself, as he sometimes remembered, and always when this girl, with her pretty ways and soft voice, was with him, her visit had cheered him. He opened his letters and went on with the day's work. As for Elsie, the smile in her eyes died out as she descended the stairs. If she had been herself a lawyer, she could not have worn a graver face as she walked across the courts of the venerable inn. She had established the connection between Mr. Doing and Edmund Grey. It was he, and nobody else, who laid those letters on the table, placed those things in the safe. This being so, it must be he himself, and nobody else, who wrote all the letters, signed the cheques, and did all the mischief. He himself. But how? Elsie had read of hypnotism. Wonderful things are done daily by mesmerists and magnetisms under their new name. Mr. Doing was hypnotized by this man Edmund Grey, as he called himself, for his own base ends. Well, she would find out this Edmund Grey. She would beard this villain in his own den. She walked resolutely to Gray's Inn. She found no 22, she mounted the stairs. The outer door was closed. She knocked, but there was no answer. She remembered how George had found his laundress, and visited her at her lodgings. She thought she would do the same. But on the stairs she went down she met an old woman so dirty, so ancient, so feeble, that she seemed to correspond with George's account of her. "You are Mr. Gray's laundress?" she asked. "Yes, miss, I am." The woman looked astonished to see such a visitor. "I'll want to see him." "I want to see him on very important business." "Most important to himself." "When can I see him?" "I don't know, miss." "He's uncertain." "He was here yesterday evening." "He said he should not be here this evening." "But I don't know. Look here." Elsie drew out her purse. "Tell me when you think he will be here, and if I find him I will give you £2, 2 golden sovereigns. If you tell me right I will give you 2 sovereigns. She showed them. The old woman looked hungrily at the coins. "Well, miss, he's been here every Saturday afternoon for the last 6 months. I know it by the litter of papers that he makes." "Every Saturday afternoon?" "Very good. You shall have your money if I find him." In the evening, Elsie said nothing about Mr. Doing and her strange discovery. The two young men talked about telling this way and that way, always with the view of implicating Checkley. But she said nothing. One Edmund Grey. On Saturday afternoon, the policeman on day duty at Gray's Inn was standing near the southern portals of that venerable foundation in conversation with the boy who dispenses the newspapers, from a warehouse constructed in the eastern wall of the archway. It was 3:30 by the clock and a fine day, which was remarkable for the season, August, and the year. The sun poured upon the dingy old counts, making them dingier instead of brighter. Where the paint of the windows and doorposts is faded and dirty, where the panes are mostly in want of cleaning, where there are no flowers in the windows, where there are no trees or leaves in the square, where the bricks want painting, and where the soot has gathered in every chink and blackens every cranny, then the sunshine of summer only makes a dingy court shabbier. Gray's Inn in July and August, unless these months are as the August of the year of grace 1891, looks old, but not venerable. Age should be clean and nicely dressed, age should wear a front to conceal her baldness, age should assume false teeth to disguise those gums stripped of their ivory. It was felt by the policeman. "We want a wash-in and a bright-in in this old place," he remarked to the journalist. "We want something younger than them old laundresses," said the newspaper boy. Great is the goddess coincidence. Even while he uttered this aspiration, a young lady entered the gate and passed into the inn. "Ha!" breathed the policeman, softly. "Ah!" sighed the journalist. She was a young lady of adorable face and form, surpassing the wildest dreams either of policeman or of paperman, both of whom possessed the true poetic temperament. She was clothed in raiment mystic, wonderful, such as seldom indeed gets as far east as Gray's Inn, something in grey or silver grey with an open front and a kind of jacket. She passed them rapidly, and walked through the passage into the square. "No 22," said the policeman. "Now, who does she want at No 22? Who's on the ground floor of 22? Right hand, architects and surveyors. Left hand, universal translators. Perhaps she's a universal translator. They must be all gone by this time. The first floor is lawyers. They are all gone too. I saw the clerks march out at 2 o'clock. Second floor, there's Mr. Carstone on the left, and Mr. Edmund Gray on the right. Perhaps it's Mr. Carstone she's after. I hope it isn't him. He's a gentleman with fine manners, and they do say a great scholar, but he's a Lushington, and a sweet young thing like that ought not to many a man who is brought home one other night too tipsy to stand. Or there's Mr. Gray, the old gent, perhaps she's his daughter. What's Mr. Edmund Gray by calling, Joe? Nobody knows. He don't often come. An old gentleman, been in the inn a long time, for years. Lives in the country, I suppose, and does no work. Lives on other people's work, my work, honest working men's work," said the boy, who was a socialist and advanced. "Ah! There's something up about Mr. Gray. People are coming to inquire for him. First, it was a young gentleman, very affable he was, and free with his money, most likely other people's money. He wanted to know a good deal about Mr. Gray, more than I could tell him, wanted to know how often he came, and what he was like when he did come, and would I tell him all I knew. He went to the old laundress afterwards. Then it was a little old man, I know him by sight, uses the salutation parlour of an evening. He wanted to know all about Mr. Gray too. No half-crown in that quarter, though. He's been spying and watching for him, goes and hides up the passage on the other side of the square. Kind of a spider he is. He's watching him for no good, I'll bet. Perhaps the young lady wants to find out about him too. Joe, there's something up at number 22. The old gentleman isn't in his chambers, I believe. She'll come out again presently, and it'll be, oh, Mr. Policeman, could you very kindly tell me how I can find Mr. Edmund Gray? With a shilling perhaps, and perhaps not. I wonder what she wants with Mr. Edmund Gray? Sometimes these old chaps break out in the most surprising manner. Joe, if you ever go into the service, you'll find the work hard and the pay small. But there's compensation in Lehman things. If you want to know human nature, go into the force. There's old Mr. Langhorne, up at the top. So there is. But no young lady wants to see that poor old chap. He's got no friends, young nor old, no friends and no money. Just now, he's terrible hard up. Took a shillin' off o' me last Sunday to get a bit of dinner with. Fine thing, isn't it, be a gentleman and a barrister all your life, isn't it, and to end like that? Starvation in a garret, eh, look out. She will be coming down directly. But she did not come down. 2 hours and more passed, and she did not come down. The visitor was Elsie Imdahl. She walked up the stairs to the second floor. Here she stopped. There was a black door, closed, on the right of her, and another black door, closed, on the left of her. On the lintel of one was the name of Mr. F. W. Carstone. On the lintel of the other was that of Mr. Edmund Grey. Elsie knocked with her parasol at the latter door. There was no reply. The old laundress, she murmured, told me that Saturday afternoon was my best chance of finding him. I will wait. She sat down with hesitation on the stairs leading to the third floor. They were not too clean, and waited. She was going to do a very plucky thing, a dangerous thing. She had made a discovery connecting Mr. Doering directly with this Edmund Grey. She had learned that he came to the office in a strange condition, perhaps hypnotic, bringing things from Edmund Grey. She now suspected that the only person who carried on the forgeries on Mr. Doering was Mr. Doering himself, acted on and perhaps mesmerized by Edmund Grey, and she wanted to find out who this Edmund Grey was. She would confront him and tax him with the crime. It was dangerous, but he could not kill her. Besides, he was described as quite an elderly man. He was also described as a benevolent man, a charitable man, a kindly man, and he wrote letters brimful of the most cheerful optimism. Yet he was carrying on a series of complicated forgeries. She resolved to wait for him. She would wait till sundown, if necessary, for him. The place was very quiet. All the offices were closed and the clerks gone. Most of the men who lived in the chambers were away, out of town, gone on holiday, gone away from Saturday till Monday. Everything was quite quiet and still. The traffic in Holborn was only heard as a continuous murmur which formed part of the stillness. The policeman, who had now said all he had to say to the newspaper boy, was walking slowly and with heavy tread round the court. The inn was quite empty and deserted and still. Only, overhead there was the footfall of a man who walked up and down his room steadily, never stopping or ceasing or changing the time, like the beat of a pendulum. Elsie began to wonder, presently, who this man could be, and if he had nothing better to do than to pace his chamber all day long, when the sun was bright and the leaves on the trees and the flowers in full bloom. The clock struck 4, Elsie had been waiting half an hour, still Mr. Edmund Grey did not arrive, still the steady beat of the footstep continued overhead. The struck 5. Still that steady footfall. Still Elsie sat upon the stairs waiting in patience. When the clock struck 6, the footsteps stopped, or changed. Then a door overhead opened and shut and the steps came down the stairs. Elsie rose and stood on one side. An old man came down, tall and thin, close-shaven, pale, dressed in a black frock coat, worn to a shiny polish in all those parts which take a polish, a shabby old man whose hat seemed hardly able to stand upright, and a gentleman, which was perfectly clear from his bearing, a gentleman in the last stage of poverty and decay. He started, surprised to see a young lady on the stairs. "You are waiting for Mr. Carstone?" he asked. "He is out of town. He will not be back till Monday. Nobody ever comes back before Monday. From Saturday to Monday I have the inn to myself. All that time there are no slammers and no strangers. It is an agreeable retreat, if only." He shook his head and stopped short. "I am not waiting for Mr. Carstone. I am waiting for Mr. Edmund Grey. He is very uncertain. No one knows when he comes or whither he goeth. I would not wait if I were you. He may come today, or tomorrow, or at any time. He comes on Sunday morning, often. I hear him coming upstairs after the chapel bell stops. He is a quiet neighbour, no slammer or tramper. I would not wait, I say, if I were you. I will wait a little longer. I am very anxious to see Mr. Gray. He should wait for you, Mr. Langhorne replied, politely. The stairs are not a fit resting place for you. This old inn is too quiet for such as you. Mirth and joy belong to you, silence and rest to such as me. Even slamming does not, I dare say, greatly displease youth and beauty. Chambers are not for young ladies. Beauty looks for life and love and admiration. They do not exist here. Run away, young lady, leave the inn to the old men, like me, who cannot get away if they would. Thank you. I must see Mr. Edmund Gray, if I can. It will not huff me to wait a little longer. You wish to see Edmund Gray? So do I. So do I. You are a friend of his. Perhaps, therefore, you will do as well. Those who are his friends are like unto him for kindness of heart. Those who wish to be his friends must try to be like unto him. Young lady, I will treat you as the friend of that good man. You can act for him. What can I do if I do act for him? But there was a hungry eagerness in the man's eyes which made her divine what she could do. It is Saturday. He replied without looking at her. He turned away his head. He spoke to the stair window. Tomorrow is Sunday. I have before this, on 1 or 2 found myself as I do now, without money. I have borrowed of Mr. Carstone and of Mr. Edmund Gray. Sometimes, I have paid it back, not always. Lend me, for Mr. Edmund Gray, if you are not rich, he will give it back to you, the sum of 5 shillings, say, 5 shillings. Otherwise, I shall have nothing to eat until Monday, when Mr. Carstone returns. Nothing to eat. Nothing at all to eat. Beggars in the street often make the same confession, but somehow their words fail to carry conviction. Mr. Langhorne, however, did carry conviction. The old man shook his head. I had some food yesterday at this time. Since then I have had nothing. There was neither tea nor bread in my rooms for breakfast. When the clock struck 6, my dinner hour, I thought I would walk along the street and look at the things to eat which are placed in the shop windows. That relieves a little. But tomorrow will be a bad time, a very bad time. I shall lie in bed. Oh! I have gone through it before. Sometimes, he dropped his voice, I'll have been sore tempted to take something. No, don't think I have given way. No. Why, I should be, despard. Not yet. Elsie opened her purse. It contained 2 sovereigns and a shilling or 2. Take all, she said eagerly. Take all the gold, and leave me the silver. Take it instantly. She stamped her foot. He hesitated. All, he asked. All? Can you spare it? I can never repay. Take it, she said again, imperiously. He obeyed. He took the gold out of the purse with trembling fingers. Then he raised his rickety old hat, was that a tear that stole into his eyes, or the rheum of old age, and slowly walked down the stairs, holding by the banisters. He was weak, poor wretch. With hunger. But it was his dinner hour, and he was going to have his dinner. Elsie sat down again. It was 6:30, she had been waiting for 3 hours, when other footsteps entered the house. Elsie sprang to her feet, she turned pale, her heart stood still, for now she realized that if this step was truly that of the man she expected, she was about to confront a person certainly of the deepest criminality, and possibly capable of villainy in any other direction. The steps mounted the stairs. I really think that the bravest persons in the world are those who before the event look forward to it with the utmost apprehension. They know, you see, what the dangers are. Elsie was going to face a great danger. She was going to find out, alone and unaided, who this man was, and why and how he worked these deeds of darkness. The footsteps mounted higher. From the door to the top of the stairs it took but a single minute, yet to Elsie it seemed half an hour, so rapid were her thoughts. Then the man mounted the last flight of steps. Heavens! Elsie was fain to out for sheer amazement. She cried out, she caught at the banisters. For, before her, taking the key of Mr. Edmund Gray's chambers from his waistcoat pocket, was none other than Mr. Doering himself. Yes. An elderly man, of truly benevolent aspect, his coat open flying all abroad, his face soft, gracious, smiling, and full of sunshine, his hat just the least bit pushed back, his left hand in his pocket. Elsie thought again of her portrait at home, in which she had transformed her guardian, and here he was in the flesh, transformed according to her penray. She stared at him with an amazement that bereft her of speech and of motion. She could only stare. Even if her mother's voice were suddenly to call out to her that it is rude for little girls to stare, she could not choose but stare. For Mr. Doering looked at her with that kind of surprise in his eyes which means, "What have we here to do with beautiful young ladies?" There was not the least sign of any knowledge of her. He looked at her as one suffers the eyes to rest for a moment without interest upon a stranger and a casual passenger in the street. He opened his outer door, and was about to walk in, when she recovered some presence of mind, not much. She stepped forward. "Can you tell me, please, how I could find Mr. Edmund Gray?" "Certainly," he smiled, "nothing easier. I am Edmund Gray." "Gray? Oh. No, no. You cannot be Edmund Gray, you yourself." All her beautiful theory of hypnotic influence vanished. No mesmerism or magnetic influence at all. "You yourself," she repeated, "you Edmund Gray." "Assuredly." "Why not? Why should a man not be himself?" "Oh. I don't understand. The world is going upside down. I took you for another person." He laughed gently. "Truly, I am none other than Edmund Gray, always Edmund Gray. My first name I can never change if I wished, because it is my baptismal name. The latter I do not wish to change, because it is my name ancestral. I asked because I fancied a resemblance to another person." "Were you ever told that you are much like a certain other person?" "No, I think not. Resemblances, however, are extremely superficial. No two living creatures are alike. We are alone, each living out his life in the great cosmos, quite alone, unlike any other living creature. However, I am Edmund Gray, young lady. It isn't often that I receive a visit from a young lady in these chambers. If you have no other doubt upon that point, will you let me ask you, once more, how I can help you? And will you come in and sit down?" "Oh! It is wonderful," she cried, "wonderful. Most wonderful." Again she controlled herself. "Are you," she asked again, "the same Mr. Edmund Gray who wrote the letter to the TMES the other day?" "Certainly. There is no other person, I believe, of the name in this inn." "Have you read that letter?" "Yes, oh, yes." "And you have come here to talk to me about that letter?" "Yes, yes." She caught at the hint. "That is why I came, to talk about that letter. I came in the hope of finding the author of that letter at home." He threw open the door of his sitting room. "Will you step in? We can talk quite quietly here. The inn at this hour on Saturday is almost deserted." He closed the outer door and followed his visitor into the sitting room. "This," he went on, "is the quietest place in the whole of London. We have not, in this square, the stately elms of the old garden, but still we have our little advantages, spacious rooms, quiet always in the evening and on Sundays. A few rackety young men, perhaps, but for one who reads and meditates, no better place in London. Now, young lady, take the easy chair and sit down. We will talk. There are very few people who talk to me about my theories. That is because I am old, so that I have lost my friends, and because my views are in advance of the world. No man is so lonely as the man born before his time. He is the prophet, you know, who must be stoned because he prophesies things unintelligible and therefore uncomfortable, even terrifying. I shall be very glad to talk a little with you. Now, allow me first to open these letters. Elsie sat down and looked about her. She was in a large low wainscoted room, with 2 windows looking upon the square. The room was quite plainly but quite well furnished. There was a good-sized study table with drawers, a small table between the windows, a few chairs, a couch and an easy chair, and a large bookcase filled with books on socialism, George had told her. A door opened upon a smaller room. There was probably a bedroom at the back. A plain carpet covered the floor. Above the high old-fashioned mantel were 2 or 3 portraits of leaders. The room, if everything had not been covered with dust, would have been coldly neat. The chairs were all in their places, the window blinds were halfway down as the laundress thought was proper. Millions of Londoners always keep their blinds halfway down, a subject which must some day be investigated by the Folklore Society. The curtains were neatly looped. It wanted only a Bible on a table at a window to make it the front parlour of a Dalston villa. There were no flowers, no ornaments of any kind. Mr. Edmund Gray opened half a dozen letters lying on his table and glanced at them. There were a great many more waiting to be opened. All are from people who have read my letter, he said. They share with me in the new faith of a new humanity. Happy is the man who strikes the note of leading at the right moment. Happy he who lights the lamp just when the darkness is beginning to be felt. Yes, young lady, you are not the only one who has been drawn towards the doctrines of that letter. But I have no time to write to all of them. A letter makes one convert, a paragraph may make 1,000. Elsie rose from her chair. She had decided on her line. You have heard that her voice was curiously soft and winning, a voice that charms, a voice which would soothe a wild creature, and fill a young man's heart with whatever passion she chose to awaken. She had, besides, those soft eyes which make men surrender their secrets, part with their power and their strength. Did she know that she possessed all this power, the girl who had no experience save of one man's love, and that the most natural, easy, and unromantic love in the world, when 2 who are brought up side by side and see each other every day, presently catch each other by the hand and walk for the future hand in hand without a word. Yet Delilah herself, the experienced, the crafty, the trained and taught, could not, did not, act more cleverly and craftily than this artless damsel. To be sure, she possessed great advantages over Delilah, by some esteemed attractive, in the matter of personal charm. Oh, she murmured softly, it is a shame that you should be expected to waste your valuable time in writing letters to these people. You must not do it. Your time is wanted for the world, not for individuals. It is, he replied, fit is. You have said it. You are a master, a leader, a prince in Israel, a preacher, a prophet. I am. You have said it. I should not myself have dared to say it. But I am. No one can doubt it who has read that letter. Be my master, too, as well as the master of all these people who write to you. Be your master. He blushed like a boy. Could I desire anything better? My father and my master, she added with a little change of colour. Girls take fright very easily, and perhaps this old gentleman might interpret the something other than was meant. Yes. He held out his hand. She took it in her own, both her own soft hands, and bowed her head, her comely head, over it. I came today thinking only, oh, thank you for your great and generous and noble words, which have put fresh heart into me. And now that I have thanked you, I am emboldened to ask a favor, anything, anything. You will be my master, you will teach me. Let me, in return, relieve you of this work. She laid her hand on the pile of letters. Let me answer them for you. Let me be your private secretary. I have nothing to do. Let me work for you. She looked into his face with the sweetest eyes and the most winning smile, and her voice warmed the old man's ear like soft music. Ah, Circe! Now that I have seen you, let me be your disciple, your most humble disciple, and Siren, let me be more, Edmund Grey. I cannot say Mr. Grey, let me be more, Edmund Grey. She laid her hand, her soft-gloved, dainty, delicate hand, upon his, and it produced the effect of an electric baton gently handled. Let me be your secretary. It was 10 o'clock before Elsie reached home that evening, and she refused to tell them, even her own brother and her lover, where she had been or how she had spent her evening. Master and disciple. It was Sunday afternoon in Gray's Inn. The new disciple sat at the feet of the master, her Gamaliel. One does not know exactly the attitude adopted by a young rabbi of old, but in this case the disciple sat in a low chair, her hands folded in her lap, curiously and earnestly watching the master as he walked up and down the preaching and teaching. Master, she asked, have you always preached and held these doctrines? Not always. There was a time when I dwelt in darkness, like the rest of the world. How did you learn these things? By reading books. No, I discovered them. I worked them out for myself by logic, by reason, and by observation. Everything good and UE must be discovered by a man for himself. What did you believe in that old time? Was it, with the rest of the world, the sacredness of property 9v perhaps? He stood in front of her, laying his right forefinger in his left forefinger and inclining his head. My dear young scholar, one who believes as I believe, not with half a heart, but wholly, and without reserve, willingly forgets the time when he was as yet groping blindly in darkness or walking in artificial light. He wishes to forget that time. There is no profit in remembering that time. I have so far drilled and trained myself not to remember that time, that I have in fact clean forgotten it. I do not remember what I thought or what I said, or with whom I associated in that time. It is a most blessed forgetfulness. I dare say I could recover the memory of it if I wished, but the effort would be painful. Spare me. The recovery of that part would be humiliating. Spare me, scholar. Yet, if you wish, if you command, oh, no, no. Forgive me. Elsie touched his hand. He took hers and held it. Was it with a little joy or a little fear that the girl observed the power she already had over him? I would not cause you pain. Besides, what does it matter? You know, my child, when the monk assumes the tonsure and the triple cord, he leaves behind him, outside the cell, all the things of the world, ambition, love, luxury, the pride of the eye, all. He forgets everything. He casts away everything. He abandons everything, for meditation and prayer. The monk, added the sage, is a foolish person, because his meditation advances not the world a whit. I am like the monk, save that I think for the world instead of myself. And so, spending days and nights in meditation, I know not what went before, nor do I care. It is a second birth when the new faith takes you and holds you together, so that you care for nothing else. Oh, child! Upon you also this shall come, this obsession, this possession, so that your spirit shall know of no time but that spent in the service of the cause. Nay, I go so far that I forget from day to day what passed, except when I was actively engaged for the cause. Yesterday I was here in the afternoon. You came. We talked. You offered yourself as my disciple. I remember every word you said. Could I ever forget a disciple so lustful and so humble? But, before you came, where was I? Doubtless here, meditating. But I know not. Then there are things which one must do to live, breakfast, dinner, of these I remember nothing. Why should I? It is a great gift and reward to me that I should not remember unnecessary things, low and common things. Why should I try to do so? No, no, murmured the catechumen, carried away by his earnestness. Best forget them. Best live altogether in and for the cause. Yet, she wondered, how was she to bring things home to him unless he could be made to remember? He was mad 1 hour and sane the next. How should she bridge the gulf and make the madman cross over to the other side? The master took her hand in his and held it paternally. We needed such a disciple as you, he went on, slightly bending his head over her. Among my followers there is earnestness without understanding. They believe in the good time, but they are impatient. They want revolution, which is terrific and destroys. I want conviction. There are times when a great idea flies abroad like the flame through the stubble. But men's minds must first be so prepared that they are ready for it. The world is not yet ready for my idea, and I am old, and may die too soon to see the sudden rise of the mighty flood, when that doctrine shall suddenly cease in all mankind. We need disciples. Above all, we need women. Why do women, I wonder, throw themselves away in imitating man, when there are 1,000 things that they can do better than any man? I want women, young, beautiful, faithful. I can find work for hundreds of women. Hypatia would be worth to me, to us, far more than he of the golden mouth. Child, your sweet voice, your sweet face, your sweet eyes, I want them. I will take them and use them, expend them, for the great cause. It may be that you will be called upon to become the first martyr of the cause. Hypatia was murdered by a raging mob. You will have against you a mob worse than any of Alexandria. You will have a mob composed of all those who are rich, and all who want to be rich, and all the servile crews at their command. Happy girl! You will be torn to pieces for the cause of humanity. Happy girl! I see the roaring, shrieking mob. I see your slender figure on the steps. What steps? Where? I hear your voice, clear and high. You are preaching to them, they close in round you, you disappear, they have dragged you down, they trample the life out of you. You are dead, 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 and a name forever. And the cause has had its martyr. It was strange. She who had offered herself as a disciple with deception in her heart, thinking only to watch and wait and spy until she could see her way plain before her, who knew that she was listening to the voice and the dreams of a madman? Yet she was carried away, he made her see the mob, she saw herself dragged down and trampled under their heels. She shuddered, yet she was exultant, her eyes glowed with a new light, she murmured, yes, yes. Do with me what you please. I am your disciple, and I will be your martyr, if you please. Great and wonderful is the power of enthusiasm. You see, it matters nothing, nothing in the world, what a man has to preach and teach, whether he advocates obi, or telepathy, or rapping, or spirits who hide teacups in coat pockets. It matters nothing that there is neither common sense nor evidence, nor common reason to back him. If he only possess the magnetic power, he will create a following, he will have disciples who will follow him to the death. What is it, this power? It makes the orator, the poet, the painter, the novelist, the dramatist, it makes the leader of men, it made the first king, the first priest, the first conqueror. Come, said Mr. Edmund Gray, the time passes. I must take you to my place. They walked out together, master and scholar. The man who was mad walked carelessly and buoyantly, his coat flying open, one hand in his pocket, the other brandishing his walking stick, his head thrown back, his face full of light, and, though his words were sometimes strong, always full of kindness. Now the same man, the man of Lincoln's Inn, wore his coat tightly buttoned, walked with a firm precise step, looked straight before him, and showed the face of one wholly occupied with his own thoughts. There was a man who was mad and a man who was sane, and certainly the madman was the more interesting of the two. This place, said the master, meaning Gray's Inn, is entirely filled with those who live by and for the defence of property. They absorb and devour a vast portion of it while they defend it. No one, you see, defends it unless he is paid for it. Your country, your family, your honour, you will defend for nothing, but not another man's property, no. For that you must be paid. Every year it becomes more necessary to defend property, every year the hordes of mercenaries increase. Here they are lawyers and lawyers' clerks, a vast multitude. Outside there are agents, brokers, insurers, financiers, I know not what, all defending property. They produce nothing, these armies, they take their toll, they devour a part of what other people have produced before they hand on the residue to the man who says it is his property. Elsie did not say this aloud. If these words could only be heard in Lincoln's Inn! If they could be repeated to a certain lawyer! From time to time she looked at him curiously. How if he should suddenly return to his senses? What would he think? How should she explain? Mr. Doing, you have been off your head. You have been talking the most blasphemous things about property. You would never believe that even in madness you could say such things. No, he never would believe it, never. He could not believe it. What if his brother, Sir Samuel, were to hear those words? Meantime, the apostle walked along unconscious, filled with his great mission. Oh, heavens! That Mr. Doing, should believe he had a mission. The master stopped a passing tram-car. Let us climb up to the roof, he said. There we can talk and breathe and look about us, and sometimes we can listen. On the seat in front of them sat two young men, almost boys, talking together eagerly. Mr. Edmund Gray leaned forward and listened shamelessly. They are two young atheists, he said. They are cursing religion. There is to be a discussion this evening at Battle Arches between a Christian and an atheist, and they are going to assist. They should be occupied with the question of the day. They cannot, because they, too, are paid defenders of property. They are lawyers' clerks. They are poor and they are slaves, all their lives they will be slaves and they will be poor. Instead of fighting against slavery and poverty, which they know and feel, they fight against the unknown and the unintelligible. Pity! Pity! They passed two great railway termini, covering an immense area with immense buildings. Now, said the sage, there are millions of property invested in railways. Whenever the railway servants please, they can destroy all that property at a stroke. Pedlaps, you will live to see this done. But, said Elsie timidly, we must have things carried up and down the country. Certainly. We shall go carrying things up and down the country, but not in the interests of property. The tram ran past the stations and under broad railway arches, called Battle Arches, where the two young atheists got down, eager for the fray, always renewed every Sunday afternoon, with the display of much intellectual skill and much ignorance. It is a duel from which both combatants retire, breathed and flushed, proud of having displayed so much smartness, both claiming the victory, surrounded by admiring followers, and neither of them killed, neither of them hurt, neither of them a bit the worse, and both ready to begin again the following Sunday with exactly the same attack and exactly the same defence. There are some institutions, Christianity, the Church of England, the House of Lords, for instance, which invite and receive premature attacks, from which they emerge without the least harm, so far as one can perceive. If they were all abolished tomorrow, what would the spouters do? The car stopped again, and two girls mounted, two work girls of the better sort, not, that is to say, the sort which wears an ulster and a large hat with a flaming feather in it, working girl dressed quietly and neatly. They ought to have been cheerful and even gay, for they were both young, both good-looking, both nicely dressed, and it was Sunday afternoon, warm and sunny. Yet they were not cheerful at all. One of them was in a rage royal, and the other, her friend, was in a rage sympathetic, quite a real rage. They were talking loudly on the curb while they waited for the tram, they carried on their conversation as they climbed the stair, they continued it while they chose a seat, and before they sat down, without the least regard to those who sat near them, whether they overheard or wished not to hear, or anything. They were wholly occupied with themselves and their rage and their narrative. They neither saw nor heeded anyone else, which is the way that the angry woman has. So I told her, I up and told her, I did. Yes, I said, you and your 15 hours a day and overtime are your fines, so as to rob the poor girls of their money, and your stinkin' little room, as isn't fit for two, let alone a dozen, and your flarin' gas, I said, to choke us and poison us, and your dinners, your dinners, I said, fit for pigs, and your beast of a husband coming round with his looks and his leers, you let my husband alone, she looks and his leers, I said. Some day the girls'll take him out and drown him head first, in the gutter, I said. And a good job too. You didn't say all that, Liz, asked the other, admiringly. My! What's she say to that? Her beast of a husband? And his looks and his leers? Did you really, Liz, and her that jealous? Elle did. Oh. I let her have it. For once she did have it. Then I took my money and I went off, never mind what she called me, that don't matter. She got the nuth for once. What do you make of this, disciple? Asked the master. It seems a quarrel between the girl and her employer. These are the makers of property. They are not the soldiers who defend it. They are those who create it. The girls are employed by the sweater, who stands on the lowest rung of the ladder of property, and steals the things as fast as they are made. One of them has been turned out. What will she do? Will she find another place? Elle don't know. What becomes of the young? It is a difficult question. No one knows. Some say this and some say that. We know what becomes of the old when they are turned out. They die. But as for the young, I know not. You are young, and you are a woman. Go among the young women who have been turned out and find for yourself, for the world, what does become of them. They passed an immense churchyard, with an ancient church standing in the midst, the churchyard now cleared of its headstones and converted into a beautiful garden, after the modern fashion, in which we have abandoned the pretence of remembering the dead, and plant flowers and turf above their graves for the solace of the living. Why not? Let the nameless dead be remembered by the nameless dead. Their virtues, if they had any, may live after them in their descendants. See, said Mr. Edmund Gray, moralizing. Here they lie, those who were soldiers of property and those who were slaves of property. They are mostly the poor of their parish who lie in that garden. No headstones mark their grave. They were bomb, they toiled for others to enjoy, and they died. Is this the life that men should most desire? Nay, said the disciple. But there must be the strong and weak, clever and dull, there must be inequalities. Yes, inequalities of gifts. One man is stronger, one is sharper, one is cleverer than another. Formerly, those gifts were used to make their possessor richer and more powerful. The strong man got followers and made slaves. The clever man cheated the dull man out of his land and his liberty. Henceforth, these gifts will be used for the general good. Patience. You shall understand all in good time. He stopped the tram and they descended. Lying east of the Hampstead Road and Camden High Street, and bounded on that side by the canal, the great space occupied by the Midland and Great Northern Goods Depot, by gas works, wharfs, and railway arches, there is a network of streets very little known to any but the parish clergy. No part of London is less interesting than this district. It used to be called Somers Town, but I think that the old name has almost died out. It is about 100 years old, regarded as a settlement. It possesses 3 churches at least, 2 workhouses, 1 almshouse, and 3 burial grounds turned into gardens. It is also cheered by the presence of a coal depot. Many small industries are carried on in this quarter. There are many lodging houses. The streets are rather grimy, the houses are rather shabby, the people are rather slipshod. They are not criminals, they are, in a way, respectable, that is to say, tolerably respectable. It is not a picturesque suburb. Dullness reigns. It is a dismally dull quarter. There are children, but they lack mirth, and young girls, but they lack the spring of youth. One would say that there was a low standard in everything, even in the brightness of dress. The place looks better in winter than in summer. Today, the bright sunshine only made the shabbiness of the streets more shabby. Is your place here? Asked Elsie. Yes, it is here. You wonder why I came here? Because the people here are not all working people. Some of them are small employers, those of whom I spoke, who stand on the lowest mng of the ladder and steal the things as fast as they are made, and take toll, and hoard up savings. The working man is generous and open to others, compared with these people. I planted my place down in the midst of them. But you shall see, you shall see. It was like a dream. Elsie walked beside her conductor. Yesterday she made the acquaintance of this man for the first time. She had never seen him before except in his sane condition. He was a madman, a real dangerous madman, stark staring mad. He was taking her she knew not where, to some place among strange people. She walked beside him without the least fear. She who would have fled before the most harmless lunatic, and she was going with him as his disciple. George, she said afterwards, I do not know how it happened. I could not choose but go with him. I could not choose but to become his disciple. He compelled me. I lost my will. I even forgot that he was a madman. I gave up my reason and all. I followed him, and I believed all that he told me. How did he get that power? Directly I left him, I became myself again. I perceived the mad enthusiast. I saw Mr. Doing caricatured and proclaiming foolishness. But in his presence I was his servant and his slave. Here we are, he said. This is my place. Let us go in the hall of the new faith. The place, as Mr. Edmund Gray modestly called it, was a meek and unpretending structure. The word is used advisedly, because no one could call it anything else. Not an edifice, not a building, a structure. It turned its gabled front to the street, with a door below and a window above. It was of grey brick with a slate roof, a very plain and simple structure. It might have been a primitive Methodist chapel. The connection are fond of such neat and unpretending places, or a room belonging to the Salvation Army, or one of those queer lecture halls affected by secularists and generally called the Hall of Science. On the doorpost was affixed a small handbill, announcing that every Sunday evening at 7 o'clock an address would be pronounced by Edmund Gray, on the subject of property. On the same bill, below the line of the principal title, were suggestive subtitles. Thus, Property and its Evils. Property and its Dant 1 ERS. Property and Liberty. Property and Progress. Property and its Decay. The master pointed to the bill. Read it, he said. There you have my mission clearly announced. No mistake about it. A bold pronouncement, which cannot be mistaken. I make war against property. I am the enemy irreconcilable, the enemy to the death, of property. I am almost alone against the world, for my followers are a feeble folk and without power. All the interests, all the prejudices, all the powers, all the intellect, of the whole world are against me. I stand alone. But I fear nothing, because the future is given over to me and to mine, yea, though I do not live to see the day of victory. He opened the door, and Elsie entered. She found herself in a room about 60 feet long by 20 broad, and lofty, a fine and goodly room. It was furnished with a long and narrow table running down the middle, and a few benches. Nothing else. The table was laid with a white cloth, and provided with plates of ham and beef, cold sausages, hard-boiled eggs, cakes, toast, muffins, bread and butter, marmalade, jam, shrimps, watercresses, and teacups. In fact, there was spread out a tea of generous proportions. The room was half filled with 30 or 40 people, mostly young, though there were some elderly men. Among them Elsie remarked, without surprise, the decayed barrister of Gray's Inn. Perhaps he was attracted as much by the loaves as by the sermon. 3/4 of them were young men. Elsie noticed that they were young men of a curious type, their faces keen, their eyes hard, their manner aggressive. They belonged to a church militant. They longed to be fighting. On the appearance of their preacher they flocked about him, shaking hands and inquiring after his health. At least, therefore, he had the affection of his followers. "My friends," said the prophet, "I bring you a new disciple. She comes to us from the very stronghold of property." Her friends, yet he had shown no sign of recognition, are either those who pillage the producer, or those who rob the possessor on pretense of defending him. She is at present only a recruit. She comes to listen and to learn. She will go home to remember and to meditate. She is a recruit now who will be hereafter a leader. The people received her with curiosity. They were not of the higher classes, to put it mildly, and they had never had a young lady among them before. 2 or 3 girls who were present, girls from the dressmakers' workrooms, looked at her frock with envy and at her bonnet and her gloves with a yearning, helpless, heart-sinking admiration. To the young men she seemed a goddess, unapproachable. They stood at a distance, men of the rank above them would have worshipped. These young men only gaped. Such a girl had nothing to do with their lives. Apparently they had been waiting for the master, for at the moment a stout woman and a girl appeared bearing trays with teapots and jugs of hot water, which they placed upon the board. Mr. Edmund Gray took the chair. Elsie began to feel like Alice in Wonderland. She came to see a place, she expected to hear a sermon or a lecture, and behold a tea. "Sit beside me," said the master. "We begin our evening on Sunday with a simple feast, which I provide. It is a sign of brotherhood. Every Sunday we begin with this renewal of fraternity. Those who break bread together are brothers and sisters. In the good time to come every meal shall be in common, and every evening meal shall be a feast. Eat and drink with us, my daughter. So you will understand that you belong to a brotherhood." "Try some shrimps, miss," said her neighbour on the right, an elderly man, who was a builder's foreman. History does not concern itself with what Elsie took. She found the meal very much to the purpose after a long afternoon of talk, argument, and emotion. She was young and she was hungry. The tea was good, the things to eat were good, the cake and toast were admirable. Elsie ate and drank and wondered what was coming next. After a little, she began to look round her and to watch the company. There were now, she counted, 45 of them, 45 disciples of Mr. Edmund Gray. What had he to teach them? The destruction of property. Out of the 4 millions of London, 45 were found who wanted to destroy property, only 45. But perhaps all who that step were not present. Her ancient prejudices whispered that this was a reassuring fact, considering that the preacher had preached his doctrine for 9 long years. Only 45. Next to her the foreman began to talk to her of Fourier and Owen, and a dozen half-forgotten leaders in the old experiments. He had been a Chartist in the 40s, he was a Socialist in these, the 90s, but he confessed that before any real reform was attempted, property must first be destroyed. "It's the selfishness," he whispered earnestly, "that's got to be torn out by the roots. Take that away, and there's a chance for the world. It never can be taken away till a man finds that he can't work no longer for himself, and that he must work for all, whether he likes it or lumps it. Don't give him the choice nor the chance, I say. Take away property, and there's neither choice nor chance left. You hear Mr. Gray upon that? Oh, he's powerful. What do they say? Naked we came into the world. Naked we enter into the kingdom of heaven. There's a wonderful lot of fine things hagen to that. You must wait till you hear Mr. Gray upon that theme. Kingdom of heaven. To hear the parsons talk, it's away above the clouds. Not so. It's here, close beside us, on this earth. All we've got to do is to put out our hands and reach it. You may put out your hands as much as you like, said one of the younger men, but you won't reach it, all the same. Property stands between. At our place, said a girl sitting opposite, a girl of intelligent face, pale, and work from 8 till 8, and sometimes longer, for 12 shillings a week. I know what things cost and what they sell for. I could produce enough to keep me, a good deal better than I live now if I could sell what I made myself for 4 hours work a day. So I work 8 hours a day, not counting the dinner hour, just to keep the boss and to make property for him. My property it is. Well, I know in here, we say, our property, outside we say, my property. Where's your kingdom of heaven, then, if you reach out your hand ever so far, so long as I've got to work to make somebody else rich? Let's destroy property, and then we shall see. A desire, a foolish concealed desire, born of prejudice, seized Elsie to argue. For she perceived in the girl's reasoning certain confusions and intricacies. But she had the courage to suppress the inclination, she refrained. She was a disciple. She must listen. I am a slave, like all the rest of us, another young man remarked cheerfully. My master owns me. He can sell me if he likes, only he calls it by another name. He can't take a whip and lash me, though he'd like to, because, if he did, I'd break every bone in his body for him, but he can cut down the work and the money. I do editing and reporting for a local paper. 30 shillings a week. The proprietor makes £10 a week out of it. And I'm not allowed to tell the truth for fear of advertisers. He added a few words not commonly heard in a place that looks like a chapel on a Sunday evening. Elsie observed that their faces showed two variations of expression, only two. The majority of the company had the eyes of the dreamer, the theorist, the enthusiast. They are soft eyes, and in repose are heavy, and they look through stone walls into space, far away, space where their dreams are realized and men and women live according to their theories. In moments of enthusiasm and passion they become flaming fires. These eyes belong to most of those present. The rest, the minority, were those who are angry and restless and eager for the practical application of the doctrine. These want revolution, they are impatient, they feel for themselves the injustices and impressions which enthusiasts feel for others. These are always resentful, the others are always hopeful. These want to convert the world at once with bludgeon and with gun, the others are certain that before long the world will be converted by reason. The one despairs of anything but force, the other will have no force. The one hates his enemy, he would kill him if he could, he has no words too bad for him. The enthusiast, on the other hand, regards his enemy with pity, and would at any moment welcome him, forgive him, and, well, invite him to a fraternal tea if he would only desert his ranks and come over. And these are the two divisions in Evio party, and such is the nature of man that there must always be these two divisions. The fraternal tea finished, the company cleared the tables, everybody lending a hand, perhaps as another sign or pledge of fraternity. It was then nearly 7, the hour appointed for the address. The door was thrown wide open for the admission of the world, but there was no sign that the world took the least interest in the subject of property. No one came at all. Elsie learned afterwards that the world outside the hall had long since grown tired of the subject on which Mr. Gray had been preaching for 9 years. Those who came to the tea were the inner circle of believers or disciples, a small but faithful company, to whose members there was rarely any addition. At 7 Mr. Edmund Gray rose to commence his address, standing at the head of the table, so that it was like an after-dinner speech. Outside, the sun was hot and bright and the air clear. Within the hall, there were the mingled odours and steams of long protracted and hearty fraternal tea. The air was heavy and the room dark. When the master began to speak, a young man, one of the ardent and wrathful kind, drew out a notebook and took everything down. All listened with respect, some with rapt interest. Some nodded, some groaned, some said "Hear" softly, to encourage the preacher and to show their adhesion to principle. Elsie sat at the right hand of the speaker. His discourses moved her much less in this public place than in his chambers. The persuasive voice was there, but it did not persuade her. Moreover, she could not meet his eyes. Their magnetism failed to touch her. So much the better, because she could listen with cold judgment and watch the people. "My friends," he began, "my brothers and my sisters, we are all long since agreed that the root of all evil, the first form of disease, the first fatal step that was leading to so many other mischiefs, was the beginning of property. We have proved that so often, we are all so entirely agreed upon this vital principle, that we seldom, and only on rare occasions, find it necessary to do more than assume its truth. That occasion, however, is the present, when we have among us one who comes as a stranger, yet a disciple, one who has a mind open to the influence of reason, one who is anxious to clear herself of the prejudices and absurdities in which she has been from infancy brought up. Let us, therefore, briefly, for her instruction and for the strengthening of our own faith, point out some of the arguments which support this position. It is to us an axiom. To the world it still requires proof. And the world refuses to accept the proof, because it is given over to the chase of the abominable thing. He proceeded to parade the reasons which made his school regard property as the root of all evil. The line which Lie pursued was not new. Many men have pointed out before Mr. Edmund Gray the selfishness of mankind as illustrated by the universal game of grab. Others, with equal force, have shown that the protection of things causes an immense expenditure and a great shrinkage in things. Others have shown that it is the continual efforts of men to get without working the things for which others have worked, that fill our jails and keep up an army of police. We start with a false principle, the master went on, which has lined the world and still keeps it down. If there are to be rich men, they must become rich at the expense of the rest, they must be few and the poor must be many. Therefore, the protection of property is the robbery of the poor by law. We all know that, in this place we have agreed, so far 1,000 times, the rich can only become rich by robbing they rob their land, they rob their work, they rob their whole lives, and they are permitted and encouraged by the law. Shall we, then, change the law? No, it would be a work too vast. Shall we change the minds of men? Not by reason. It is impossible by any argument so long as by law and custom they can still rob the producer of his work. The only way is to destroy all property. When men can no longer by any kind of thought get richer than their neighbours, then they will cease to think for themselves, and think for the whole community. You will say, some one may object, that some are not the same in strength of mind or of body. There will be many, then, who will refuse to work at all, and become burdens on the community. We have thought of that objection. At first, there would be many such, but not for long. Because we should kill them? Yes, my friends, he added with a smile of the sweetest benevolence. For the good of the community it will be necessary, without any sentimental considerations, to kill all those who refuse to work, all those who shirk their work, all those who persistently do scamped and bad work. They must die. So the Commonwealth shall contain none but those who are vigorous, loyal, and For the rest, death, if it means the death of a million who were once rich, death is the only escape from the difficulty which is so often objected. It has been asked again how we differ from the socialists. In this, we would begin with no theories, no constitution, no code. Only let every man give all his strength, all his heart, all his mind, to the good of the commonwealth, without the least power of enriching himself, saving money. Of course there would be no money, without the chance of getting better food and better clothes than the rest, and we may safely leave the world to take care of itself. Why, my brothers, why, my sisters, should we poor purblind creatures, unable to comprehend more than a glimpse of that glorious future which awaits the world when property shall be destroyed, why, I say, should we dare to lay down schemes and invent systems for that glorified humanity? Let us leave them to themselves. They will be as far above us, my brothers, as we are already above the holders and the defenders of property. Elsie looked at the little gathering, 45, with a little smile. They were then already far above the holders and the defenders of property, and again she thought, what if these words were heard in Lincoln's Inn? How, then, can property be destroyed? At this practical question everyone sat upright, coughed, and looked interested. Their preacher had often enough declaimed upon the evils of property. He seldom spoke of a practical way. Perhaps the time had come. There are, my friends, several ways. They are already beginning to be understood and to be worked. The Irish and the politicians who wanted the Irish vote have shown the world how to destroy property in land. Believe me, that example will be followed. It was an evil day for the holders of property when the government interfered between the landlord and his tenant. That example will bear fruit elsewhere. We shall see everywhere the owners of the land turned out and their places taken by those who work the land. The next step is from land to houses. Why not with houses as with land? Since a beginning has been made, it must be carried on. But there is other property besides lands and houses. There are companies with shares, railways, and so forth. We have only begun to see what united labour can effect, since union of labour is, in fact, not yet begun. When it is fairly started it will pay small respect to shareholders and to dividends. When wages are paid, there will be perhaps no dividend left at all. In a single year, nay, a single week, the whole capital invested in all the companies will lose its value, it will be so much waste paper. My friends, we need not stir hand or foot to bring about this end, it will be done for us by the working man, and by those who follow the example of Ireland. They will do it for their own selfish ends first, but property once destroyed, we shall never again allow it to be created. Warmed with his subject, his voice grew more musical, his face glowed. Elsie, a splendid, a noble sight. I see the great houses in the country fallen to ruin and decay, their contents are stored in museums, the great palaces of the towns are pulled down, the towns themselves are decayed and shrunk, there is no property, there is no one working for himself. The man of science works his laboratory for the community, but he has the honor of his discoveries. The medical man pursues his work with no thought of getting rich. There is plenty to go the round of everything, oh, plenty of the best. We can have what we like, do what we like, dress as we like, teach what we please, provided we work for the state. If we refuse, death. If we give bad work, death. It is the only law. We shall have no lawyers, no power, no magistrates. Oh, great and glorious time, you shall see it, you who are young, yes, you shall see it, while I, who have dreamed of the time so long, I shall lie low in the grave. What matter, so the time come and so the world rises free at last to follow out the destiny of a new and glorified humanity. He sat down and laid his head upon his hand, as one in prayer. They remained in silence till he raised his head. Then the young man who had called attention to his slavery spoke. There is perhaps another way, he said, which might do the job for us. Suppose the chemists were to find out how to produce food of any kind, artificially just as good and as nourishing as if it was butcher meat or bread. Suppose it could be produced dirt cheap. Most chemists' things cost nothing. Then no one would need to work, because he'd have his food found for him. If no one would need to work, no one could get rich anymore. And if no one wanted to buy anything, nobody could sell. Then riches wouldn't count, and there you are. Let's get a chemist to take the thing up. The conversation that followed shook out new ideas. Presently it flagged, and one by one the people stole away. The master and the disciple returned in the tram as far as Gray's Inn. The master fell into profound silence a quarter of an hour before the end of journey. When they got down, Elsie observed first, that he buttoned his coat, next, that he put on gloves, thirdly, that he pulled his hat forwards, and lastly, that he ignored her presence. He drew himself erect, and walked away with firm and precise step in the direction of Bedford Row, which is on the other side of Gray's Inn. He was once more Mr. Edward Doing. "I wonder," said Elsie, "how much, tomorrow, he will recollect. Can he remember?" It was past 10 o'clock that Sunday evening when Elsie arrived home. Athelstan and George were waiting up for her. "Again the mysterious appointment?" asked the former. "Are we to know anything yet?" Elsie shook her head. "Not tonight." "Very good. You look tired, Elsie." "I am tired, thank you. And I think I would rather not talk tonight. I will go to my own room. Have patience, both of you, for a day or two longer. Believe me, everything is going well. The only reason why I cannot tell you what I have been doing is that it is so strange, so wonderful, that I have not been able even to shape it into words in my own mind." "What is today?" "The 1st of August." "Only 11 days yet." "11 long days," said George, "but also 11 short days. I do not forget." "Well, you may both of you sit down, go about your business, you need do nothing more. As for me, I think you will have to get on without me evening this week. But be quite easy. The thing is done." And with that, nodding and laughing, she ran out of the room. "It is done," repeated George. "The thing is done." "Which thing?" "It is done," repeated Athelstan. "What is done? How was it done? Who did it? When was it done?" "Since Elsie says it is done, I am bound to accept her assurance. Presumably, she has caught old Checkley at South Square, in the very act. Never mind, I am quite sure that Elsie knows what she says." In her own retreat Elsie sat down to consider. If you think of it, she had a good deal to consider. She had, in fact, a tremendous weapon, an 80-ton Woolwich, in her possession, a thing which had to be handled so that when it was fired it should not produce a general massacre. All those who had maligned and spoken and thought evil of her brother and her lover should, she thought, be laid prostrate by the mere puff and whiff of the discharge. Checkley should fall backwards, and raise a bump at the back of his head as big as an egg. Sir Samuel and Hilda should be tumbled down in the most ignominious fashion, just as if they had no money at all. And her mother should be forced to cry out that she had been wrong and hasty. She held in her own hands nothing less than the complete demolition of all this erection of suspicion and malignity. Nothing less. She could restore to her brother that which he had never lost, save in the eyes of his own people, who should have been the most jealous to preserve it. No greater service could be rendered to him. And she could clear from her lover's name whatever shreds and mists had been gathered round it by the industrious breath of Checkley, that humble cloud compeller. You see, we all have this much of Zeus in us, even in the compelling of clouds, every man by the exercise of a little malignity, a little insinuation, and a few can raise quite a considerable mist about the head or the name or the figure or the reputation of anyone. Women, some women, that is, are constantly engaged in this occupation, and after they have been at their work, it is sometimes hard for the brightest sunshine to melt those mists away. To be able to clear away clouds is a great thing. Besides this, Elsie had found out what the rest had failed to find out, and by the simplest method. She had learned from the only person who knew at what hour she should be most likely to find the mysterious Edmund Gray, and she had then waited on the stairs until he came. No method more direct, yet nobody thought of it except herself. She had done it. As the result, there was no longer any mystery. The man who forged the first check, the man who wrote those letters and conducted their transfer, was, as they all thought at first, Edmund Gray. No other. And Edmund Gray was Edward Doing, one and the same person, and Edward Doing was a madman, and this discovery it was which so profoundly impressed her. There were no Confederates, there was no one wanted to intercept the post, no one had tampered with the safe. The chief himself had received the letters and conducted the correspondence alternately as Edmund Gray himself, or Edmund Gray acting unconsciously for Edward Doing. Perfectly impossible, perfectly simple, perfectly intelligible. As for the impossibility, a fact may remain when its impossibility is established. Elsie was not a psychologist or a student of the brain. She knew nothing about mental maladies. She only said after what she had seen and heard, "The man is mad." Then she thought how she should best act. To establish the identity of Mr. Doing and Edmund Gray must be done. It was the one thing necessary. Very well. That could easily be done, and in a simple way. She had only to march into his office at the head of a small band of witnesses and say, "You wanted us to find out Edmund Gray. I have found him. And thou art the man." He would deny it. He snidely knew nothing about it. Then she would call upon her witnesses. First, Athelstan's commissionaire, who declared that he should remember, even after 8 years or 80 years, the gentleman who sent him to cash that cheque. Who is this man, commissionaire? That is Mr. Edmund Gray. Next, the landlord of his chambers. Who is this man? That is Mr. Edmund Gray, my tenant for 9 years. Then she would call the eminent barrister, Mr. Langhorne. Do you know this man? He is my neighbour, Mr. Edmund Gray. And Freddie Carstone the coach. He is my neighbour, Mr. Edmund Gray. And the laundress, and she would say, "I have done for the gentleman for 9 years. He's a very good gentleman, and generous, and his name is Mr. Edmund Gray." And the people from the hall, and they would make answer, with one consent, "That is Mr. Edmund Gray, our preacher and our teacher." And she herself would give her testimony, "I have sat with you in your chambers. I have heard you lecture in your hall, surrounded by these good people, and you are Edmund Gray." The thing was quite easy to do. She could bring forward all this evidence at once, and it would be unanswerable and convincing even to Sir Samuel. Except for one thing which made it difficult. The discovery would be a most dreadful, a most terrible, revelation to one who believed himself to be the most respectable solicitor in the whole of London, the most trustworthy, the clearest in mind, the keenest in vision, the coldest in judgment. He would learn without the least previous suspicion or preparation, or any softening of the blow, that for many years he had been, what? Is there any other word, any kinder word, any word less terrifying or less humiliating by which the news could be conveyed to him that he had been heavens? What a word it is! How terrible to look at with its 3 little letters which mean so much! All the words that mean much are monosyllables, B-E-W-I. They are the oldest words, you see, they have been used from time immemorial by prehistoric man as well as by ourselves. Mr. Doing had to be told that he was mad. Somehow or other, he must be told that. It seemed at first the only way out of the difficulty. How could this girl communicate the dreadful news to her guardian, who had always been to her considerate, and even affectionate? She shrank from the task. Then she thought she would hand it over to her brother Athelstan. But he was far more concerned about clearing up the hateful business than about softening the blow for Mr. Doing, or of communicating it to George. What should she do? Mr. Doing was mad. Not mad all the time, but mad now and then, sometimes every day, sometimes with intervals. This kind of madness, I believe, takes many forms, a fact which should make the strongest men tremble. Sometimes it lasts a long time before it is found out. Sometimes even it is never found out at all. Solicitors and doctors tell queer stories about it. For instance, that story, quite a common story of an old gentleman of irreproachable reputation, a speaker and leader in religious circles, a man enormously respected by all classes, concerning whom not his bitterest enemy had a word of scandal, yet, after his death, things deplorable, things incredible, things to be suppressed at any cost, were brought to the knowledge of his lawyers. At certain times he went mad, you see. Then he forgot who he was, he forgot his reputation, his place in the world, and the erstwhile penalties of being found out. He went down, he lived among people of the baser sort, and became an inferior man with another name, and died without ever knowing his own dreadful record. Another of whom I have heard was mad for 15 years, yet the chief of a great house, who all the time conducted the business with great ability. He was found out at last because he began to buy things. Once he sent home 6 grand pianos, another time he bought all the cricket bats that were in stock in a certain shop, and another time he bought all the hats that fitted him at all the hatters' shops within a circle whose centre was Piccadilly Circus and the radius a mile long. After this they gave him a cheerful companion, who took walks abroad with him, and he retired from active business. Some philosophers maintain that we are all gone mad on certain points. In that case, if one does not know it or suspect it, and if our friends neither know nor suspect it, what does it matter? There are also, we all know, points on which some of us are mad, and everybody knows it. There is the man who believes that he is a great poet, and publishes volume after volume, all at his own expense, to prove it. There is the man, but he ought to be taken away and put on a treadmill, who writes letters to the papers on every conceivable subject with the day before yesterday's wisdom. There is the man who thinks he can paint. We all know plenty of men mad like unto these, and we are for the most part willing to tolerate them. Considerations, however, on the universality of the complaint fail to bring consolation to any except those who have it not. In the same way, nobody who dies of any disease is comforted with the thought of the rarity or frequency of that disease. Its interesting character has no charm for him. Nor is the man on his way to be hanged consoled by the reminder that thousands have trodden that flow one way before him. To Mr. Doing, proud of his own intellect, self-sufficient and strong, the discovery of these things would certainly bring humiliation intolerable, perhaps, even, shame unto death itself. How, oh! How could things be managed so as to spare him this pain? Elsa's difficulties grew greater the more she pondered over them. It was past midnight when she closed the volume of thought and her eyes at the same moment. In the morning, Athelstan kissed her gravely. "Do you remember what you said last night, Elsie? You said that we could rest at peace because the thing was done." "Well, Athelstan, the words could only have one meaning, could they? I mean, if you want me to be more explicit, that the thing is actually done. My dear brother, I know all about it now. I know who signed that first cheque, who sent the commissionaire to the bank, who received the notes, who placed them in the safe, who wrote about the transfers, who received the letters and carried on the whole business. I can place my hand him today if necessary. Without doubt. With proofs, ample proofs. Without the least doubt, with a cloud of witnesses. My dear brother, do not doubt me. I have done it. Yet, for a reason, to spare one most deeply concerned, for the pity of it, if you knew, give me a few days, a week, perhaps, to find a way if I can. If I cannot, then the cruel truth must be told bluntly, whatever happens. Remember all the mischief the old villain has done. The old villain? Oh. You mean Checkley? Of course, whom should I mean? Nobody, nothing. Brother, if you bid me speak today, I will speak. No one has a better right to command. But if this person, were to die today, my proofs are so ample that there could be no doubt possible. Yes, even my mother, it is dreadful to say it, but she is so hard and so obstinate, even my mother would acknowledge that there is no doubt possible. Athelstan stooped and kissed her. Order it exactly as you please, my child. If I have waited 8 long years, I can wait another week. Another week. Then I shall at last be able to speak of my people at home. I shall go back to California with belongings like the other men. I shall be able to make friends, I can even, if it comes in my way, make love, Elsie. Do you think you understand quite what this means to me? He left her presently to go about his work. In the corner of the room stood her easel with the portrait, the fancy portrait, of Mr. Doering the benevolent, Mr. Doering the optimist, Mr. Doering as he might be with the same features and the least little change in their habitual setting. Elsie stood before this picture, looking at it curiously. Yes, she murmured, you are a dear, tender-hearted, kindly, benevolent, simple old thing. You believe in human nature, you think that everybody is longing for the kingdom of heaven. You think that everybody would be comfortable in it, that everybody longs for honesty. Before I altered you and improved your face, you were justice without mercy, you were law without leniency, you were experience which knows that all men are wicked by choice when they get the chance, you had no soft place anywhere, you held that society exists only for the preservation of property. Oh! You are so much more lovable now, if you would only think so, if you only knew. You believe in men and women, that is a wonderful advance, and you have done well to change your old name to your new name. I think I should like you always to be Edmund Grey. But how am I to tell you? How, in the name of wonder, am I to tell you that you are Edmund Grey? First of all, I must see you, I must break the thing gently, I must force you somehow to recollect, as soon as possible. I must make you somehow understand what has happened. She had promised to meet Mr. Edmund Grey at his chambers that evening at 5. He showed his confidence in her by giving her a latch-key, so that she might let herself in if he happened not to be in the chambers when she called, at 5. She would try, then, to bring him back to himself. She pictured his amazement, his shame, at finding himself in strange rooms under another name, preaching wild doctrines. It would be too much for him. Better go to Mr. Doering, the real Mr. Doering, and to move him in his own office, to recollect what had happened. Because, you see, Elsie, unacquainted with these obscure forms of brain disease, imagined that she might by artful question and suggestion clear that clouded memory, and show the lawyer his double figuring as a socialist. She waited till the afternoon. She arrived at New Square about 2 hours before her engagement at Gray's Inn. Mr. Doering received her with his usual kindness. He was austerely benignant. "Elle tried to see you last night," she said, untruthfully, because the words conveyed the impression that she had called upon him. "No, I suppose I was out. I went out." His face clouded, and he stopped. "Yes, you were saying, Mr. Doering, that you went out. Last night was Sunday, wasn't it?" "Yes, I went out." "Where did I go?" He drummed the table with his fingers irritably. "Where did I go? Where? What does it matter? Nothing at all. Only it is strange that you should not remember." "I told you once before, Elsie," he said, I labor under curious fits of forgetfulness. Now, at this moment, it really is absurd, I cannot remember where I was last night. I am an old man. It is the privilege of age to forget yesterday, and to remember 50 years ago. I was talking last night to an old gentleman who said much the same. He has chambers where he goes to write, he has a lecture hall, where he preaches to the people. Mr. Doering looked at her in mild surprise. What did she mean? Elsie coloured. Of course, she said, this has nothing to do with you. How I spent the evening I know very well, Mr. Doering went on. Yet I forget. That is the trouble with me. My housekeeper will not give me dinner on Sunday evening, and on that day I go to my club. I get there about 5 or 6, I read the magazines till 7. Sometimes I drop off to sleep, we old fellows will drop off, you know. About 7 I have dinner. After dinner I take my coffee, and read or talk if there is any one I know. About 9 I walk home. That has been my custom for many years. Therefore, that is how I spent the evening of yesterday. But, you see, I cannot remember it. Breakfast I remember, and the church service afterwards. Luncheon I remember, getting home at 10 I remember. But the interval between I cannot remember. Do you forget other things? Do you remember Saturday afternoon, for instance? Yes, perfectly. I left the office about 5. I walked straight, isn't right. It was nearly 8 when I got home. I remember. The dinner did not go straight home. Perhaps you stayed here till past 7? No, I remember looking at the clock as I put on my hat. It was 5:30 when I went out. 5. What did I do between 5:30 and 8? I forget. You see, my trouble, Elsie, I forget. Perhaps I went to the club, perhaps I strolled about, perhaps I came back here. There are 3 hours to account for, and I have forgotten them all. Will he remember? Should she tell him? She could not. The way must somehow be prepared. No, she could not tell him just so, in cold blood. How would he look if she were to begin, I have found out the mystery. You are Edmund Gray. During the hours that you cannot recall, you are playing the part of a socialist teacher and leader, you are actively propagating the doctrines that you hold to be dangerous and misleading. What would he say? What would he feel when he realized the truth? On the table lay a copy of the Times, a fortnight-old copy, open at the place where there was a certain letter from a certain Edmund Gray. Elsie pointed to it. Mr. Doering sighed. Again he said, they persecute me. Now it is a letter addressed to Edmund Gray, lying on my table, now it is the bill of a pernicious lecture by Edmund Gray, today it is this paper with the letter that appeared a week or 2 ago. Who brought it here? Checkley says he didn't. Who put it on my table? Elsie made no reply. It was useless to test her former theory of the boy under the table. As for the man who wrote this letter, Mr. Doering went on, he bears the name of our forger and writes from the same address. Yet he is not the man. Of that I am convinced. This man is a fool because he believes in the honesty of mankind. He is a generous fool, because he believes that people would rather be good than bad. Nonsense. They would rather be stealing from each other's plates, like the monkeys, than dividing openly. He has what they call a good heart, that is, he is a soft creature, and he is full of pity for the poor. Now, in my young days, I was taught, what after experience has only brought more home to me, that the poor are poor in consequence of vices. We used to say to them, go away, practice thrift. Be sober, work hard. By exercising these virtues we rose out of your ranks. By continuing to exercise them we remain on these levels. Go away. There is no remedy for disease contracted by vice. Go away and suffer. That's what we said formerly. What they say now is, victims of greed. You are filled with every virtue possible to humanity. You are downtrodden by the capitalist. You are oppressed. Make and produce for others to enjoy. We will change all this. We will put the fruits, the harvest, of your labor in your own hands, and you shall show the world your justice, your noble disinterestedness, your generosity, your love of the common weal. That's the new gospel, Elsie, and I prefer the old. Strange that a man should at one time hold and preach with so much fervour and earnestness the very creed which at another time he denounced as fiercely. This man, and such as he continued Mr. Doing, lifted out of his anxieties by that subject, would destroy property in order to make the workman rich. Wonderful doctrine! He would advance the world by destroying the only true incentive and stimulant for work, invention, civilization, and every good and useful thing. He would destroy property. And then? Can he not see what would follow? Why, these people do not know the Venn alphabet of the thing. By property they mean the possession by individuals of land or money. But that is only a part of property. Take that away, and the individual remains. And he has got what you cannot take away, the rest of his property, by which he will speedily repair the temporary loss. Consider, child, if you can, what does a man possess? He has, I say, property, all his own, which cannot be taken from him or shared with another. Property in his brain, his trade, his wit, his craft, his art, his skill, his invention, his enterprise, his quickness to grip an opportunity. Again, he has his wife and children, sometimes of valuable property. He has, besides, his memories, his knowledge, his experience, his thoughts, his hopes, his projects, and intentions. He has his past and he has his future. He has, or thinks he has, his inheritance in the kingdom of heaven. Take away all these things bit by bit, what is left? Nothing. Not even the shadow of a man. Not even a naked figure. This, Elsie, is property. These things separate the individual from the mass, and each man from his neighbour. A shallow fanatic, like this Edmund Gray, thinks that wealth is the whole of property. Why, I say, it is only a part of property, it is the external and visible side of certain forms of property. Take all the wealth away today, even if you make 10,000 laws, the same qualities, the same forms of property, the same lack of those qualities will produce like results tomorrow. Do you now understand, child, what is meant by property? It is everything which makes humanity. Wealth is only the symbol or proof of society so organized that all these qualities, the whole property of a man, can be exercised freely and without injustice. I see, said Elsie, gazing with wonder undisguised. Was this last night's prophet? Could the same brain hold two such diverse views? You are surprised, child. That is because you have never taken or understood this larger view of property. It is new to you. Confess, however, that it lends sacredness to things which we are becoming accustomed to have derided. Believe me, it is not without reason that some of us venerate the laws which have been slowly, very slowly, framed, and the forms which have been slowly, very slowly, framed, as experience has taught us wisdom for the protection of man, working man, not loafing, lazy man. It is wise and right of us to maintain all those institutions which encourage the best among us to work and invent and distribute. By these forms alone is industry protected and enterprise encouraged. Then such as this Edmund Gray, he laid his hand again upon the letter, will tell you that property causes certain crimes, ergo, property must be destroyed. Everything desirable causes its own peculiar class of crime. Consider the universal passion of love. It daily causes crimes innumerable. Yet no one has yet proposed the abolition of love, eh? I believe not, Elsie replied, smiling. I hope no one will yet. No. But the desire for property, which is equally universal, which is the most potent factor in the cause of law and order, they desire and propose to destroy. I have shown you that it is impossible. Let the companies pay no dividends, let all go to the working men, let the lands pay no rent, the houses no rent, let the merchant's capital yield no profit, tomorrow the clever man will be to the front again, using for his own purposes the dull and the stupid and the lazy. That is my opinion. Forgive this sermon, Elsie. You started me on the subject. It is one on which I have felt very strongly for a long time. In fact, the more I think upon it, the more I am convinced that the most important thing in any social system is the protection of the individual, personal liberty, freedom of contract, right to enjoy in safety what his ability, his enterprise, and his dexterity may gain for him. Elsie made no reply for a moment. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn. The vehemence of the upholder of property overwhelmed her as much as the earnestness of its destroyer. Besides, what chance has a girl of 21 on a subject of which she knows nothing with a man who has thought upon it for 50 years? Besides, she was thinking all the time of the other man. And now there was no doubt, none whatever, that Mr. Doering knew nothing of Mr. Edmund Grey, nothing at all. He knew nothing and suspected nothing of the truth. And which should she believe? The man who was filled with pity for the poor and saw nothing but their sufferings, or the man who was full of sympathy with the rich, and saw in the poor nothing but their vices? Are all men who work oppressed? Or are there no oppressed at all, but only some lazy and stupid and some clever? Tell me more another time, she said, with a sigh. Come back to the case, the robbery. Is anything discovered yet? I'll have heard nothing. George refuses to go on with the case out of some scruple because I know the cause. Very cruel things have been said about him. Do you not intend to stand by your own partner, Mr. Doering? To stand by him? Why, what can I do? You know what has been said of him, what is said of him, why I have had to leave home, I know what is said, certainly. It matters nothing what is said. The only important thing is to find out, and that they cannot do. They want to connect Edmund Grey with the forgeries, and they are trying the wrong way. Checkley is not the connecting link, nor is George. You talk in riddles, child. Perhaps. Do you think, yourself, that George has had anything whatever to do with the business? If you put it so, I do not. If you ask me what I have a right to think, it is that everything is possible. That is what you said about Athelstan. Yet now his innocence is established. That is to say, his guilt is not proved. Find me the man who forged that check, and I will acknowledge that he is innocent. Until then, he is as guilty as the other man, Checkley, who was also named in connection with the matter. Mind, I say, I do not believe that my partner could do this thing. I will tell him so. I have told him so. If it had to be done over again, I would ask him to become my partner. But all things are possible. My brother is hot upon it. Well, let him search as he pleases. In such a case the solution is always the simplest and the most unexpected. I told him only this morning, he had lunch with me, that he was on a wrong scent, but he is obstinate. Let him go, yes, let him divide a family, keep up bitterness between mother and son, make a lifelong separation between those who ought to love each other most. Oh! It is shameful. It is shameful. And you make no effort, none at all, to stop it. What can I do? What can I say, more than I have said? If they would only not accuse each other, but find out something. Mr. Doering, forgive me, what I am going to say, she began with jerks. The honor of my brother, of my lover, are at stake. Say, child, what you please. I'll think that perhaps, she did not dare to look at him, if you could remember sometimes those dropped and forgotten evenings, those hours when you do not know what you have said and done, if you could only remember a little, we might find out more. He watched her face blushing, and her eyes confused, and her voice stammering, and he saw that there was something behind, something that she hinted, but would not or could not express. He sat upright, suspicious and disquieted. "Tell me what you mean, child." "I cannot if you do not remember anything. You come late in the morning, sometimes 2 hours late. You think it is only 10 o'clock when it is 12. You do not know where you have been for the last 2 hours. Try to remember that. You were late on Saturday morning. Perhaps this morning. Where were you?" His face was quite white. He understood that something was going, soon, to happen. "I know not, Elsie, indeed, I cannot remember." "Where was I?" "You leave here at 5. You have ordered dinner, and your housekeeper tells me that you come home at 10 or 11. Where are you all that time?" "I am at the club." "Can you remember? Think, were you at the club last night?" "George went there to find you, but you were not there, and you were not at home." "Where were you?" He tried to speak, but he could not. He shook his head, he gasped twice. "You cannot remember? Oh! Try, for the sake of everybody, to put an end to this miserable condition, try." "I cannot remember," he said again feebly. "Is it possible, just possible, that while you are away, during these intervals, you yourself may be actually, in the company, of this socialist, this Edmund Grey?" "Elsie, what do you mean?" "I mean, can you not remember?" "You mean more, child. Do you know what you mean? If what you suggest is true, then I must be mad, mad." "Do you mean it? Do you mean it? Do you understand what you say?" Try to remember," she replied. "That is all I mean. My dear guardian, is there any one to whom I am more grateful than yourself? You have given me a fortune and my lover an income. Try to remember." She left him without more words. He sat looking straight before him, the horror of the most awful thing that can befall a man upon him. Presently, he touched his bell, and his old clerk appeared. "Checkley," he said, "tell me the TNLTH. "I always do," he replied surlily. "I have been suffering from fits of forgetfulness." "Have you observed any impairing of the faculties? When a man's mental powers are decaying, he forgets things, he loses the power of work, his old skill leaves him, he cannot distinguish between good work and bad. He shows his mental decay, I believe, in physical ways. He shuffles as he walks, he stoops and shambles, and in his speech, he wanders and he repeats, and in his food and manner of eating. Have you observed any of these symptoms upon me, Checkley?" "Not one. You are as upright as a lance, you eat like 25, your talk is as good and your work is as good as when you were 40. Don't think such things. To be sure you do forget a bit. But not your work. You only forget sometimes what you did out of the office, as if that matters. Do you remember the case you tackled yesterday afternoon?" "Certainly. Do you tell me that any man 40 years younger than you could have tackled that case more neatly? Go long." Checkley went back to his office. "What did she mean by it, then?" Mr. Doering murmured. "Who put her on to such a suspicion? What did she mean by it? Of course it's nonsense." So reassuring himself, he yet remained disquieted. For he could not remember. At 5:30 or so, Mr. Edmund Grey arrived at his chambers. The outer door was closed, but he found his disciple waiting for him. She had been there an hour or more, she said. She was reading one of the books he had recommended to her. With the words of Mr. Doering in her ears, she read as if two voices were speaking to her, talking to each other across her. She laid down the book and rose to greet him. "Master," she said, "I have come from Mr. Doering. He is your solicitor, you told me." "Assuredly. He manages my affairs. It is curious, I asked him if he knew you, and he said that he knew nothing about you." "That is curious," certainly. My solicitor for many years. He must have mistaken the name. Or, he grows old, perhaps he forgets people. Do you often see him? I saw him this morning. I took him my letter to the Times. He is narrow, very narrow, in his views. We argued the thing for a bit. But, really, one might as well argue with a stick as with Doering when property is concerned. So he forgets, does he? Poor old chap. He forgets, well, we all grow old together. He sighed. It is his time today and mine tomorrow. My scholar, let us talk. The scholar left her master at 7. On her way out she ran against Checkley, who was prowling round the counsellor. You, he cried. You? Ah. I've caught you, have I? On Saturday afternoon I thought I see you going into number 22. Now I've caught you coming out, have Checkley, she said. If you are insolent, I shall have to speak to Mr. Doering, and walked away. There's another of 'em, Checkley murmured, looking after her, a hardened one, if ever there was. All for her lover and her brother. A pretty nest of 'em. And calls herself a lady. The lesson of the street. Child, said the master, it is time that you should take another lesson. I am ready. Let us begin. She crossed her hands in her lap and looked up obedient. Not a lesson this time from books. A practical lesson from men and women, boys and girls, children and infants in arms. Let us go forth and hear the teaching of the wrecks and the slaves. I will show you creatures who are men and women mutilated in body and mind, mutilated by the social order. Come, I will show you, not by words, but by sight, why property must be destroyed. It was 7 o'clock, when Mr. Doering ought to have been thinking of his dinner, that Mr. Edmund Grey proposed this expedition. Now, since that other discourse on the sacredness of property, a strange thing had fallen upon Elsie. Whenever her master spoke and taught, she seemed to hear, following him, the other voice speaking and teaching exactly the opposite. Sometimes, this is absurd, but many things are absurd, she seemed to hear both voices speaking together, yet she heard them distinctly and apart. Looking at Mr. Doering, she knew what he was saying, looking at Mr. Edmund Grey, she heard what he was saying. So that no had these words been spoken, then, like a response in church, there arose the voice of Mr. Doering. And it said, Come. You shall see the wretched lives and the sufferings of those who are punished because their fathers or themselves have refused to work and save. Not to be able to get property is the real curse of labor. It is no evil to work provided one chooses the work and creates for one's self property. The curse is to have to work for starvation wages at what can never create property, if the worker should live for 1,000 years. Of the two voices she preferred the one which promised the abolition of poverty and crime. She was young, she was generous, any hope of a return of the Satumian rain made her heart glow. Of the two old men, the madman and the sane man, she loved the madman. Who would not love such a man? Why, he knew how to make the whole world happy. Ever since the time of Adam we have been looking and calling out and praying for such a man. Every year the world runs after such a man. He promises, but he does not perform. The world tries his patent medicine, and is no better. Then, the year after, the world runs after another man. Elsie rose and followed the master. It was always with a certain anxiety that she sat or talked with him. Always she dreaded lest, by some unlucky accident, he should awaken and be restored to himself suddenly and without warning, say in his lecture hall. How would he look? What should she say? See, in this place for many years past you have in course of madness preached the very doctrines which in hours of sanity you have most reprobated. These people around you are your disciples. You have taught them by reason and by illustration with vehemence and earnestness to regard the destruction of property as the one thing needful for the salvation of the world. What will you say now? Will you begin to teach the contrary? They will chase you out of the hall for a madman. Will you go on with your present teaching? You will despise yourself for a madman. Truly a difficult position. Habit, however, was too strong. There was little chance that Edmund Grey among his own people, and at work upon his own hobby, would become Edward Doing. They went out together. He led her, whither? It mattered not. North and south and east and west you may find everywhere the streets and houses of the very poor hidden away behind the streets of the working people and the well-to-do. The master stopped at the entrance of one of those streets. It seemed to Elsie as if she was standing between two men both alike, with different eyes. At the corner was a public house with swinging doors. It was filled with men talking, but not loudly. Now and then a woman went in or came out, but they were mostly men. It was a street long and narrow, squalid to the last degree, with small two-storied houses on either side. The bricks were grimy, the mortar was constantly falling out between them, the woodwork of doors and windows was insufferably grimy, many of the panes were broken in the windows. It was full of children, they swarmed, they ran about in the road, they danced on the pavement, they ran and jumped and laughed as if their lot was the happiest in the world and their future the brightest. Moreover, most of them, though their parents were steeped in poverty, looked well-fed and even rosy. All these children, said Mr. Edmund Grey, will grow up without a trade, they will enter life with nothing but their hands and their legs and their time. That is the whole of their inheritance. They go to school, and they like school, but as for the things they learn, they will forget them, or they will have no use for them. Hewers of wood and drawers of water shall they are condemned already. That is the system. We take thousands of children every year, and we condemn them to servitude, whatever genius may be lying among them. It is like throwing treasures into the sea, or burying the fruits of the earth. Waste. Waste. Yet, if the system is to be bolstered up, what help? Said the other voice, the world must have servants. These are our servants. If they are good at their work, they will rise and become upper servants. If they are good upper servants, they may rise higher. Their children can rise higher still, and their grandchildren may join us. Service is best for them. Good service, hard service, will keep them in health and out of temptation. To lament because they are servants is foolish and sentimental. Standing in the doorways, sitting on the doorsteps, talking together, were women, about 4 times as many women as there were houses. This was because there were as many families as rooms, and there were 4 rooms for every house. As they stood at the end of the street and looked down, Elsie observed that nearly every woman had a baby in her arms, and that there were a great many types or kinds of women. That which does not surprise one in a drawing-room, where every woman is expected to have her individual points, is noticed in a crowd, where, one thinks, the people should be like sheep, all alike. A splendid place, this street, for such a student as you should be, my scholar. The master looked up and down, he sniffed the air, which was stuffer, with peculiar satisfaction, he smiled upon the GMBBY houses. You should come often, you should make the acquaintance of the people, you will find them so human, so desperately human, that you will presently understand that these women are your sisters. Change dresses with one of them, let your hair fall wild, take off your bonnet. Shall I then quite like them? Asked Elsie. Like them, master? Oh. Not quite like them, he said. No, you could never talk like them. He walked about among the people, who evidently knew him, because they made way for him, nodded to him, and pretended, such was their politeness, to pay no attention to the young lady who accompanied him. Every one of them is a study, he continued. I could preach to you on every one as a text. Here is my young friend Alice Pardon, for instance. He stopped before a pale girl of 17 or so, tall and slender, but of drooping figure, who carried a baby in her arms. Look at her. Consider. Alice is foolish, like all the Alices of this street. Alice must needs marry her chap a year ago, when she was 16 and he was 18. Alice should be still at her club in the evening and her work in the daytime. But she must marry, and she is a child mother. Ls he out of work still. Alice nodded, and hugged her baby closer. Mr. Edmund Gray shook his head in admonition, but gave her a coin, and went on. Now look at this good woman. He stopped before a door where an Amazon was leaning, a woman 5 feet 8 in height, with brawny arms and broad shoulders and a fiery furnace for a face, a most terrible and fearful woman. How are you this evening, Mrs. Moss? And how is your husband? Long is the arm of coincidence. Mrs. Moss was just beginning to repose after a row royal. She was slowly simmering and slowly calming. There had been a row royal, a dispute, an argument, a quarrel, and a fight with her husband. All 4 were only just concluded. All 4 had been conducted on the pavement, for the sake of coolness and air and space. The residents stood around. The controversy was sharp and animated. The lady bore signs of its vehemence in a bruise, rapidly blackening, over one eye, and abrasions on her knuckles. The husband had been conducted by his friends from the spot to the public house at the corner, where he was at present pulling himself together, and forgetting the weight of his consort's fists, and solacing his spirit with strong drink. "How is my husband?" the lady repeated. "Oh, I'll tell you. I'll tell you, Mr. Gray, how my husband is." "Oh, how is he?" "Go, look for him in the public house. You shall see how he is and what he looks like." She descended 2 steps, still retaining the advantage of the lowest. Then, describing a semicircle with her right arm, she began an impassioned harangue. The residents fled, right and left, not knowing whether in her wrath she might not mistake the whole of them, collectively, for her husband. The men in the public house, hearing her voice, trembled, and looked apprehensively at the door. But Mr. Gray stood before her without fear. He knew her better than to run away. The lady respected his courage, and rejoiced in a sympathetic listener. Presently she ran down, she paused, she gasped, she caught at her heart, she choked, she wept. She sat down on the doorstep, this great strong woman, with the brawny arms and the fiery face, and she wept. The residents crept timidly back again and gathered round her, murmuring sympathy. The men in the public house trembled again. Mr. Gray grasped her by the hand and murmured a few words of consolation, for indeed there were great wrongs, such as few wives even in this street expect, and undeniable provocations. Then he led his scholar away. At the next house he entered, taking Elsie with him to a room at the back where a woman sat making garments. She was a middle-aged woman, and though very poorly dressed, not in rags, the room was neat except for the garments lying about. She looked up cheerfully, her eyes were bright, her face was fine, and smiled. "You here, Mr. Gray?" she said. "Well, I was only thinking yesterday how long it is since you came to see me last. I mustn't stop working, but you can talk." "This is a very special friend of mine," said the master. "I'll have known her for 10 years, ever since I began to visit the street. She is always cheerful, though she has to live on sweating work and sweating pay. She never complains. She lives like the sparrows, and eats about as much as a sparrow. She is always respectable. She goes to church on Sundays, she is always neat in her dress. Yet she must be always hungry." "All," said the woman, "you'd wonder. Miss, if you knew how little a woman can live upon." "Oh. But," said Elsie, "to have always to live on that little. She is the daughter of a man once thought well-to-do. He was most respectable," said the woman. "Till died, and left nothing but debts. The family were soon, and, you see, this street contains some of those who have fallen low down as well as those who are bomb low down. It is Misfortune Lane as well as Poverty Lane." To the third and fourth generation, misfortune, when it begins, the reason of its beginning is the wickedness of one man, still persecutes and follows the family. "Thank you, miss," said the woman. "And if you will come again sometimes, oh, you needn't be afraid. No one would hurt a friend of Mr. Gray." So they went out. On the next doorstep and the next and the next, there sat women old and young, but all of these had the same look and almost the same features. They were heavy-faced, dull-eyed, thick-lipped, unwashed, and unbrushed. "These," said the master, "are the women who know of nothing better than the life they lead here. They have no hope of rising, they would be unhappy out of this street. They bear children, they bring them up, and they die. It is womanhood at its lowest. They want warmth, and drink, and that is nearly all. They are the children and grandchildren of women like themselves, and they are the mothers of women like themselves. Savage lands have no such savagely as this, for the worst savages have some knowledge, and these women have none. They are mutilated by our system. We have deprived them of their souls. They are the products of our system. In a better order these people could not exist, they would not be allowed parents or birth. The boy would still be learning his trade, and the girl would be working at hers. That little woman who meets her troubles with so brave a heart has been sweated all her life, ever since her misfortunes began. She takes it as part of the thing they call life, she believes that it will be made up to her somehow in another world. I hope it will. All these people," said the other voice, "are what they are because of follies and the vices of themselves and their fathers. The boy husband has no trade. Whose fault is that? The rickety boy and the rickety girl bring into the world a rickety baby. Whose fault is that? Let them grow worse instead of better until they learn by sharper suffering that vice and folly bring their punishment. You see the children," continued the master, "and the mothers. You do not see any old men, because this sort mostly die before they reach the age of 60. Those who are past work and yet continue to live go into the house. The girls you do not see, because those who are not forced to work all the evening as well as all the day are out walking with their sweethearts. Nor the men, because they are mostly in the public house. They are all hand-to-mouth working men, they live by the job when they can get any. When they are out of work, they live upon each other. We hide this kind of thing away in back streets like this, and we think it isn't dangerous. But it is. Formerly, the wreckage huddled together bred plagues and pestilences, which carried off rich and poor with equal hand, and so revenged itself. In other ways, the wreckage revenges itself still. This kind of people," said the other voice, "may be dangerous. We have a police on purpose to meet the danger. They would be quite as dangerous if I were to give them free dinners and house them without rent. The class represents the untamable element. They are always a danger. To cry over them is silly and useless." They walked down the street. Everybody knew Mr. Edmund Gray. He had a word for all. It was evident that he had been a visitor in the street for a long time. He had the air of a proprietor. He entered the houses and opened doors and sat down and talked, his disciples standing beside him and looking on. He asked questions and gave advice, not of a subversive socialistic kind, but sound advice, recognizing the order that is, not the order that should be. All the in this street were tenanted, mostly a family to each. In many of them work was going on still, though it was already 8 o'clock. Sometimes it would be a woman sitting alone in her room like a prisoner in a cell, stitching for dear life, sometimes 3 or 4 women or girls sitting all together, stitching for dear life, sometimes a whole family, little children and all, making matches, making canvas bags, making paper bags, making card boxes, all making for dear life. And the fingers did not stop and the eyes were not lifted, though the visitors opened the door and came in and asked questions, to which one replied in the name of all the rest. It is an old story, everybody knows the slum, people go to gaze upon it, it is one of the chief sights of Victorian London, just as 150 years ago it was one of the sights to see the women flogged at Bridewell. Not such a very great advance in civilization, perhaps, after all. It is a hive. The place is swarming with life, said the girl, who had never before seen such a street. Life means humanity. All these people are so like you, my scholar, that you would be surprised. You would not be like them if you were dressed in these things, but they are like you. They want the same things as you, they have the same desires, they suffer the same pains. What makes your happiness? Food, warmth, sufficiency, not too much work. These are the elements for you as well as for them. In my system they will have all these, and then perhaps they will build up, as you have done, an edifice of knowledge, art, and sweet thoughts. But they are all like you. And most in one thing. For all women of all classes, there is one thing needful. These girls, like you, want love. They all want love. Oh, child. They are so like you, so very like you, these poor women of the lowest class. So very like their proud sisters. He paused for a moment. Elsie made no reply. You see, he continued, they are so hard at work that they cannot even lift their eyes to look at you, not even at you, though they seldom see a girl among them so lovely and so well dressed. One would have thought, but there is the whip that drives, that dreadful whip, it hangs over them and drives them all day long without rest or pause. Their work pays their rent and keeps them alive. It just keeps them alive, and that is all. No more. It must be hard to work all day long for another person if you come to think of it. Happily, they do not think. And all this grinding poverty, this terrible work, that one family may be able to live in a great house and to do nothing. They are working, said the other voice, because one man has had the wit to create a market for their work. His thrift, his enterprise, his clearness of sight, have made it possible for these girls to find the work that keeps them. If they would have the sense not to marry recklessly, there would be fewer working girls, and wages would go up. If their employer raised their wages only a penny a day, he would benefit them but little and would ruin himself. They must learn, if they can, the lesson of forethought by their own sufferings. No one can help them. As Mr. Edmund Gray walked into the houses and out again, Elsie went with him, or she waited outside while he went in. Sometimes she heard the chink of coin, sometimes she heard words of thanks. The socialist, whatever he taught, practiced the elementary form of charity possible only for those who have money. Elsie remarked this little point, but said nothing. What you see here, said the master, is the lowest class of all, if one ever gets to the lowest level. For my own part, I have seen men and women so wretched that you would have called them miserimi, of all created beings the most wretched. Yet have I afterwards found others more wretched still. In this street are those who make the lowest things, those who can make nothing, and have no trade, and live on odd jobs, and those who can neither make nor work, but thieve and lie about. I see all that, but, dear master, what will your new order do for such people? Will it make those who will not work industrious? It will give every producer the fruits of his own labor, it will teach a trade to every man, and find men work. And those who cannot work, it will kill, or lock up until they die. They shall have no children. Perhaps it will kill them all. It might be better. We will have no human failures in our midst. That street is full of lessons, all calling aloud for the destruction of property. Then the other voice spoke, the presence of the human failure is a lesson always before us, a warning and a lesson to rich and poor alike. As he is, so all may be. None are so rich but they may be brought to poverty, none so poor but they may be poorer. So far from hiding away the wreckage, it is always in our sight. It prowls about the streets, we can never escape it. And it fills all hearts with terror, it spurs all men to industry and invention and perseverance. The human failure inspires a never-ending hymn in praise of property. Elsa's guide stopped to greet a woman whom he knew. She had the usual baby on her arm. She was a sad-faced woman, with some refinement in her looks. She was wretchedly dressed, thin, pale, and dejected. The same story. Yes, sir. It's always the same, she sighed hopelessly. But he would work if he could get anything to do. Nobody will employ a man who's had a misfortune. It's hard, because such a thing may happen to anybody. It's like measles, my husband says. He can't get drunk because there's no money. That's my only comfort. He gave her some money, and she passed on her way. Her husband was a clerk, Mr. Gray explained, who took to drink and robbed his employer. His father was a barrister, who died young. His grandfather was a well-known, almost a great lawyer. I know the whole family history. I learned it. He stopped for a moment, as if his memory suddenly failed long time ago. It is a story which shows how our sins and follies fall upon our own children. This family sprang from the gutter. First, the working man, then his son the shopkeeper, then his grandson, who became a great lawyer, then his great-grandson, not so great a lawyer. He, you see, is the first of the family who begins life as a gentleman and is brought up among gentlemen. He inherited money, he had a practice, he married in the class called gentle, and had children. But he lost all his money, and in despair he killed himself. Cousinly affection is a cold thing at best. It helped the widow to a pittance, and sent her boys to a cheap school. At 15 they had to take whatever employment they could get. Observe that this branch of the family was now going downhill very fast. The future of a boy who has been taught no trade and has entered no profession is black indeed. One of the boys went out to New Zealand, which has little to give a friendless boy, another enlisted, served 3 years, and has never got any work since. I believe he carries boards about the street. Another became a 10th-rate actor, and now starves on 15 shillings a week, paid irregularly. Another, the youngest, was put into a merchant's office. He rose to £120 a year, he married a girl of the clerkly class, that woman you saw, he took to drink, he embezzled his master's money, he went to prison, he is now hopelessly mined. He cannot get any lower in the social scale. What will his children do? They have no friends. They will grow up like the children around them, they will join the hopeless casuals, they will be hewers of wood. Property, my child, property has done this. He stole. In our society nobody will be tempted to steal. He drank with us, he would be kept judiciously under control until he could be mstered again. That would be the care of the state. He is another victim of property. When his grandfather was framing Acts of Parliament for the protection of property, he did not dream that he was making another engine for the oppression of his grandchildren. Said the other voice, we rise by our virtues. We sink by our vices. Let these people suffer. Their sufferings should make the rest of us wiser. Teach the children to rise again as their great-grandfather rose. Do not contend against the great law which metes out suffering in return for vice. Those, continued the socialist professor, who do most to make a few men rich are the real enemies of what they suppose themselves to be defending. Given 1,000 women sweated for one man, and there presently arises indignation either among the women or among the bystanders. From indignation we get revolution, because the employer never gives way. He cannot. He would lose, if he did, his wealth, which is his heaven. If you divide the 1,000 women into companies often, each company under its own sweater, and all the sweaters under other sweaters, you make a hierarchy of sweaters, culminating in one at the top. That was the old state of things. The man at the top was a chief, a patriarch, he knew his people, he sweated them, but kindly, he tossed them crumbs, he looked after the sick and the old. Now all this is changing. The old family tie, such as it was, is dissolved. The man at the top has disappeared, a board of directors has taken his place, there is nothing left but the board and its employees. The men who work are no longer interested in the business of the firm, except so far as their pay is concerned. Their pay will go up and the dividends will go down. And with every increase of wages so much property is destroyed. Let everything, be turned into companies to help the destruction of property. Said the other voice, property is strengthened by being diffused. Companies organize labor, they give capital its proper power, they are not easily intimidated, they interest all who can save anything. Let us turn into companies evo industrial and distributive business in the country. All times of change, the master went on, are times of interest. We are living at a time when great changes are impending, the greatest changes possible. Before great changes there is always a period of unconscious preparation. The minds of people are being trained. Without any perception of the fact, old ideas are dying out and new ones are coming into existence. When the revolution actually arrives, everybody is ready for it and nobody is surprised. It was so with the Reformation. For 100 years and more the idea of the Great Revolt had been slowly growing in men's minds. When it came at last, there was no surprise and there were few regrets. For 100 years and more the ideas of the French Revolution had been talked about by philosophers, these ideas sank down among the people. Nobody was surprised, not even the nobles themselves, when the end came. So with our revolution. It is coming, its ideas are no longer timidly advanced, here and there, by a fanatic here or a philosopher there, they are lying in the hearts of the people ready to spur them into action, they are helping on the cause by successive steps, every one of which means nothing less than the abolition of property. These things are new to you, child. You were only born yesterday or the day before. I was born 100 years ago or thereabouts. Consider again. He leaned against a lamp-post for greater ease, and discoursed as one addressing an audience. Consider, I say, this great question of companies and their results. Formerly, one man made things which he took to market, sold or exchanged, and went home again. He, by himself, did everything. Then one man made and another man sold. The next improvement was for 20 men to work, for one to receive and to collect their work, and for another to sell it. In this way the 20 remained poor, and the 2 became rich. So they went on, and trade flourished, and the 20 producers more and more fell into the power of the 2, who were now very rich and strong. Now the merchants are forming themselves into companies, and the companies are amalgamating with each other, and the small people may contemplate men. For these, now merchants, shopkeepers, manufacturers, workmen, there will be nothing but service in the companies, no possibility of acquiring property, nothing but service all their lives. Now do you see how that helps the cause? They will become accustomed to work, but not for themselves, they will grow accustomed to work for a bare living and no more, they won't like either, but they will ask why the second should go with the first. The 2 great obstacles to socialism will be removed. Then, either the step I spoke of just now, the abolition of the dividends, or, which is just as likely, a revolution, when the servants of the companies shall make the state take over all and work them for the good of all. Some there are who think that the workman will have hope and power for union CNLSHED out of him. I think not, but if so, woe to the rich. The Jacquerie and the French Revolution will be spoken of as mild ebullitions of popular feeling compared with what will happen then. But I think not. I do not believe that the working man will sink again. He has got up so far. But he needs must climb higher. You think it would be impossible. By this time a small crowd had got round them, but the speaker still addressed his disciple as if no one else at all was listening, tore the state to take over the great producing and distributing companies. But it has been done already. The state has the post and the telegraph services. They will deal with railways, steamers, coaches, cabs, omnibuses, trams, canals, water, gas, electric light, breweries, bakeries, factories, shops, just as they have dealt with these two. The state can take it all. The state will take the management of all. But, you say, the shares of the company will become funds. They will, and the funds will pay interest, but the interest will become rapidly lower and lower, so that what was once 5 cents is now but 2.5, and before long shall be 2, 1.5, 1, and nothing at all. There will be no cry of spoliation, because the holders of stock will be forced gradually into looking more and more to their own efforts, and because widows and sick people and old people, to whom the stocks were once so useful, will be all provided for by the state as a matter of right, and without any of the old humiliation of pauperdom. Pauper! Oh, heavenly word! Child, in the world of the future, the world which you will help to mould, we shall all be one. He spoke with fine enthusiasm, his face lit up, his eyes bright. The girl was almost carried away, until the other voice began coldly and judicially, "Nothing is so good for man as to be ruled and kept in discipline, service, and subjection. It is a foolish and a mischievous dream which supposes all men eager for advance. The mass of mankind asks for no advancement. It loves nothing and desires nothing but the gratification of the animal. Give it plenty of animalism and it is satisfied. That condition of society which keeps the mass down and provides for the rise of the ambitious few is the only condition which is reasonable and stable. Base your social order on the inertness of the mass. Make the workman do a good day's work, pay him enough, so that he shall have some of the comforts he desires, educate the clever boy and make him foreman, headman, manager, or artist, journalist, dramatist, novelist. Give him the taste for wealth. Let him have some. Then he, too, will be ready to fight if necessary in the army of order." While the other voice was speaking, there came slouching around the comer into the street where he held the 5th, perhaps the 10th part of a room, a really excellent specimen of the common or London thief, the habitual criminal. He was a young man. The habitual criminal is generally young, because in middle and elderly life he is doing long sentences. He had a furtive look, such as that with which the jackal sallies fawn on nocturnal adventures. He had a short slight figure, a stooping and slouching gait, and narrow shoulders. His eyes were bright, but too close together, his mouth was too large and his jowl too heavy, his face was pale, his hair was still short, though growing rapidly, his hands were pendulous, his round hat was too big for his little head, he wore a long loose overcoat. His face, his figure, his look proclaimed aloud what he was. He stopped at the corner and looked at the little crowd. Everybody, for different reasons, is attracted by a crowd. Professionals sometimes find in crowds golden opportunities. This crowd, however, was already dispersing. The speaker had stopped. Perhaps they had heard other and more fervid orators on the socialist side. Perhaps they were not in the least interested in the subject. You see, it is very difficult to get the hand-to-mouth class interested in anything except those two organs. This street, said the master, observing him with professional interest, is full, really full, of wealth for the observer. Here is a case now, an instructive though a common case. The fellow was turning away disappointed, perhaps, at the melting of the crowd and any little hope he might have based upon their pockets. "My friend," he heard himself called, and looked round suspiciously. "You would like, perhaps, to earn a shilling honestly, for once." He tummed slowly, at the sight of coin held up before him. His sharp eyes darted right and left to see what chance there might be of a grab and a bolt. Apparently, he decided against this method of earning the shilling. What for? He asked. By answering a few questions. Where were you born? El Dunno. Where were you brought up? This street. Very well. You went to school with the other children, you were taught certain subjects up to a certain standard. What trade were you taught? El wasn't taught no trade. Your father was, I believe. A lad nodded, and your mother nodded again, and grinned. And you yourself and your brothers and sisters are all in the same line. I nodded and grinned again. Tler is your shilling. The fellow took it, and shambled away. Whole family live by stealing. Where there is no property there can be no theft. In our world, such a creature would be impossible. He could not be born, such parents as his could not exist with us, he could not be developed, there would be no surroundings that would make such a development possible. He would be what, I believe, men of science call a sport, he would be a deformity. We should put him in a hospital and keep him there until he died. In that world, said the other voice, there would be deformities of even a worse kind than this, the deformities of hypocrisy and shams. By 1,000 shifts and lies and dishonesties the work of the world would be shifted on the shoulders of the weak. The strong man has always used his strength to make the weak man work for him, and he always will. The destruction of property would be followed by the birth of property on the very self-same day. There is the power of creation, of invention, which is also a kind of property. Laws cannot destroy that power. Laws cannot make men industrious. Laws cannot make the strong man work for the weak. Laws cannot prevent the clever man from taking advantage of the stupid man. When all the failures, all the deformities have been killed off, the able man will still prey upon the dull-witted. Better let the poor wretch live out his miserable life, driven from prison to prison, an example for all the world to see. It was at this point that Elsie discovered the loss of her purse. Her pocket had been picked by one of the intelligent listeners in the crowd. She cried out on finding what had happened, in the unphilosophic surprise and indignation with which this quite common accident is always received. "Child," said the master, "when there is no longer any property, money will vanish, there will be no purses, even the will disappear, because there will no longer be any use for the purse contain much. Suppose you had nothing to lose and nothing to gain. Think of the lightness of heart, the sunshine on all faces, which would follow. I fear you are rich, child. I have observed little signs about you which denote riches. Your gloves are neat and good, your dress seems costly. Better far if you had nothing. Master, if I were like that girl on the other side, would you like me better? Could I be more useful to the cause if I dressed like her?" The girl was of the common type, they really do seem, at first, all alike, who had on an ulster and a hat with a feather and broken boots. "If I were like her," Elsie went on, "Elle should be ignorant, and obliged to give the whole day to work, so that I should be useless to you, and my manners would be rough and my language coarse. It is because I am not poor that I am what I am. The day for poverty is not come yet, dear master. In the future, dear child, there shall be no poverty and no riches. To have nothing will be the common lot. To have all will be the common inheritance. Oh! There will be differences, men shall be as unlike then as now, we shall not all desire the same things. You and such as you will desire all of evio kind. You shall have what you desire. In our world, as in this, like will to like. You shall have the use for yourselves of pictures, of musical instruments, of everything that you want. The rest of the world will not want these things. If they do, more can be made. You shall have dainty food, the rest of the world will always like coarse and common fare. Think not that we shall level up or level down. All will be left to rise or to sink. Only they shall not starve, they shall not thieve, they shall not be sweated. Oh! I know they paint our society as attempts to make all equal. And they think that we expect men no longer to desire the good things in the world. They will desire them, they will hunger after them, but there will be enough for all. The man who is contented with a dinner of herbs may go to a Carthusian convent, which is his place, for we shall have no place for him in a world which recognizes all good gifts and assigns to every man his share. Then spoke the other voice, but sadly, dreams. Dreams. There are not enough of the good things to go round, good things would become less instead of more. Without the spur there is no work. Without the desire of creating property, all that is worth anything in life will perish, all but the things that are lowest and the meanest and the commonest. Men will not work unless they must. By necessity alone can the finest work be ordered and executed. As men have been, so will men always be. The thing that hath been, that shall be again. You have learned some of lessons of Poverty Lane, scholar, said the master. Let us now go home. One know the man. Another evening of mystery, Elsie, said Athelstan. Yes. Another, and perhaps another. But we are getting to an end. I shall be able to tell you all today or tomorrow. The thing is becoming too great for me alone. You shall tell us when you please. Meantime, nothing new has been found out, I believe. Checkley still glares, George tells me. But the opinion of the clerks seems on the whole more favourable, he believes, than it was. Of that, however, he is not perhaps a good judge. They shall all be turned out, cried Elsie. How dare they so much as to discuss, my sister? It is a very remarkable thing, and a thing little understood, but it is a UE thing. People, clerks and la service generally, are distinctly a branch of the great human tribe. They are anthropoid. Therefore, they are curious and prying and suspicious. They have our own faults, my dear. All day Elsie felt drawn as with ropes to Mr. Doering's office. Was it possible that after that long evening among the lessons of Poverty Lane he should remember nothing? How was she to get at him? How was she to make him understand or believe what he had done? Could she make the sane man remember the actions and words of the insane man? Could she make the insane man do something which would absolutely identify him with the sane man? She could always array her witnesses, but she wanted more. She wanted to bring Mr. Doering himself to understand that he was Mr. Edmund Grey. She made an excuse for calling upon him. It was in the afternoon, about 4, that she called. She found him looking aged, his face lined, his cheek pale, his eyes anxious. This business worries me, he said. Day and night it is with me. I am persecuted and haunted with this Edmund Grey. His tracts are put into my pockets, his papers into my safe, he laughs at me, he defies me to find him. And they do nothing. They only accuse each other. They find nothing. Patience, said Elsie softly. Only a few days, a day or your help, we will unravel all this trouble. You shall lose nothing. Shall I escape this mocking devil, this Edmund Grey? I cannot promise. Perhaps. Now, my dear guardian, I am to be married next Wednesday. I want you to be present at my wedding. Why not? Because things have been said about George, and because your presence will effectually prove that you do not believe them. Oh. Believe them? I believe nothing. It is, however, my experience that there is no act, however base, that any man may not be tempted to do. Happily, it is my experience, said the girl of 21, that there is no act of baseness, however small, that certain men could possibly commit. You will come to my wedding, then? Athelstan will give me away. Athelstan? Yes, I remember. We found those notes, didn't we? I wonder who put them into the safe? Athelstan? Yes. He has been living in low company, I heard, Camberwell. Rags and tatters. Oh. Elsie stamped impatiently. You will believe anything, anything, and you a lawyer. Athelstan is in the service of a great American journal. Rags and tatters. American? Oh. Yes. Mr. Doering sat up and looked interested. Why, of course. How could I forget it? Had it been yesterday evening, I should have forgot. But it is 4 years ago. He wrote to me from somewhere in America. Where was it? I've got the letter. It is in the safe. Bring me the bottom right-hand drawer. It is there, I know. He took the drawer which Elsie brought him, and turned over the papers. Here it is among the papers of that forgery. Here is the letter. He gave it to Elsie. Read it. He writes from America, you see. He was in the States 4 years ago, and, what is it? Oh, cried Elsie, suddenly springing from her chair, oh. Do you know what you have given me? Oh. Do you know what you have told me? It is the secret of my fortune. Oh. Athelstan gave it to me, Athelstan, my brother. Mr. Doering took the letter from her and glanced at the contents. Elle ought not to have shown you the letter, he said. Elle have violated confidence. I forgot. I was thinking of the trouble, I forgot. I forget everything now, the things of yesterday as well as the things of today. Yes, it is true, child, your little fortune came to you from your brother. But it was a secret that he alone had the right to reveal. And now I know it, I know it. Oh. What shall I say to him? The tears came in her eyes. He gave me all he had, all he for such a simple thing, because I would not believe him to be a villain. Oh. My brother, my poor brother. He went back into poverty again. He gave me all because, oh. For such a little doing. She turned almost fiercely upon him. After such a letter, could you believe that man to be a villain? Could you? Tell me. After such a deed and such a letter. I believe nothing. My experience, however, tells me that any man, whoever he is, may be led to commit no. I won't have it said again. Now, listen, Mr. Doering. These suspicions must cease. There must be an end. Athelstan returned 6 weeks ago, or thereabouts. That can be proved. Before that time, he was working in San Francisco on the journal. That can be proved. While these forgeries, with which he is now so freely charged, were carried on here, he was abroad. I don't ask you to believe or to disbelieve or to bring up your experience, oh. Such experience, one would think you had been a police magistrate all your life. No, Elsie. Mr. Doering smiled grimly. There was no need to sit upon the bench, the police magistrate does not hear so much as the family solicitor. My dear, prove your brothers by finding out who did the thing. That is, after all, the only thing. It matters nothing what I believe, he is not proved innocent, all the world may be suspected of it, until the criminal is found. Remove the suspicions which have gathered about your lover by finding the criminal. There is no other way. Very well, then. I will find the criminal, since no one else can. Mr. Doering went on without heeding her words. They want to get out a warrant against Edmund Gray. I think, for my own part, that the man Edmund Gray has nothing to do with the business. He is said to be an elderly man and a respectable man, a gentleman, who has held his chambers for 10 years. They need not worry about a warrant, Elsie replied. Tell your brother, Mr. Doering, that it will be perfectly useless. Meantime, I doubt if it is any good asking you, but, if we want your help, will you give me all the help you can? Assuredly. All the help I can. Why not? I am the principal person concerned. You are, indeed, said Elsie gravely, the principal person concerned. Very well, Mr. Doing, now I will tell you more. I know the criminal. I can put my hand upon him at any moment. It is one man who has done the whole, beginning with the check for which Athelstan was suspected, one man alone. Why, child, what can you know about it? What can you do? You were never in love, Mr. Doing, else you would understand that a girl will do a great deal, oh, a great deal more than you would think, for her lover. It is not much to think for him and to watch for him, and for her brother, the brother who has stripped himself of everything to give his sister. She was fain to pause, for the tears which rose again and choked her voice. But, Elsie, what does this mean? How can you know what no one else has been able to find out? That is my affair, Mr. Doing. Perhaps I dreamed it. Do you mean that you will get back all the papers, all the transfers, the dividends that have been divulged, everything? Everything is safe. Everything shall be restored. My dear guardian, it is a long and a sad story. I cannot tell you now. Presently, perhaps. Or tomorrow. I do not know how I shall be able to tell you. But for your property, rest easy. Everything will come back to you, everything, except that which cannot be stored in the vaults of the bank. The last words he heard not, or understood not. I shall get back everything. The eyes of the individualist lit up and his pale cheek glowed. Old age has still some pleasures. It is not until one loses property that one finds out how precious it has become. Elsie, you remember what I told you, a day or two ago. Ah! I don't forget quite everything. A man is not the shivering naked soul only, but the complete figure, equipped and clothed, armed and decorated, bearing with him his skill, his wit, his ingenuity, his learning, his past, and his present, his memories and his rejoicings, his sorrows and his trials, his successes and his failures, and his property, yes, his property. Take away from him any of these things, and he is mutilated, he is not the perfect soul. Why, you tell me that my property is coming back, I awake again. I feel stronger already, the shadows are flying before me, even the terror of that strange forgetfulness recedes, and the haunting of Edmund Grey. I can bear all, if I get my property back again. As for this forger, this miscreant, this criminal, you will hale him before the judge, yes, yes. We will see about the miscreant afterwards. The first thing is to find the man and recover your property, and to dispel the suspicions resting on innocent persons. If I do the former, you must aid me in the latter. Assuredly. I shall not shrink from that duty. Very well. Now tell me about yourself. Sometimes it does good to talk about our own troubles. Tell me more about these forgetful fits. Do they trouble you still? Her eyes and her voice were soft and winning. One must be of granite to resist such a voice and such eyes. My dead, Mr. Doing softened. You are good to interest yourself in an old man's ailments. It is Anno Domini that is the matter with me. The forgetful fits are only symptoms, and the disease is incurable. Ask the oak why the leaves are yellow. Lt is the hand of winter. That is my complaint. First the hand of winter, then the hand of death. Meantime, the voice of the grasshopper sings loud and shrill. In presence of the simple things of age and death, even a hard old lawyer grows poetic. Tell me the symptoms, then. Do you still forget things? Constantly. More and more. I forget everything. Where were you yesterday evening, for instance? I don't know. I cannot remember. I have left off even trying to remember. At one time I racked my brain for hours, to find out, and failed. Now I remember nothing. I never know when this forgetfulness may fall upon me. At any hour. For instance, you ask me about yesterday evening. I ordered dinner at home. My housekeeper this morning reminded me that I did not get home last night till 11. Where was I? Where did I spend the evening? At the club. No, I took a cab this morning and drove there under pretense of asking for letters. I asked if I was there last night. The hall porter stared. But I was not there. I thought that I might have fallen asleep there. I have done so before. Checkley tells me that I went away before him. Where was one, leaned forward and whispered, with white cheeks, "I'll have read of men going about with disordered brains doing what they afterwards forget. Am I one of these unfortunates? Do I go about with my wits wandering? Oh! Horrible! I picture to myself an old man, such as myself, of unblemished reputation and blameless life, wandering about the streets demented, without conscience, without dignity, without self-respect, committing follies, things disgraceful, even things which bring men before the law." He shuddered. He turned pale. "No, no," murmured Elsie. "You could not. You could never. Such things are on record. They have happened. They may happen again. I have read of such cases. There was a man once, he was like myself, a solicitor, who would go out and do things, not knowing what he did. They found him out at last doing something so incredibly foolish that there was but one explanation. In another man and a younger man it would have been worse than foolish, it would have been criminal. Then they gave him a companion, and he discovered what he had done. The shame and the shock of it killed him. I have thought of that man of late. Heavens! Think, if you can, of any worse disaster. Let me die, I say, rather than suffer such a fate, such an affliction. I see myself brought before the magistrate, me, myself, at my age, charged with this and with that. What defence? None, save that I did not remember. That could never be, said Elsie confidently, because she knew the facts. If such a thing were to befall, your character would never be changed. You might talk and think differently, but you could never be otherwise than a good man. You to haunt low company? Oh! You could not even in a waking dream. People who dream, I am sure, always remain themselves, however strangely they may act. How could you, after such a life as yours, become a haunter of low company? One might perhaps suppose that Athelstan had been living among profligates because he is young and untried, but you? You? Oh! No. If you had these waking dreams, perhaps you have them, you would become, I really think you would become. She watched his face, such a man as Mr. Edmund Grey, who is so like yourself, and yet so different. He started. Edmund Grey again? Good heavens! It is always Edmund Grey. He is now a friend of mine. I have only known him for a week or two. He does not think quite as you do. But he is a good man. Since, in dreams, we do strange things, you might act and speak and think as Edmund Grey. I speak and think but, am I dreaming? Am I forgetting again? Am I awake? Edmund Grey is the man whom we want to find. I have found him, said Elsie quietly. The forger, if he is the forger, no. Do not make more mistakes. You shall have the truth in a day or two. Would you like to see Edmund Grey? Will you come with me to his chambers? Whenever you call, you, I say, will find him at home. No, I know his doctrines, futile. I do not wish to meet him. What do you mean by mistakes? There are the letters, there are the forgeries. Are there two Edmund Greys? No, only one. He is the man they cannot find. I will show you, if you like, what manner of man he is. No, I do not want to see a socialist. I should insult him. You are mysterious, Elsie. You know this man, this mischievous leveller, this spoliator. You tell me that he is a good man, you want me to see him. What, I ask, do these things mean? They mean many things, my dear guardian. Chiefly they mean that you shall get back your property, and that suspicion shall be removed from innocent persons, and all this I hope, before next Wednesday, when I am to be married. We must all be happy on my wedding day. Will Mr. Edmund Grey be there as well? He has promised. And now, my dear guardian, if you will come round to Gray's Inn with me, I will show you the chambers of Mr. Edmund Grey. No, no. Thank you, Elsie, I do not wish to make the personal acquaintance of a socialist. He has chambers on the second floor. The principal is large and well fumished. It is wainscoted with 2 windows looking on the square. It is not a very pretty square, because they have not made a garden or laid down grass in the middle, and the houses are rather dingy. He sits there in the evening. He writes and meditates. Sometimes he teaches me, but that is a new thing. In the morning he is sometimes there between 9 o'clock and 12. He has an old laundress, who pretends to keep his rooms clean. She murmured these words softly, thinking to turn his memory back and make him understand what had happened. They are pleasant rooms, are they not? He made no reply, his eyes betrayed trouble. She thought it was the trouble of stumbling memory. He sits here alone and works. He thinks he is working for the advancement of the world. There is no one so good, I think, as Edmund Grey. He suddenly pushed back the chair and sprang to his feet. My scholar! You speak of me. It was so sudden that Elsie cried out and fell backwards in her chair. She had brought on the thing by her own words, by conjuring up a vision of the chambers. But the trouble was not the struggle of memory getting hold of evasive facts. Why, child, he remonstrated, you look pale. Is it the heat? Come, it is cooler outside. Let us go to the chambers in Gray's Inn. This old fellow, this Doing, here he sits all day long. It is Tom Tiddler's ground. It is paved with gold, which he picks up. The place, let us whisper, because he must be in the outer office, it reeks of property, reeks of property. He took his hat and gloves. My scholar, let us go. By force of habit, he shut and locked the safe and dropped the bunch of keys in his pocket. Athelstan's discovery. On the evening of that same day the same discovery was made by another of persons chiefly concerned. You have seen that Athelstan on his return made haste to find out the commissionaire who had presented the forged cheque. Happily, the man remembered not only the circumstance itself but also his employer, on that a generosity far above what is commonly found among those who employ the services of that corps did and preserved the memory of the day he had received, in fact, half a sovereign for an 18-penny job, and the commissionaire is not like the cabby, to whom such windfalls are common. Not at all. With the former we observe the letter of the law. After 8 years this man's memory was rewarded. This thrice-blessed job produced yet more golden fruit. Heard one ever of a more prolific job? After breakfast, Athelstan was informed that a commissionaire desired to speak with him. It was his one-armed friend. Beg your pardon, sir, he said, saluting after the military manner, you said I was to come and tell you, first thing, if I'll found your man for you. Certainly. I told you also that I would give you a £5 reward for finding my man, as you call him. Well, I will be as good as my word if I have found him. I saw him yesterday. The very same old gentleman that sent me to the bank that day. He's older, and he doesn't look so jolly, and he walks slower, but I knew him at once. Oh! Are you quite sure? Because a resemblance, you know, well, sir, I can swear to him. I remember him as well as I remember anybody. He sat in the chair, and he laughed, and he said, you've been quick over the job, my man, there's something extra, because you might have dropped the money down a grating, or run away with it, or something, he says. Here's half a sovereign for you, my man, says he, and I dare say you can do with it. Can so, sir, I says, land with as many more like them as I can pick up. Then he laughed, and I laughed, and we both laughed, and that's the same man that I saw yesterday evening. Oh! This is very curious. Are you quite sure? TD swear to him anywhere. A man can't say fairer. No, as you say, a man can hardly say fairer, can he? Now, then, when did you see him? It was between 6 and 7. I'd been doing a message for a gentleman in the Strand, a gentleman in the dining room line to a gentleman in Holborn in the sausage and tripe line, and I was going back with a letter, and going through off Lincoln's Inn for a short cut. Just as I was getting near the gate to the fields, I saw coming out of the door at number 12 the ven man you want to find. I wasn't thinking about him, not a bit, I was thinking of nothing at all, when he come out of the door and walked down the steps. Then I knew him. Lord! I knew him at once. You're the man, I says to myself, as give me the half sov. Instead of 18p. Well, I stood at the comer and waited to see if he would remember me. Not a bit of it. He stared at me hard, but he never recollected me a bit, I could see that. Why should he? Nobody remembers the servant any more than they remember the private in the ranks. The very same old gentleman, but he's grown older, and he didn't look jolly any more. Perhaps he's lost his money. Came out of number 12, did he? Why, Doing and Sons' office is there. What does this mean? I thought I'd like to find out something more about him, and I thought that a £5 note was better worth looking after than 18p, so I let the letter from the tripe and sausage man lay a bit, and I followed my old gentleman at a good distance. Oh! You followed him? Very good. Did you find out where he lived? I can tell you that. He went to number 22 South Square, Gray's Inn. No, he didn't, sir. But you are not very far wrong. He went through Great Turnstile, then he crossed Holborn and tummed into Featherstone Buildings, which is all lodging houses. But he doesn't live there. He walked through the buildings, and so into Bedford Row, and he stopped at a house there. What? In Bedford Row? Yes, in Bedford Row, and he pulls out a latchkey and lets himself in. That's where he lives. No, 49 Bedford Row, on the west side, very near the bottom. He lives in Bedford Row. Well, sir, I like to do things proper, and so, to make the job complete, I went to the Salutation, Holborn, where they keep a directory, and I looked out his name. The gentleman that lives at No. 49 Bedford Row is named Edward Doing, and among the names of number 12 New Square, Lincoln's Inn, is the name of Doing and Son. So, sir, I don't think it is too much to say that your man is Mr. Doing, who belongs both to Bedford Row and Lincoln's Inn. He's the man who sent me to the bank 8 years ago. Athelstan stared at him. He the man, he cried. You are talking impossibilities. He can't be the man. Nobody else, sir. If that was Mr. Doing that I saw yesterday walking home from New Square to Bedford Row, he's the man who sent me for the money. To this statement the man stuck firm. Nor could he be moved by any assertion that his position was impossible. For, my friend, said Athelstan, the man who sent you with the cheque was the man who robbed Mr. Doing. Can't help that, sir. If the gentleman I saw yesterday walking from Lincoln's Inn to Bedford Row was Mr. Doing, then he robbed hisself. That's foolishness. Oh! There must be some explanation. Look here. Mr. Edward Doing leaves his office every evening between 6 and 7. I will be in New Square on the west side this evening at 6. You be there, as well. Why not to seem as if you were watching for anybody? Stand about at your ease. "I'll make it sentry go, sir," said the old soldier. "I'll walk up and down in front of the door same as some of our chaps got to do in front of shops. You trust me, sir, and I won't take no notice of you." This little plot, in fact, was faithfully carried out. At 6 o'clock Athelstan began to walk up and down outside the gate which opens upon Lincoln's Inn Fields. The commissionaire at the same time was doing sentry go in front of number 12 in New Square. When the clock struck 6 there was a rush and a tramp of hurrying feet. These were the clerks set free for the day. There are not many solicitors' offices in New Square, and these once gone, the place becomes perfectly quiet. At 6:30 there was the footfall as of one man on the stairs, and he descended slowly. He came out of the door presently, an old bent figure with white hair and shriveled face. Paying no heed to the sentry, he walked away with feeble step in the direction of Chancery Lane. Checkley this was, on his way to look after his tenants and his property. Athelstan looked after him, through the gate. Then he called his old soldier. "See that man?" he asked. "That's the man who sent you to the bank?" "No, he isn't." The man was stout on that point. "Not a bit like him." "That old man's a servant, not a gentleman. See the way he holds his hands. Never a gentleman yet carried his hands that way. You can always tell 'em by their hands. The other day I met an old pal, seemed to forget me, he did. Wanted to make out that he'd never been in the army at all. So I lay by for a bit. Then I gets up, and he gets up too. 'Tention,' says I, and he stood to 'tention like a good old Tommy Atkins. You watch their hands whatever they say. Always tell 'em by their hands. That old man, he's a servant. He isn't a gentleman. He can't sit among the swells and order about the waiters. He hasn't learned that way. He'd get up himself, if I asked him, and put the napkin under his arm and bring you a glass of sherry wine. He's not my man. You wait a bit." At 6:45 another footstep was heard echoing up and down the empty building. Then an old man, erect, thin, tightly buttoned, wearing neat gloves and carrying an umbrella, came out of the door. His face was hard, even austere. His walk was firm. The sent one why, as this person walked out of the gate, followed at a distance. When he was beside Athelstan, he whispered, "That's the man. I'd swear to him anywhere. That's the man that sent me to the bank." Athelstan heard in unbounded astonishment. "That the man? Why, it was Mr. Doering himself. Let us follow him," he whispered. "Not together. On opposite sides of the road. Good heavens! This is most wonderful. Do not lose sight of him." To follow him was perfectly easy, because Mr. Doering turned neither to the right nor to the left, but marched straight on through Great Turnstile, across Holborn, through Featherstone Buildings, and into Bedford Row. At number 49, his own house. Where else should he stop? Athelstan took out his purse and gave the man the £5. "I don't know what it means," he said. "I can't understand a word. But I suppose you have told me the truth." "I don't know why you should make up a lie, it's gospel truth," said the man. "And therefore again, I don't understand it." "Well, I've got your name and your number. If I want you again I will send for you." The man saluted and walked away. Half a sovereign for an 18-penny job, and 8 years afterwards £5 on account of the same job. Robbery, was it? Robbery, and the old man pretending to rob himself. Now what did that mean? Laying it on to some poor harmless innocent cove, the soldier guessed, laying it on to someone as he had a spite against, the old villain, very likely this young governor, most likely, donation on account of that same job, very likely, the old villain. As for Athelstan, he returned to Lincoln's Inn Fields, where, The evening being fine and the sun warm and the place quiet except for the children at play, he walked up and down the east or sunny side for half an hour tumming the thing over in his mind. For, you see, if Mr. Doering went through the form of robbing himself and finding out the robbery and coldly suffering the blame to fall upon himself, then Mr. Doering must be one of the most phenomenally wicked of living men. Or, if Mr. Doering robbed himself, and did not know it, then Mr. Doering must be mad. Again, if such a thing could be done on a small scale, it might be done on a larger scale with the same result, namely, suspicion to fall upon a blameless person, obloquy to gather round his name, for in some cases simply to be charged is almost as fatal as to be convicted, and perfect impunity for himself. "This is not my own writing, but a forgery," said the man who had been robbed. "Then, who is the forger?" You. None but you." The bare suspicion becomes a certainty in the minds of those who were once that man's friends. And his life is cankered at the outset. He thought of his own life, the bitter mess of alienation and exile. Never any time for 8 years when he could explain the reasons of his exile. Debt, the cultivation of wild oats, failure to pass examinations, anything would do for such a reason except suspicion of forgery. Athelstan was a cheerful young man. He seldom allowed himself to be cast down by the blows of fate. Nevertheless, during his whole time of exile, the drop of bitterness that poisoned his cup was that he could not tell the whole story because the world would believe no more than half, that half, namely, which contained the accusation. When one walks about thinking, there comes a time when it seems no good to think any longer. The mind can only get a certain amount out of a case at one sitting. That amount absorbed, the best thing is to go on to something else. Athelstan went on to dinner. He left his sister to the care of her young man, and dined by himself. He took a steak at a Holborn restaurant with an evening paper, which he considered professionally. After dinner he returned to his subject. Perhaps he should get a step farther. No, perhaps on account of the sweet influence of dinner he got no farther at all. Here was an astonishing fact. How to account for it? You have seen, by one of two ways, malignity unspeakable, or madness of a very curious kind, the madness of a man whose calm cold judgment had made him appear to his friends as one with an intellect far above any ordinary weaknesses of humanity. Mr. Doering mad. Then the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Speaker of the House of Commons, the President of the Royal Society, the President of the Institute of Civil Engineers, the Cambridge Professors of Mathematics, all these men might be mad as well. And nobody to know it or to suspect it. Mr. Doering mad. And yet, if no, what was he? There was one way. He had tried it already once. He left the restaurant and turned eastwards. He was going to try South Square, Gray's Inn, again. Perhaps Mr. Edmund Gray would be in his rooms. He was not. The door was shut. But the opposite door stood open, that of Freddie Carstone. Athelstan and was admitted with eloquence almost tumultuous. "Just in time," said the coach. "TVE got a new brand of whiskey, straight from Glasgow. You shall sample it. Have you had dinner yet? So have. I'll sit down. Let us talk and smoke tobacco and drink whiskey and soda. I will do the talking and the tobacco at any rate. I love virtue," said Freddie. "She's a lovely goddess, for if virtue feeble were, heaven itself would stoop to her. She has only one fault. There is reproach in her voice, reproach in her eye, and reproach in her attitude. She is an uncomfortable goddess. Fortunately, she dwells not in this venerable foundation. Do not imitate virtue, old boy. Let me, that's right. We shall then start fair upon the primrose path, the broad and flowery way, though I may get farther down than you. Athelstan the Wanderer, Melmoth the Wanderer, Childe Harold the Pilgrim, drink and be human." He set the example. Good whiskey, very good whiskey. Athelstan, there's a devil upstairs, starving for the most palt, let's have him down. It's a charity. He ran upstairs, and immediately returned with the decayed advocate, who looked less hungry than usual, and a shade less shabby. You have seen how he borrowed of Mr. Edmund Gray through Elsie. Now, said the host, I call this comfortable, a warm August evening, the window open, a suspicion of fresh air from the gardens, soda and whiskey, and two men for talk. Most evenings one has to sit alone. Then there's a temptation to close the evening too quickly. Freddie, I want to hear more about your neighbour. You told me something, if you remember, a week or two ago. Very odd thing. Old Checkley at the Salutation is always pestering about Mr. Edmund Gray. What has he to do with Mr. Edmund Gray? Wanted me to answer his questions. And me, said Mr. Langhorne. Did answer them. Well, Mr. Edmund Gray is, what is he? An old gentleman of cheerful aspect, who is apparently a socialist. We must all be allowed our little weaknesses. All I ask for is he reached his hand for the whiskey. This old gentleman carries his hobbies so far as to believe in them seriously. I've talked to him about them. I'll have heard him lecture at Camden Town, said the barrister. I'll go there sometimes on Sunday evening. They have a tea feast with him and cake and toast. It is a pleasant gathering. It reminds one of the early church. Well, Athelstan, what else can I tell you? Hark! There was a step heard ascending the stairs. I believe that is the old man himself. If it is, you shall see him. I will bring him. He went out to meet the unknown footstep on the landing. He greeted the owner of that footstep, he stopped him, he persuaded him to step into the opposite room. You must be lonely, Mr. Gray, sitting by yourself. Come in and have an hour's talk. Come in. This way. The room is rather dark. Here is Mr. Langhorne, your overhead neighbour, whom you know, and here is Mr. Athelstan Amdahl, whom you don't know. Those who do know him like him, except for his virtue, which is ostentatious in one so young. It was now nearly 9 o'clock. The lamp was not lit, and the room lay in twilight. It is the favourite shade for ghosts. A ghost stood before Athelstan, and shook hands with him, the ghost of Mr. Doing. I am happy. The ghost held out his hand, to make your acquaintance, Mr. Arundel. An old man, like myself, makes acquaintances, but not friends. His time for new friendships is gone. Still, the world may be full of pleasant acquaintances. He sat down, taking a chair in the window. The shade of the curtain fell upon his face so that nothing could be seen but a white circle. Let us have candles, Freddie, said Athelstan. By all means. Freddie lit a lamp on the table and 2 candles on the mantel shelf. By their light the lineaments and figure of the ghost came out more distinctly. Athelstan gazed on it with bewilderment, his head went round, he closed his eyes, he tried to pull himself together. He sat up, he drank half a glass of whiskey and soda, he stared steadily at the figure he had not seen for 8 years, since good heavens. And this man had done it himself, and he was as mad as a hatter. Mr. Edmund Gray looked serenely cheerful. He lay back in the long chair, his feet extended and crossed, his elbows on the arms of the chair, his fingertips touching, his face was wreathed with smiles, he looked as if he had always found the world the best of all possible worlds. Athelstan heard nothing of what was said. His old friend Freddie Carstone was talking in his light and airy way, as if nothing at all mattered. He was not expected to say anything. Freddie liked to do all the talking for himself, therefore he sat watching a man under an illusion so extraordinary that it made him another man. Nothing was changed in him, neither features nor voice nor dress, yet he was another man. Why, asked Athelstan, why did he write that cheque for £720? Presently Freddie stopped talking, and Mr. Edmund Grey took up the conversation. What he said, the doctrines which he advanced, we know already. And these things said Athelstan to himself, from those lips. Is it possible? At 10 o'clock Mr. Edmund Grey rose. He had to write a letter, he prayed to be excused. He offered his hand again to Athelstan. Good night, sir, he said. To the pleasure of seeing you again. Have we never met before, Mr. Grey? Athelstan asked. I think not. I should remember you, Mr. Arundel, I am sure, Mr. Grey replied politely. Besides, I never forget a face. And yours is new to me. Good night, sir. Checkley sees a ghost. To Checkley, watching every evening, though not always at the same time, sooner or later the same discovery was certain to come. It happened, in fact, on Friday evening, the day after Athelstan shook hands with Mr. Edmund Grey. On that night he left the office between 6 and 7, walked to his lodgings in Clerkenwell, made himself a cup of tea, and hurried back to Gray's Inn. Here he planted himself, as usual, close to the passage in the northeast corner of South Square, so that he could slip in on occasion and be effaced. Like many of the detective tribe, or like the ostrich, fount of many fables, he imagined himself by reason of this retreat entirely hidden from the observation of all. Of course the exact contrary was the result. The policemen regarded him with the liveliest curiosity, the laundresses watched him daily, the newspaper vendor came every evening from the gateway to see what this ancient spy was doing, and why he lurked stealthily in the passage and looked out furtively. He was one of the little incidents or episodes which vary the daily routine of life in the inn. Many of these occur every year. The people who come to their offices at 10 and go away at 5 know nothing about them, the residents who leave at 10 and return at 6 or 7 or 12 know nothing about them. But the service know, and they talk and conjecture. Here was an elderly man, nay, an old man, apparently 80 years of age. What did he want, coming night after night to hide himself in a passage and peer out into the square? What, indeed? The policeman, who had done duty in Hyde Park, could tell instructive stories from his own experience about frisky age. The laundresses remembered gentlemen for whom they had done and pranks with which those gentlemen amused themselves, but no one knew a case parallel to this. Why should an old man stand in the corner and secretly look out into the square? He generally arrived at 7:30, and he left his post at 9, when it was too dark to see across the square. Then he went to the salutation and enjoyed society, conversation, and a cheerful glass, as you have seen. The time he chose was unfortunate, because Mr. Edmund Grey, when he called at his chambers, generally did so at 6:30 or 7, on his way to the Hall of Science, Kentish Town. Therefore, Checkley might have gone on watching for a long time, say an eon, watching and waiting in vain. But an accident happened which rewarded him richly for all his trouble. It was on Friday. Elsie, provided by this time with a latchkey to the chambers, arrived at Gray's Inn at 6. She was going to spend the evening with the master. She walked in, ascended the staircase, Mr. Grey had not yet arrived, opened the door, shut it behind her, and entered the room. The hand of woman was now visible in the general improvement of the room. The windows were clean and bright, the wainscoted walls had been cleaned, the ceiling whitewashed, the carpet had been swept and the furniture dusted, there were flowers on the table, there was an easel, on which stood Elsa's fancy portrait of Mr. Doing, so wonderfully like Mr. Grey, a speaking likeness. Books lay about the table, they were all books on the labour question, on the social question, on the problems of the day, all the books on all the questions with which men now torture themselves, and think thereby to advance the coming of the kingdom of heaven. There were new curtains, dainty curtains, of lace, hanging before the windows, and the window blinds themselves were clean and new. Elsie looked about her with a certain satisfaction. It was her own doing, the work of her own hand, because the old laundress was satisfied to sit down and look on. At the least, she said, the poor dear man has a clean room. Then she remembered that in a day or two she would leave him to his old solitude, and she sighed, thinking how he clung to her and leaned upon her, and already looked upon her as his successor. A clean room, she said, when I have left him. Perhaps he will leave the room, too, and be all day long what he used to be. Sane or mad. I love him best when he is mad. The table was covered with manuscripts. These were PMT of the great work which he was about to give to the world. Elsie had never seen the room behind this. A guilty curiosity seized her. She felt like the youngest of Bluebeard's wives. She felt the impulse, she resisted, she gave way, she opened the door and looked in. She found a room nearly as large as the sitting room. The windows were black with dust and soot. She opened one, and looked out upon a small green area outside, littered with paper and bottles and all kind of jetsam. The floor of the room was a couple of inches deep with dust, the chairs and the dressing table were deep in dust. The bed was laid, but the blankets were devoured by moths, there was not a square inch left whole. It looked as if it had been brought in new and covered with sheets and blankets and so left, the room unopened, the bed untouched, for the 10 years of Mr. Edmund Gray's tenancy. Between the bedroom and the sitting room was a small dark room, containing a bath, a table for washing up, knives and forks in a basket, teacups and saucers. The pantry, said Elsie, and the scullery, and the housemaid's closet, all together. Oh! Beautiful! And to think that men live in such dens, and sleep there contentedly night after night in this lonely, ghostly old place. Horrible! A rattling behind the wainscoting warned her that ghosts can show themselves even in the daytime. She shuddered, and retreated to the sitting room. Here she took a book and sat by the open window, heedless of the fact that she could be seen by anyone from the square. It was 7 o'clock before Mr. Edmund Gray arrived. Ah! Child, he cried tenderly, you are here before me. I was delayed, some business. What was it? Pshaw! I forget everything. Never mind, I am here, and before we take a cab, I want you once more to go through with me the points of my new catechism. Now, if you are ready. Quite ready, master. At 7:30 Checkley arrived at his cummer and took a preliminary survey of the square. There he is, said the policeman. There he is again, said 2 laundresses conversing on a doorstep. There he is as usual, said the newspaper man. Now, asked all in chorus, what's he want there? Mr. Checkley looked out from his corner, saw no one in the square, and retreated into his passage. Then he looked out again, and retreated again. If anyone passed through the passage, Checkley was always walking off with great resolution in the opposite direction. Presently, in one of his stealthy peerings, he happened to look up. Then he started, he shaded his eyes, he looked his hardest. Yes, at the open window, freely displayed, without the least attempt at concealment, he saw the head and face of Miss Elsie Arundel. There. There. What more was necessary? Edmund Gray was Athelstan Arundel, or George Austen, or both, and Elsie Arundel was an accomplice after the act. There. There. He retreated to the seclusion of the passage and rubbed his hands. This would please Sir Samuel. He should hear it that very night. This ought to please him very much, because it made things so clear at last. There she was, upstairs, in the chambers of Mr. Edmund Gray, in the very room. There. 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 Perhaps he was mistaken. But his sight was very good, for distant things. In reading a newspaper he might make mistakes, because he was one of those elderly persons who enjoy their newspaper most when they can nail it upon the wall and sit down to read it from the other side of a large room. He looked up again. The setting sun shining on the window of the side where he stood, The eastern side was reflected upon the windows of No. 22. Elsa's shapely head, she had taken off her hat, was bathed in the reflected sunshine. No doubt about her at all. There she was. There. 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 The old man was fain to take a walk up Verulam Buildings and back again, to disguise his delight at this discovery. He walked chuckling and cracking his fingers, so that those who saw him, but there are not many in Raymond's Buildings on an August evening, thought that he must be either a little mad or a little DNLNK or a little foolish. But nobody much regards the actions of an ancient man. It is only the respect of his grandchildren or the thought of his possessions that gives him impotence. Only the strong are regarded, and an old man who looks poor gets no credit even for foolishness and silly chuckles. Then Checkley went back to his cummer. Oh! What was that? He rubbed his eyes again. He turned pale, he staggered, he caught at the doorposts. What was that? He shaded his eyes and looked again, bent and trembling and shaking all over. Said the policeman, looks as if he's going to get 'em again. Said the laundresses, he looks as if he'd seen a ghost. The newspaper boy stepped halfway across the square. He's looking at Mr. Edmund Gray and the young lady. Jealous, P-raps, knows the young lady wouldn't have believed it probably. Yes, Checkley was looking at that window. No doubt of that at all. He was not able to disguise his astonishment, he no longer pretended to hide himself. For he saw, sitting in the window, the young lady whom he believed to be an accomplice in the crime, and standing over her, with an expression of fatherly affection, was none other than Mr. Doering himself. Yes, Mr. Doering. Most wonderful. What did it mean? Had Mr. Doering resolved to clear up the mystery of Edmund Gray? Had he penetrated the chambers and found there not Edmund Gray, but Elsie Arundel? My friend, said the policeman, standing before him so that the view off window was intercepted, you seem interested over the way. I am. Oh. Yes. Much interested. Well, don't you think you've looked at that old gentleman long enough? Perhaps he wouldn't like so much looking at it. There's a young lady, too. It isn't manners to be staring at a young lady like a stuck pig. No, no, policeman, I've seen enough, thank you. And, still talking in a friendly way, do you think Mr. Edmund Gray over there would like it if he knew there was a detective or a spy watching every evening on the other side of the square? What's the little game, governor? Anything in our line? Not with that most respectable old gentleman, I do hope, though sometimes, well, what is it? Because we can't have you going on as you have been going on, you know, policeman. Checkley pulled him aside and pointed to the little group at the window. You see that old gentleman there, do you know him? Certainly. Known him ever since I came to the inn, 2 years ago. The people of the inn have known him for 10 years, I believe. That's Mr. Edmund Gray. He's not one of the regular residents, and he hasn't got an office. Comes here now and then when he fancies the place, Mr. Edmund Gray, that is. I wish all the gentlemen in the inn were half as liberal as he is. Oh. It's impossible. Say it again, policeman. Perhaps I'm a little deaf, I'm very old, you know, a little deaf perhaps. Say it again. What's the matter with the man? For he was shaking violently, and his eyes stared. Of course that is Mr. Edmund Gray. What does the girl do with him? Why are they both there together? How should I know why she calls upon him? She's a young lady, and a sweet young thing too. He's her grandfather likely. Checkley groaned. I must go somewhere and think this out, he said. Excuse me, policeman. I am an old man, and I've had a bit of a good evening, policeman. He shaded his eyes again and looked up. Yes, there they were, talking. Then Elsie rose and he saw her putting on her hat. Then she retreated up the room. But still he stood watching. Not had enough yet, governor? Asked the policeman. Only a minute. I want to see her go. They are going out together. It is, after all, oh. There is no mistake. There is no mistake, governor, said the policeman. There goes Mr. Edmund Gray, and there goes that sweet young thing along of him. There's many advantages about being a gentleman. No mistake, I say, about them too. Now, old man, you look as if you'd had a surprise. Hadn't you better go home and take a drop of something? It was earlier than Checkley generally went to the salutation. But he delayed no longer. He tottered across the square, showing very much of extreme feebleness, looking neither to the right nor to the left, his cheek white, his eyes rolling. The people looked after him, expecting that he would fall. But he did not. He turned into the tavern, hobbled along the passage, and sank into an armchair in the parlour. Good gracious, Mr. Checkley, cried the barmaid as he passed, whatever is the matter? Some off-usual company were already assembled, although it was as yet hardly 8. The moneylender was there, sitting in his corner, taking his tobacco and his grog in silence. The decayed barrister was there, his glass of old and mild before him, reading the morning newspaper. The XM.P was there. When Checkley tumbled into the room, they looked up in surprise. When he gazed about him wildly and gasped, they were astonished, for he seemed like unto one about to have a fit. Give me something, Robin, give me something, he cried. Quick, something strong. I'll have it short. Quick, quick. Robert brought him a small glass of brandy, which he swallowed hastily. Oh, he groaned, sitting up, I've seen, you look as if you had seen a ghost, said the barmaid, who had come along with a glass of water. Shall I bathe your forehead? No, no, I am better now, I am all right again. Gentlemen, he looked round the room solemnly, I've seen this evening a good man, an old man, a great man, a rich man, gentlemen, wrecked and cast away and destroyed and ruined. With a little devil of a woman to laugh at him. They don't generally laugh at the men when they are ruined, said Mr. Langhorne. They laugh while they are ruining them. It's fun to them. So it is to the men. Great fun it is while it lasts. I dare say the little woman won't really laugh at him. In my case, his case was left untold, because he stopped and buried his head in his newspaper. Then Shylock spoke. He removed his pipe from his lips and spoke, moved, after his kind, by the mention of the words wreck and ruin, just as the vulture pricks up its feathers at the word death. To see a rich man wrecked and ruined, Mr. Checkley, is a thing which a man may see every day. The thing is not to lose by their wreck, to make money out of it. Rich men are always being wrecked and ruined. What else can you expect if men refuse to pay their interest and to meet their bills? The melancholy thing, all. The real sadness, is the ruin of a man who has trusted his fellow creatures and got taken in for his pains. Only this morning I find that I've been let in by a swindler, a common swindler, gentleman, who comes round and says he can't pay up, and I'm welcome to the sticks. Which kind of man might your friend be, Mr. Checkley, the man who's msted his neighbour and got left, or the neighbour who's ramped the man that trusted him? It isn't money at all, Checkley replied. Then, sir, if it isn't money, said the moneylender, I don't know why you come in frightening this honourable company out of their wits. If it isn't money, how the devil can the gentleman be wrecked and mind? For 2 hours Mr. Checkley sat in silence, evidently not listening to what was said. Then he turned to Mr. Langhorne the barrister. You've known Mr. Edmund Gray a long time, I believe. 9 years, 10 years, since he came to the inn. Always the same man, I suppose, said Checkley. Never another man, not sometimes a young man, or 2 young men, one rather tall young man, looks as if the world was all his, supercilious beast. Never more than one man at once, replied the barrister with a show of forensic keenness. He might have been two young men rolled into one, but not to my knowledge. Always the same man to look at, so far as I know, and the same man to talk with. Oh. Yes, yes. There's no hope left, none. He's ruined and lost and cast away and done. He rose and walked out. The company looked after him and shook their heads. Then they drew their chairs a little closer, and the gap made by his departure vanished. The day after the ghost. When Mr. Doing arrived at his office next morning, he observed that his table had not been arranged for him. Imagine the surprise of the housewife should she come down to breakfast and find the ham and the toast and the tea placed upon the table without the decent cloth. With such eyes did Mr. Doing gaze upon the pile of yesterday's letters lying upon his blotting pad, the pens in disorder, the papers heaped about anyhow, the dust of yesterday everywhere. Such a thing had never happened before in his whole experience of 55 years. He touched his bell sharply. "Why," he asked, hanging up his coat without turning round, "why is not my table put in order?" He turned and saw his clerk standing at the open door. "Good heavens! Checkley, what is the matter?" For the ancient servitor stood with drooping head and melancholy face and bent shoulders. His hands hung down in the attitude of one who waits to serve. But he did not serve. He stood still and he made no reply. He understood now. Since the apparition of South Square he had had time to reflect. He now understood the whole business from the beginning to the end. One hand there was, and only one, concerned with the case. Now he understood the meaning of the frequent fits of abstraction, the long silences, this strange forgetfulness which made his master mix up days and hours, and caused him to wonder what he had done and where he had been on this and that evening. And somebody else knew. The girl knew. She had told her lover. She had told her brother. That was why the new partner laughed and defied them. It was on his charge that young Arundel had been forced to leave the country. It was he who declared that he had seen him place the stolen notes in the safe. It was he who had charged young Austen and whispered suspicions into the mind of Sir Samuel. Now the truth would come out, and they would all turn upon him, and his master would have to be told. Who would tell him? How could they tell him? Yet he must be told. And what would be done to the jealous servant? And how could the old lawyer, with such a knowledge about himself, continue to work at his office? All was finished. He would be sent about his business. His master would go home and stay there, with an attendant. How could he continue to live without his work to do? What would he do all day? With whom would he talk? Everything finished and done with. Everything. He stood, therefore, stricken dumb, humble, waiting for reproof. "Are you ill, Checkley?" asked Mr. Doing. "You look ill. What is the matter?" "I am not ill," he replied in a hollow voice, with a dismal shake of the head. "I am not exactly ill. Yes, I am ill. I tried to put your table in order for you this morning, but I couldn't, I really couldn't. I feel as if I couldn't never do anything for you, never again. After 60 years' service, it's hard to feel like that." He moved to the table and began mechanically laying the papers straight. "No one has touched your table but me for 60 years. It's hard to think that another hand will do this for you, and do it quite as well, you'll think. That's what we get for faithful service." He put the pulse all wrong, because his old eyes were dimmed with unaccustomed moisture. Checkley had long since ceased to weep over the sorrows of others, even in the most moving situations, when, for instance, he himself carried off the sticks instead of the rent. But no man is so old that he cannot weep over his own misfortunes. Checkley's eye was therefore dimmed with the tear of compassion, which is the sister of charity. "I do not understand you this morning, Checkley. Have you had any unpleasantness with Mr. Austen, with any of the people?" "No, no. Only that I had better go before I am turned out." That's all. That's all. He repeated the words in despair. Nothing but that. Who is going to turn you out? What do you mean, Checkley? What the devil do you mean by going on like this? Am I not master here? Who can turn you out? You can, sir, and you will, and I'd rather, if you'll excuse the liberty, go out of my own accord. I'm a small man, only a very small man, but, thank God, I've got enough to give me a crust of bread and cheese to live upon. I tell you what, Checkley, you had better go home and lie down and rest a little. You are upset. Now, at our age we can't afford to be upset. Go home, and be easy. Old friends don't part quite so easily as you think. Mr. Doering spoke kindly and gently. One must be patient with so old a servant. Checkley sobbed and choked. Like a child he sobbed. Like a child of 4, Checkley choked and sniffed. You don't understand, he said. Oh, no, you can't understand. It's what I saw last night. This is very wonderful. What did you see? A ghost. Worse than a ghost, who cares for a ghost? Ghosts can't turn a man out of his place and bring him to be a laughingstock. No, no. It was a man that I saw, not a ghost. If you can find it possible to talk reasonably. Mr. Doering took his chair and tore open an envelope. When you can find it possible to talk reasonably, I will listen. Meantime, I really think that you had better go home and lie down for an hour or two. Your nerves are shaken, you hardly know what you are saying. I was in Gray's Inn yesterday evening. By accident, at 8. He spoke in gasps, watching his master curiously. By accident, not spying? No, by accident. On my way to my club, at the Salutation. Walking through South Square. Not thinking of anything. Looking about me, careless-like. South Square, Gray's Inn. That is the place where the man Edmund Gray lives, the man we want to find and cannot find. Oh! Lord! Lord! Exclaimed the clerk. Is it possible? He lifted his hand and raised his eyes to heaven and groaned. Then he resumed his narrative. Coming through the passage, I looked up to the windows of number 22, Mr. Edmund Gray's chambers, you know. I believe so. Mr. Doering's face betrayed no emotion at all. Go on, I am told so. In the window I saw Mr. Edmund Gray himself. Curious. You have seen him, but why not? The man we've all been so anxious to find. The man who endorsed the check and wrote the letters and got the papers, there he was. Question of identity. How did you know him, since you had never seen him before? This question Checkley shirked. He came downstairs 5 minutes afterwards, while I was still looking up at the windows. Came downstairs, and walked out of the square, made as if he was going out by way of Raymond's Buildings, much as if he might be going to Bedford Row. These details are unimportant. Again, how did you know him? L asked the policeman who the gentleman was. He said it was Mr. Edmund Gray. I asked the newspaper boy at the Holborn entrance. He said it was Mr. Edmund Gray, and that everybody knew him. So everybody knows him? Well, Checkley, I see nothing so very remarkable about your seeing a man so well known in the inn. It adds nothing to our knowledge. That he exists, we know already. What share, if any, he has had in this case of ours remains still a mystery. Unless, that is, you have found out something else. Checkley gazed upon his master with a kind of stupor. No, no, he murmured. I can't. What did you do, when you found out that it was the man? Nothing. You did nothing? Well, under the circumstances I don't know what you could have done. And he walked away. Oh. He walked away. Well, why important indeed. But, Checkley, this story does not in the least account for your strange agitation this morning. Have you anything more to tell me? I see that you have, but you seem to experience more than usual difficulty in getting it out. The clerk hesitated. Do you, he asked at last, do you, happen, to know Gray's Inn? I dare say I have been there, years ago. Why? Oh. You haven't been there lately, have you? Not lately, not for 40 years, or some such inconsiderable period. Why? I thought you might yourself have met Mr. Edmund Gray, been to his chambers, perhaps. Mr. Doering sat upright and laid his hand upon his letters. Checkley, he said, I am always willing to make allowance for people in mental distress, but I think I have made allowance enough. Come to the point. Have you lost any money? No, no, not so bad as that, but bad enough. No, I couldn't afford to lose money. I haven't got enough to spare any. But I got a shock, a kind of stroke, partly because of the man I met, and partly because of the person with him. Oh. Who was that? Are we arriving at something? Elle hadn't told you that. The person who was sitting at the open window with him, who came downstairs with him, and walked out of the square with him, was no other than your own ward, Miss Elsie Arundel herself. Oh. Why not? Asked Mr. Doering carelessly. She told me yesterday, was it? That she knows him. If it had been anyone else she was with, he replied, mixing up his grammar, if it had been anyone else who was with her, I wouldn't have been surprised. But to see the two together, that gave me a turn that I can't get over. Still, why not? Miss Elsie Arundel has already told me that she is acquainted with Mr. Edmund Gray. What? She has told you, she has actually told you? Oh. What has she told you? Oh. Lord. Lord. What is a man to say or to do? She told you what is best to do. He wrung his hands in his distress and his perplexity. I cannot understand, Checkley, said Mr. Doering with emphasis, the reason for this display of excitement. Why should she not tell me or anybody else? Do you suppose that my ward is doing anything clandestine? She has told me that she is acquainted with this man. She asserts further, that we have made a great mistake about him. What she means, I cannot understand. She says, in fact, that this gentleman is a perfectly honourable person. It is possible that he has deceived her. It is also possible that the name of Edmund Gray has been wrongfully used in the papers which belong to the case. Certainly it was an Edmund Gray who endorsed the first cheque, and an Edmund Gray having an address at 22 South Square whose name is connected with the later business. Well, we shall see presently. When do you take out the warrant for the arrest of this man? By the way, Elsie Arundel implores me not to allow that step. When are you going to do it? This morning, I was going to do it. Everything is ready, but what? I can't do it now. The man is clean gone off his head. Leave it till tomorrow, only tomorrow, or Monday. Before then, something is certain to turn up. Oh. Certain, sure it is. Something must turn up. There is certainly something that you are keeping behind, Checkley. Well, wait till Monday. Today is Saturday. He can't do very much mischief between this and Monday. That's enough about Edmund Gray. Now, here is another point, to which I want a direct answer from you. My brother asserts, I believe on your authority, that Athelstan Arundel has been living in a low and profligate manner in some London suburb, and that he was in rags and poverty early this year. What is your authority for this? Why, I heard him confess, or not deny, that he'd been living in Camberwell in bad company. It was at the salutation I heard it. He didn't see me. I'd got my head behind a paper. He never denied it about the rags. I don't know anything about the rags. Very likely there is as much foundation for the one charge as for the other. 3 or 4 years ago, he was in America, to my knowledge. He wrote to me from America. I now learn, on the authority of his sister, that he only came back a month ago, and that he has been and is still in the service of an American paper. What have you got to say to that? Nothing. I don't feel as if I could say anything. It's all turned upside down. That won't do, I suppose, no more than the rest. But, my friend, if that is Hugh, your theory of conspiracy and confederacy, which you took so much pains to build up, falls to the ground as far as Athelstan is concerned. Yes. Oh. I haven't nothing to say. It was a mark of the trouble which possessed him that his language reverted to that of his young days, before he had learned the art of correct speech from the copying of legal documents. He preserved the same attitude with bent head and hanging hands, a sad and pitiful object. Since Athelstan was not in London during the months of March and April, he could have had no hand in the later forgeries. And it is acknowledged that the same hand was concerned both in the earlier and the later business. Yes, yes, the same hand. Oh. Yes, the same hand, he repeated with pathos unintelligible to his master. The same hand, yes, yes, the same hand, that's the devil of it, same hand done it all. Then what becomes of your charge against my young partner? You were extremely fierce about it. So was my brother. You had no proofs, nor had he. If the same hand was in both forgeries, it could not have been the hand of George Austen. What do you say to that? Nothing. I'm never going, still standing hands hanging, to say anything again as long as I live. But you were very fierce about it, Checkley. You must either find more proofs or withdraw your accusation. Oh. If that's all, I withdraw everything. Why did you bring that charge then, Checkley? You've been making yourself very busy over the character of my partner. You have permitted yourself to say things in the office before the clerks about him. If it turns out that he has had nothing to do with the business, you will be in a very serious position. I withdraw everything, the old clerk replied, but not meekly. He was prepared to withdraw, but only because he was forced. Remember, too, that it was you who brought the charge against young Arundel. I withdraw everything. You went so far as to remember, the other day, having seen him replace the notes in the safe. What do you say to that? I withdraw. But it was a direct statement, the testimony of an eyewitness. Was it TME or not? Don't know you this morning, Checkley. First, you appear shaking and trembling, then you tell me things which seem in no way to warrant so much agitation. Next, you withdraw an accusation which ought never to have been made except with the strongest proof. And now you wish to withdraw an alleged fact. Checkley shook his head helplessly. I acknowledge that the business remains as mysterious as before. Nothing has been found out. But there remains an evident and savage animosity on your part towards two young gentlemen in succession. Why? What have they done to you? Checkley made reply in bold words, but still standing with hanging hands, I withdraw the animosity. I withdraw everything. As for young Arundel, he was a supercilious beast. We were dirt beneath his feet. The whole earth belonged to him. He used to imitate my ways of speaking, and he used to make the clerks laugh at me. I hated him then. I hate him still. It was fun to him that an old man, nigh 70, with no education, shouldn't speak like a young gentleman of Oxford and Cambridge College. He used to stick his hat on the back of his head as if it was a crown, and he'd slam the door after him as if he was a partner. I hated him. I was never so glad as when he ran away in a rage. He was coming between you and me, 2.0. I saw it. Cunning he was. laying his lines for to come between you and me. Why, you were jealous, Checkley. Elle was glad when he ran away. And I always thought he'd done it, too. As for seeing him put the check back in the safe, I perceive now that I never did see him do it. Yet I seemed to think at the time that I'd remembered seeing him do a kind of a sort of a something like it. I now perceive that I was wrong. He never done it. He hadn't the wits to contrive it. That sort is never half sharp. Too fine gentlemen for such a. I know what you are going to say next. How about the second young fellow? I hate him too. I hate him because he's the same supercilious beast as the other, and because he's been able to get round you. He's carnied you, no fool like an old fool, and flattered you, till you've made him a partner. I've worked for you heart and soul for 60 years and more, and this boy comes in and cuts me out in a 12-month. Well. But Checkley, hang it, I couldn't make you a partner. You didn't want no partners. You could do your work, and I could do mine and yours too, even if you did want to go asleep of an afternoon. This is grave, however. You hated Mr. Austen, and therefore you bring against him this foul charge. This is VO grave, Checkley. No, I thought he was guilty. I did, indeed. Everything pointed that way. And I don't understand about young Amdal, because he came into the salutation with the Cambridge gentleman who gets drunk there every night, and he said that he lived at Camberwell for 8 years with bad company as I wouldn't name to you, sir. I thought he was guilty. I did, indeed. And now? Oh. Now it is all over. Everything's upside down. Nobody's guilty. I know now that he hasn't had anything to do with it. He's a young man of very slow intelligence and inferior parts. He couldn't have had anything to do with it. We ought to have known that. Well, but who has done it, after all? That's it. Checkley was so troubled that he dropped into a chair in the presence of his master. That's it. Who's done it? Don't you know who done it? No, I see you don't so much as suspect. No more don't tell else, what to do, what to say, Lord only knows. He turned and ran, he scuttled out of the room, banging the door behind him. He's mad, said Mr. Doing. Poor man. Age makes some men forgetful, but it has driven Checkley mad. The 3 accomplices. On that same evening the 3 accomplices, probably on the proceeds of their iniquities, were dining together at the Savoy. After dinner they sat on the veranda overlooking the river and the embankment. 'Tis sweet, what time the evening shades prevail, while one is still in the stage of physical comfort and mental peace attendant upon an artistic little banquet, to view from the serene heights of a balcony at that hotel the unquiet figures of those who flit backwards and forwards below. They, alas, have not dined so well, or they could not walk so fast, or drag their limbs so hopelessly, or lean over the wall so sadly. Elsie leaned her head her hands, looking down upon this scene, though not quite with these thoughts. Young ladies who are quite happy, and are going to be married next week, do not make these comparisons. Happiness is selfish. When one is quite happy, everybody else seems quite happy too, even Lazarus and the leper. We must never be happy if we do not wish to be selfish. Coffee was on the table. Athelstan had a cigar. They were all 3 silent. During dinner they had talked gaily, because everybody knows that you cannot talk with strange people listening. After dinner they sat in silence, because it is only when the waiters are gone that one is free to talk. Elsie said, George, presently, you have something to tell us, something you have discovered. For my own part, since I handed the case over to anybody else, I feel as if I were not interested in it. But still, one would like to know, just for curiosity's sake, when Checkley is to be run in. Yes, said Elsie, Elle must tell you. Perhaps I ought to have told you before. Yet there was a reason. Now, you will be greatly astonished, George. Before you begin, Elsie, Athelstan removed his cigar, must tell you that yesterday evening I, too, made a discovery, what the Americans call a pivotal discovery, a discovery that discovers everything. I should have told you last night, but you announced your communications for this evening, and I thought we would expose our discoveries at the same time. You have found out too. Elsie cried. Elsie, by your face that you have. Well, Athelstan, so much the better. Now, tell your discovery first, and I will follow. It is this. I have discovered Edmund Gray. I have sat with him and discoursed with him, in Freddie Carstone's chambers. He came in, sat beside me, and conversed for more than an hour. Oh, said Elsie. Then you know all, as much as I know. Observe, George interposed, that I know nothing as yet. Wait a moment, George. Learn that I have myself known Mr. Edmund Gray for a fortnight. You will think, perhaps, that I ought to have told you before. Well, but there is a reason. Besides, the way, to begin with, did not lie quite clear before me. Now the time has come when you should advise as to the best course to follow. You have certainly been more mysterious than any oracle, Elsie. Yet you will bear witness, if it comes to bearing witness, that I accepted your utterances and believed in you. Certainly did, George. And now, Athelstan, tell him the whole. In one word then, Edmund Gray, the man we have been looking after so long, is none other than Edward Doing, of 12 New Square, Lincoln's Inn, solicitor. I don't understand, said George, bewildered. Say it all again. Athelstan repeated his words. That is my discovery, too, said Elsie. Now you know all, as you understand. But I don't understand. How can one man be another man? I sat beside one man, Athelstan added, for an hour and more, and 10. All the time he was another man. And still I am fogged. What does it mean? It means, George, what you would never suspect. The one man received me as a stranger. He knew nothing about me, he had never heard my name, even. Yet the other man knows me so well. It was very odd at first. I felt as if I was talking to a sleepwalker. Oh, cried George, I know now. You have seen Mr. Doing in a kind of sleepwalking state. I too have seen him thus. But he said nothing. You may call it sleepwalking if you like. But, George, there is another and a more scientific name for it. The old man is mad. He has fits of madness, during which he plays another part, under another name. Now, do you understand it? Possible? It is more than possible, it is an actual certainty. Wait. Let Elsie tell her story. Then Elsie began, with a little air of triumph, because it is not given to every young lady to find out what all the men have failed to find. Well, you see, I was always thinking over this business, and wondering why nothing was found out about it, and watching you look this way and that, and it to me that the first thing of all was to find out this Mr. Edmund Gray and lay hands upon him. At first I thought I would just go and stand outside his door all day long and every day until he came. But that seemed a waste of time. So I remembered how you found his door open, and went in and spoke to the laundress. I thought that I would do the same thing, and sit down there and wait until he should come. But I was afraid to sit in the rooms of a strange man all alone. No, I could not do it. So I just found out the old woman, the laundress, as you did, George, and I gave her money, and she told me that Mr. Gray was at his chambers almost every Saturday afternoon. Very well, if anybody chose to wait for him all Saturday afternoon, he would certainly be found. So on Saturday afternoon I took a cab and drove to Holborn, and got to the place before his arrival. But again, as it was not quite nice to stand at an open doorway in a public square, I thought I would wait on the stairs. So I mounted, the doors were all closed, nobody was left in the place at all. I thought I should be perfectly safe and undisturbed, when I heard the noise of footsteps overhead, a tramp, tramp, tramp up and down, with every now and then a groan, like a hungry creature in a cage. This kept on for a long time, and frightened me horribly. I was still more frightened when a door overhead opened and shut and the footsteps came downstairs. They belonged to a man, an elderly man, who seemed as much frightened at seeing me as I was at seeing him. He asked me whether I wanted anyone, and when I said I wanted Mr. Edmund Gray, he said that he was a friend of Mr. Gray's, and that, since I was a friend, I might act for Edmund Gray and lend him some money. He looked desperately poor and horribly hungry and thin and shabby, the poor old man. "So you acted for Edmund Gray?" That was old Langhorne. He is a barrister, who lives in the garret, and is horribly down on his luck. Go on. "Poor Elsie," said George. "Think of her, all alone on the staircase." When he was gone, there was no sound at all. The place was perfectly quiet. The time passed so slowly, oh, so slowly. At last, however, I heard a step. It came up the stairs. Oh! My heart began to beat. Suppose it should be Mr. Edmund Gray? Suppose it was some other person? Suppose it was some horror of a man? But I had not long to wait, because Mr. Edmund Gray himself stood on the landing. He stared at me, rather surprised to find a young lady on the stairs, but he showed no sign of recognition whatever. I was a complete stranger to him. And was the man Mr. Doing? He was Mr. Doing. There was just the least little change in him. He wore his coat open instead of buttoned. He had no gloves, his hat was not pulled over his eyes, and his face was somehow lighter and brighter than usual. "That is so," said Athelstan. "Exactly with these little changes he presented himself to perhaps there is another man in the world exactly like him." Futile remark, go on, Elsie. Then I guessed in a moment what it meant. I stepped forward and asked him if he was Mr. Edmund Gray. And then I followed him into his rooms. George, there is no manner of doubt whatever. Mr. Doing has periods, whether regular or not I cannot tell, when he loses himself and becomes in imagination another man. He is mad, if you like, but there is method in his madness. The other man is just himself turned inside out. Mr. Doing believes in the possible wickedness of everybody, the other man believes in the actual goodness of every man. Mr. Doing considers property the only stable foundation of society, the other man considers property the root of all evil. Mr. Doing is hard and jealous, the other man is full of geniality and benevolence. Mr. Doing is justice, the other man is mercy. Very neatly put, Elsie. There is quite an 18th century balance about your sentences and sentiments. So far, Athelstan contributed his confirmation, so far as I could judge, nothing could be more true. I found my man the exact opposite of himself. Can such a thing be possible? If I were to speak to him, would he not know me? You forget, George. You have seen him in that condition, and he did not know you. Nothing is more common. Athelstan the journalist began to draw upon the encyclopedic memory which belongs to his profession, than such a forgetfulness of self. Have you ever been into a lunatic asylum? I have, for professional purposes. I have discoursed with the patients, and been instructed by the physicians. Half the time many of the patients are perfectly rational, during the other half they seem to assume another mind with other memories. It is not real possession, as the ancients called it, because they never show knowledge other than what they have learned before. Thus, a sane man who cannot draw would never in insanity become an artist. So Mr. Doing, when he is mad, brings the same logical power and skill to bear upon a different set of maxims and opinions. Said a physician to me at this asylum of which I speak, there are thousands of men and women, but especially men, who are mad even now and then, and don't know it. Most of the crimes are, I believe, committed in moments of madness. A young fellow steals money, it is because at the moment he is so mad that he even persuades himself that borrowing is not stealing, that he is only borrowing, that he can get it back, and put it back before it is found out. What is uncontrollable rage but sudden madness? There are the men who know that they are mad on some point or other, and cunningly hide it, and are never found out. And there are the men who are mad and don't know it. In their mad times they commit all kinds of extravagances and follies, yet somehow they escape detection. So he talked, and he told me of a man who was a lawyer in one town with a wife and family, and also a lawyer in another with a different wife and family. But one lawyer never found out the other, and the thing was only discovered when the man got a paralytic stroke and died in a kind of bewilderment, because, when the time came for him to be the other man, he found himself lying in a strange bedroom with a strange family round him. I had long forgotten the asylum. I did the place for my paper 3 or 4 years ago, and scored by the description. Since last night I have been recalling my experience and applying it. You see, there can never be any physical change. This is no hide and Jekyll business. Whatever happens must be conducted with the same body and the same mind. The same processes of mind in which the man is trained remain, but his madness requires a new setting. One cannot understand, said Elsie. No. But then one cannot understand everything. That's the real beauty of this world. We are planted in the midst of things, we can give names to them. Adam began that way, didn't we? Can't understand any of them, and most people think that when we have given a name we have succeeded in understanding. Well, Elsie, we don't understand. But we may find out something. I take it that the other man grew up by degrees in his brain, so that there is no solution in the continuity of thought and recollection. The Edmund Gray developed himself. He has been developed for nearly 10 years, since he has the same chambers all the time. But about the forgeries. George sprang to his feet. I declare, he cried, that I had quite forgotten the real bearing on our case. Edmund Gray, said Elsie, says that his own lawyer who manages his affairs is Edward Doing. If he were to write letters while Edmund Gray, he would not impose upon Edward. Doing cannot write to two men, said Athelstan. There must be a borderland between the waking and the dreaming, when the two spirits of Edmund Gray and Edward Doing contend for the mastery, or when they command each other, when Edmund Gray endorses checks and Edward Doing writes letters and conducts transfers for his client, his double, himself. I have seen him in such a state, said George. At the time I never suspected anything but a passing trouble of mind, which caused him to be so wrapped up in his thoughts as not to be able to distinguish anything. He was then, I doubt not now, carrying out the instructions of Edmund Gray, or he was Edmund Gray acting for himself. Checkley whispered not to disturb him. He said that he had often seen him so. I have never tried to understand, said Elsie. But I saw that Edmund Gray was Mr. Doing gone mad, and that he himself, and nobody else, was the perpetrator of all these forgeries, and I have been trying to discover the best way, the kindest way to him, the surest way for us, of getting the truth known. George, this is the secret of my mysterious movements. This is why I have not given you a single evening for a whole fortnight. Every evening, both Sundays, I have spent with this dear old man. He is the most delightful, the most gentle, the most generous old man that you ever saw. He is full of ideas, oh, quite FFLL, and they carry you out of yourself, until you awake next morning to find that they are a dream. I have fallen in love with him. I have had the most charming fortnight, only one was always rather afraid that he might come to himself, which would be awkward. Well, Elsie, have you found a way? I think I have. First, I have discovered that when he is surrounded with things that remind him of Edmund Gray, he remains Edmund Gray. Next, I have found out that I can, by talking to him even at his office, when he has his papers before him, turn him into Edmund Gray. You are a witch, Elsie. She is, said George, looking at her in the foolish lover's way. You see what she has turned me into, a long time ago, and she has never turned me back again. I have been thinking too, said Athelstan. For our purposes, it would be enough to prove the identity of Edmund Gray and Edward Doing. That explains the resemblance of the handwriting and of the endorsement. My commissionnaire's recollection of the man also identifies the cheque as drawn by himself for himself under another name. It explains the presence of the notes in the safe. It also shows that the long series of letters which passed between him and the broker were written by himself for himself. Here, however, is a difficulty. I can understand Edward Doing believing himself to be Edmund Gray, because I have seen it. But I cannot understand Edward Doing believing himself to be the solicitor to Edmund Gray and writing at his command, but I have seen him in that condition, said Elsie. It was while he was changing from one to the other. He sat like one who listens. I think that Edmund Gray was at his elbow speaking to him. I think I could make him write a letter by instruction from Edmund Gray. That he should believe himself acting for a client in writing to the broker is no more wonderful than that he should believe himself another man altogether. Show me, if you can, the old man acting for an imaginary client. Meantime, I mentioned the point as a difficulty. Prove, however, to Mr. Doing and to the others concerned that he is Edmund Gray, and all is proved. And this we can do by a host of witnesses. I want more than this, Athelstan, said Elsie. It would still be open to the enemy to declare that George, or you, or I, had made use of his madness for our own purposes. I want a history of the whole case written out by Edmund Gray himself, a thing that we can show to Mr. Doing and to everybody else. But I dread his discovery. Already he is suspicious and anxious. I sometimes think that he is half conscious of his condition. We must break it to him as gently as we can. But the shock may kill him. Yet there is no escape. If forgeries were known only to ourselves, we might keep the discovery a secret, and only if necessary, but it would not be necessary, keep some sort of watch over him and warn the bank. But Checkley has told the clerks and the people at the bank, and there are ourselves to think of, and my mother and Hilda. No, we must let them all know. And if one may mention one's self, said Athelstan, my own little difficulty presses. Because, you see, I don't know how long I may be kept here. Perhaps tomorrow I might go on to St. Petersburg or to Pekin. Before I go, Elsie, I confess that I should like my mother to understand that she was a little hasty, that is all. You are not going to St. Petersburg, brother. Elsie took his hand. You are not going to leave us any more. You are going to stay. I have made another discovery. Pray, if one may ask, oh. You may ask. I saw a letter today, Mr. Doing showed it to me. It was written from the States 3 or 4 years ago. It showed where you were at that time and showed me more, Athelstan, it showed me how you lost the pile of money that you made over that silver mine, you remember, Athelstan? He made no reply. Oh. Do you think that I am going to accept this sacrifice? George, you do not know. The donor of that great sum of money which Mr. Doing held for me, we have often wondered who it was. I have only found out today, it was Athelstan. He gave me all he had for such a trifling thing, only because I would not believe that he was a villain, all he had in the world, and went out again into the cold. He said he dropped his money down a gully or a grating on the prairie, some nonsense. And he sent it all to me, George. What shall we do? Is this really true, Athelstan? Did you really give up all this money to Elsie? She says so. It is quite TNLE, George. I saw the letter, Mr. Doering showed it to me, in which he sent that money home, and begged Mr. Doering to take care of it, and to give it to me on the day when I should be 21. He cannot deny it. Look at him. He blushes, he is ashamed, he hangs his head, he blows tobacco smoke about in clouds, hoping to hide his red cheeks. And he talks of going on to St. Petersburg, when we know this secret, and have got the money. What do you call this conduct, George? Athelstan, there is no word for it. But you must have it back. You must, and shall. There can no discussion about it. And there is not another man in the world, I believe, who would have done it. Nonsense. I should only have lost it, if I had kept it, Athelstan replied after the Irish fashion. You hear, Athelstan? It is yours. There can be no discussion. That's what I like a man for. While we women are all talking and disputing, the man puts down his foot and says, there can be no discussion. Then we all stop, and the right thing is done. It is yours, brother, and you shall have it, and you shall stay at home with us always and always. She laid her hand upon his shoulder, and her arm round his neck, caressing him with hand and voice. The man who had wandered alone for 8 years was not accustomed to sisterly caresses. They moved him. The thing itself moved him. All this belongs to another chapter, he said huskily. We will talk of it afterwards, when the business in hand is dispatched. Well, then, that is agreed. You are to have your money back, my mother is to take her suspicions back, Mr. Doering is to have his certificates back and his dividends, Checkley is to take his lies back, Sir Samuel is to have his charges back, George and I are going to have our peace of mind back. And we are all going to live happy ever afterwards. As for Wednesday now, said George. It is not an unimportant day for us, you know. Everything is ready. On Sunday morning my mother is always at home before church. I will see her then, and acquaint her with the news that the wedding will take place as originally proposed, at her house. This will astonish her very much, and she will become angry and polite and sarcastic. Then I shall tell her to prepare not only for Ording feast, but also for a very great surprise. And I shall also inform her that I shall be given away by my brother. And then, if I know my mother aright, she will become silent. I shall do that tomorrow morning. In the evening, George, you will get your best man, and I will get your sisters, my bridesmaids, and we will come here, or go to Richmond or somewhere, and have dinner and a cheerful evening. Am I arranging things properly? Quite properly. Pray go on. Sunday afternoon I have promised to spend with my master, Edmund Gray. He is going to read me a new paper he has just finished, in which he shows that property can be destroyed by a painless process. Athelstan, put all your money into your pocket and keep it there, in less than a 12-month, and with it all crime, all sweating, all injustice. No, Athelstan, he is not mad. When he argues on this theme he is persuasive and eloquent. He convinces everybody. I shall hear him out, and then I shall try to make him write down all that has happened. If we can only get such a confession, it would be better than anything else. But it may be difficult. He does not like being questioned about himself. If I do succeed, I don't know quite what I ought to do next. He must be told. Some time or other he must have the TMTH. I thought of asking all the people mentioned to meet at his office on Monday morning at noon, when Mr. Doering is always himself. On Sunday I would not. He has to address his people on Sunday evening. Let him do so undisturbed. I will leave him in happiness that one night longer. But you too, you will be anxious. Come on Sunday evening, between 8 and 9, to the Hall of Science. Then you will hear him and see me. And I will let you know how I have prospered. Sunday evening, said George. Monday comes next, then Tuesday, and before Wednesday, my Elsie, the character of these two convicts has to be completely whitewashed, even to the satisfaction of Hilda herself. Are we not running it pretty close? Unbeliever. Doubter. I tell you that you shall be married with all your friends round you, and that Athelstan shall give me away. And you shall go away on your holiday with a quiet heart and nothing to trouble you. What a foolish boy not to be able to trust his bride even for such a simple thing as getting a confession out of a madman. Do you sport a crest, old man? Asked Athelstan. I'll believe there is some kind of a sort of a thing somewhere around. But crests are foolishness. Not always. Take a new one, George, a real one. Stamp it on your spoons and forks and in your books and on your carriage. Let it be simply the words, Dux Femina Facti. Elsie and her mother. Can you spare me a few minutes, mother? Mrs. Andal looked up from the desk where she was writing a letter, and saw her daughter standing before her. She started and changed colour, but quickly recovered, and replied coldly, I did not hear you come in, Elsie. What do you want with me? Outside, the bells were ringing for church. It was 11:15, Mrs. Arundel was already dressed for church. She was one of those who do not see any incongruity between church and a heart hill of animosities. She was bitter against her daughter, and hard towards her son, and she hated her son-in-law-elect with all the powers of her passionate nature. But, my brothers, what an array of bare benches should we see in every place of worship were those only admitted who came with hearts of charity and love. Do you wish to keep me long, Elsie? If so, we will sit down. If not, I am ready for church, and I do not like to arrive late. People in our position should show a good example. Do not think that I shall keep you very long. But if you sit down, you will be so much more comfortable. Comfort, Elsie, you have driven out of this house. I will bring it back with me, then. On Monday evening, mother, I am coming back. Oh. What do you mean, child? Has the blow really fallen? I heard that it was impending. Is the young man, is he, a prisoner? No, mother. You are quite mistaken. You have been mistaken all along. Yet I shall come back on Monday. Alone, then? Shall leave it to you whether I come back alone, or with the two men whom I most regard of all the world, my lover and my brother. You know my opinions, Elsie. There has been no change in them. There can be none. Wednesday is my wedding day. I am not interested in that event, Elsie. After your wedding with such a man, against the opinions, the wishes, the commands of all whom you are bound to respect, I can only say that you are no longer my daughter. Oh! How can you be so fixed in such a belief? Mother, let me make one more appeal to your better feelings. Throw off these suspicions. Believe me, they are baseless. There is not the shadow of a foundation for this ridiculous structure they have raised. Consider. It is now, how long, 3 weeks since they brought this charge, and they have proved nothing, absolutely nothing. If you would only be brought to see on what false assumptions the whole thing rests. On solid foundations, hard facts, I want no more. If I could prove to you that Athelstan was in America until a month ago. Unhappy girl. He is deceiving you. He has been living for 8 years in profligacy near London. Elsie, do not waste my time. It should be enough for me that my son-in-law, Sir Samuel Doing, a man of the clearest head and widest experience, is convinced that it is impossible to draw any other conclusions. It is enough for me, Elsie rejoined quickly, that my heart tells me that my brother and my lover cannot be such creatures. You have something more to say, I suppose. Mrs. Arundel buttoned her gloves. The clock was now at 5 minutes before 11. Yes. If it is no use at all trying to appeal to, no use at all, Mrs. Arundel snapped. I am not disposed for sentimental nonsense. I am sorry, because you will be sorry afterwards. Well, then, I have come to tell you that I have made all the preparations, with George's assistance, for Wednesday. Oh. Yes. The wedding cake will be sent in on Tuesday. My own dress, white satin, of course, very beautiful, is finished and tried on. It will be sent in on Monday evening. The 2 bridesmaids' dresses will also come on Monday. George has arranged at the church. He has ordered the carriages and the bouquets and has got the ring. The presents you have already in the house. We shall be married at 3. There will be a little gathering of the cousins after the wedding, and you will give them a little simple dinner in the evening, which will, I dare say, end with a little dance. George has also seen to the red cloth for the steps and all that. Oh. And on Tuesday evening you will give a big dinner party to everybody. Are you gone quite mad, Elsie? Not mad at all, my dear mother. It is Sir Samuel who is mad, and has driven you and Hilda mad. Oh. Everything will come off exactly as I tell you. Perhaps you don't believe it. You are mad, Elsie. You are certainly mad. No, my dear mother, I am not mad. Oh. It is so absurd, if it were not so serious. But we are determined, George and I, not to make this absurdity the cause of lasting bitterness. Therefore, my dear mother, I do not want to be married from my brother's lodgings, but from your house. You will come to my wedding, I prophesy, hill of love, full of eyes filled with tears, for me and for George, and for Athelstan, full of love and of sorrow and of self-reproach. I am to be given away by my brother. You will come, I say, with a heart hill of love and of pity for him. Mrs. Arundel gazed at her stonily. Everybody will be there, and you will receive all your friends after the wedding. I have taken care of the invitations. Hilda will be there too, horribly ashamed of herself. It will be a lovely wedding, and we shall go away with such good wishes from yourself as you would not in your present state of mind believe possible. Go now to church, my dear mother, prepared for a happy and a joyful day. I'll sometimes believe, Elsie, said Mrs. Arundel, more coldly still, that you have been deprived of your senses. So far from this, I shall not be present at your wedding. I will not interfere with your holding your marriage here. If you like, you may fill the house with your friends, if you please. I shall myself take shelter with my more dutiful daughter. I refuse to meet my unhappy son. I will not a consenting party to the tie which will entail a lifelong misery. My dear mother, you will do everything exactly as I have prophesied. Now, do not say any more, because it will only make our reconciliation a little more difficult. I ought to go to church on the Sunday before my wedding, if any day in the week. If you would only recover your trust in my lover's honour, I could go to church with you and kneel beside you. But without that trust, oh! Go, my dear mother. You will find my prophecy come true, word for word, believe me or not. Mrs. Arundel went to church. During the service she felt strange prickings of foreboding and of compunction and of fear, anxiety, and hope, with a little sadness, caused by the communication and the assurances of her daughter. Even in such a case as this, the thinker of evil is sometimes depressed by the evil of the prophet of good. When Mrs. Arundel came away from church, she became aware that she had not heard one single word of the sermon. Not that she wanted very much to hear the sermon, any more than the first or second lesson, all three being parts of the whole which every person of respectability must hear once a week. Only it was disquieting to come away after half an hour's discourse with the feeling that she did not remember a single syllable of it. She took her early dinner with the other daughter, to whom she communicated Elsie's remarkable conduct, and her prediction and her invitation. It was decided between them that her brain was affected, no doubt, only for a time, and that it was not expedient for them to interfere, that it was deplorable, but a part of what might have been expected, and that time would show. Meanwhile, Sir Samuel reported that it had been resolved to get a warrant for the arrest of the man Edmund Grey, who hitherto had eluded all attempts to find him. He appears to be a real person, the knight concluded, an elderly man, whose character, so far as we can learn, is good. It is, however, significant that nothing has been discovered concerning his profession or calling. That is mysterious. For my own part, I like to know how a man earns his daily bread. I have even consulted a person connected with the police. Nothing is known or suspected about him. But we shall see as soon as he is before the magistrate. And Wednesday is so close. Oh, my dear Sir Samuel, hurry them up. Even at the last moment, even at the risk of a terrible scandal, if Elsie could be saved. Well said, Sir Samuel, it is curious, I don't understand it. We had arranged for the application for a warrant for Friday morning. Would you believe it? That old donkey Checkley won't go for it, wants it put off, says he thinks it will be of no use. What with this young man Austen at first, and this old man Checkley next, we seem in a conspiracy to defeat the ends of justice. But tomorrow I shall go myself to my brother. It is time this business was finished. Yes, yes, said Mrs. Arundel. And my dear Sir Samuel, before Wednesday, let it be before Wednesday, I implore you, for all our sakes. My dear madam, it shall be tomorrow. At noon, Elsie returned to Half Moon Street, where George was waiting for her. "I'll have made one more attempt," she said, with tears, "but it was useless. Her heart is as hard about you as ever it was about Athelstan. It is wonderful that she should have so little faith. I suppose it comes of going into the city and toiling to make money. Edmund Grey would say so. I would have told her all, but for the old man's sake. He knows nothing, he suspects nothing, and I want to make the case so complete that there shall be no doubt, none whatever possible in the minds of the most suspicious. Even Checkley must be satisfied. I shall finish the work, I hope, this afternoon. Oh, George, is it possible? Is our wedding day next Wednesday, actually next Wednesday? And the hateful cloud shall be blown away. For the rest of this chapter look into the Book of Holy Kisses, where you will very likely find it. Plenary Confession. Early on Sunday afternoon Elsie started upon her mission. She was anxious, because she was entering upon a most important business, and one requiring the greatest delicacy in the handling. It was enough, more than enough, that her witnesses should be able, one after the other, to identify Mr. Doering with Mr. Edmund Grey, but how much more would her hands be strengthened if she could produce a all and complete narrative of the whole affair, written by the hand which had done it all? To get that narrative was her business with the master that afternoon. But she was hopeful, partly because she knew her power over the philosopher, and partly because, like every woman who respects herself, she had always been accustomed to get exactly what she wanted, either by asking, coaxing, flattering, or taking. The master was waiting for her. One should never keep a master waiting, and she was a little late. He was impatient, he had so much to talk about and to teach, one point suggested another in his mind, so much to say. He grudged the least delay. He walked about the room chafing because the hour appointed was already 5 minutes in the past. He would scold her, she must really learn to be punctual, they had only about 5 short hours before them for all he had to say. Was this the zeal of a student? But at that point she opened the door and ran in, breathless, smiling, eager, holding out both her hands, a dainty delicate maiden all his own, his disciple, his daughter, the daughter of the new humanity, and he forgot his irritation, and took her hands in his and kissed her forehead. "Child," he sighed, "you are late. But never mind. You are here. Why, you have grown so precious to me that I cannot bear you to be a minute late. It is such a happiness, such a joy in the present, such a promise for the future, that I have such a disciple. Now sit down, take off your bonnet. I have put a chair for you at the window, and a table for you to write. Here is your have thought over what I taught you is well. Let us resume at the point where we left off. the rise of the cooperative spirit, which is the rise of the new humanity. He talked for 2 hours, 2 long eloquent hours. He walked about the room, or he stopped before his disciple emphasizing with the forefinger of admonition, repeating, illustrating by anecdote and memory. He had a prodigious memory. The scholar listened intelligently. Sometimes she asked a question, sometimes she made notes. You must not think that she was a sham scholar. Her interest in the master's system was not simulated. Above all things, she loved to hear this enthusiast talk. Who would not love to hear of the New Jerusalem? Always he made her heart to glow with the vision that he conjured up before her eyes of a world where there should be no more sorrow nor crying nor any more pain, nor any of the former things. He made her actually see, what others only read of, the 4-square city itself with its gates open night and day, its jasper walls, and its 12 foundations of precious stones. Why, he said, the gates are open night and day because there is no property to defend, and the walls are of jasper because it is the most beautiful of minerals, and because it can be polished like a mirror, so that the country around is reflected on its surface, which shows that it all belongs to the city, and the precious stones are the 12 cardinal virtues of humanity, on which the order of the future shall rest, namely, faith, brotherly love, obedience, patience, loyalty, constancy, chastity, courage, hope, simplicity, tenderness, and industry. It is an alechny, the whole book is an allegory, of humanity. And she saw, beside the city, the river of life with the tree of life for the healing of all nations. Then she clean forgot the purpose for which she had come. She was carried away, her heart beat, her cheek glowed. Oh! Lovely vision! Oh! Great and glorious prophet! He made a heaven, and placed it on this earth. Now the mind of man can conceive of no other happiness but that which humanity can make out of actual materials found upon this earthly ball. The heaven, even of the most spiritual, is a glorified world. The hell, even of the most gentle, is a world of fleshly pain. No other heaven attracts, no other hell terrifies. There is no promise, or hope, or prospect, or inheritance that man desires or poet can feign or visionary can preach but an earthly heaven. It must be a heaven containing sunshine and shower, kindly fruits in due season, love and joy and music and art, and men and women who love each other and labor for each other. Such a world, such a New Jerusalem, the Master drew every day. He loved it, and lingered over it. He painted over and over again this splendid vision. He was never tired of painting it, or his hearers of gazing upon it. But today he spoke with greater fullness, more clearly, more brilliantly, more joyously than ever. Was the prophet really a man of 70 years and more? For his mind was young. The enthusiast, like the poet, never grows old. His voice might have been the voice of a boy, a marvelous boy, a Shelley preaching the glories of the world when property should be no more. He ceased. And the vision which he had raised quickly faded away. They were back again in the dingy old inn. They were among the solicitors and the money-lenders and the young fellows who have their chambers in the place. The inn is about as far from the New Jerusalem as any place under the sun. It is made over bodily and belongs, every stair, every chamber, to the interests of property. He ceased his prophecy, and began to argue, to reason, to chop logic, which was not by any means so interesting. At last he stopped this as well. You have now, dear child, he said, heard quite as much as you can profitably absorb. I have noticed for the last 2 or 3 minutes your eyes wandering and your attention wearied. Let us stop. Only remember what I have just said about the diseases of the politic. They are akin to hosts that affect the human body. By comparing the two we may learn not only cause, but also effect. We have our rheumatisms, gouts, asthmas, neuralgias, colds and coughs, fevers and other ills. So has the body politic. Whence come our diseases? From the ignorance, the follies, the vices, the greed and gluttony of our forefathers. So those of the body politic. take away property and you destroy greed. With that, half the diseases vanish. Elsie heard and inclined her head. It did to her that perhaps property in the body politic might be represented by food in the body human, but she forbore. The master was one who did not invite argument. Nearly all the great teachers of the world, if I think of it, have conveyed their wisdom in maxims and aphorisms. He took out his watch. It is nearly 4, he said. Shall we go on to the hall? Not yet. There is no need for us to be there before 6. We have 2 good hours before us. Let us use them more pleasantly than in sitting alone in the hall. You must own that it is stuffy. We will talk about other things, about ourselves, not about me, because I am quite an insignificant person, but about you, dear master. She was now about to enter upon her plan of duplicity. She felt horribly ashamed, but it had to be done. She strengthened herself, she resolved, she suppressed the voice of conscience. About me? Asked the master. But what is there to talk about? Oh! There is ever so much. She took his right hand in her own and held it, knowing that this little caress pleased and moved him. Master, what a wonderful chance it was that brought me here. I can never sufficiently wonder at it. I have told George Austen, my lover, you know, and Athelstan, he is my brother. She looked at him sharply, but there was no sign of recognition of those 2 names. Edmund Grey had never heard of either. I'll have told them about you and of your great work, and how you are teaching me and everything. But when they ask me who you are, where you have lived, and all about you, I can tell them nothing. Oh! I know it matters nothing about me and my own friends, but, my dear master, we have to think of future. When the cause has spread, and spread, and spread, till it covers the whole world, people will want to know all about the man who first preached its principles. Who will be able to tell them? No one. You are alone, you have no wife or children. Your name will remain forever attached to the cause itself, but you, the man, what will you be? Nothing. Nothing but a name. You ought to write an autobiography. I have sometimes thought I would do so. His face became troubled, but you are always occupied with working for the world. You have no time, of course. I quite understand that, and it worries you, does it be called upon to turn your thoughts from the present back to the past? Yes, it does. Elsie, you exactly express the difficulty. And yet, you must own, you must confess, it is natural for the world to want to know all about you. Who was the great Edmund Grey? Why, they will want to know every particular, every single particular, where you were born, where you were educated, who were your masters, what led you to the study of humanity and its problems, where you lived, if you were married, and to whom what you read, who were your friends. Oh! There is no end to the curiosity of the world about their great men. Perhaps. He rose and looked out of the window. When men are greatly pleased they must always be moving. I confess that I have never thought of these things at all. Yet, to be sure, you are right. He murmured and purred. No, but I have thought of them, ever since I had the happiness of being received by you. Master, will you trust me? Shall I become your biographer? You cannot find one more loving. You have only to give me the materials. Now, let me ask you a few questions just for a beginning, just to show you the kind of thing I shall want to know. He laughed and sat down again. Why, my life has not got in it one single solitary incident, or episode, or adventure. There are no misfortunes in it. There is not such a thing as a disease in it. I have always been perfectly well. There is not even a love episode or a flirtation in it. There are not even any religious difficulties in it. Without love, ill health, misfortune, religious doubts, where is the interest in the life, and what is there to tell? Well, a life that has no incident in it must be the life of a student. It is only a student who never falls in love. Or said the philosopher, a money-getter. Happily, there are not many students, or we women should be disconsolate indeed. Do you know, Master, that you can only be excused such a dreadful omission in your history by that one plea? Sit down again, Master, for again he was walking about restlessly, partly disturbed by her questions, and partly flattered and pleased by her reasons. She opened her notebook and began to ask questions about himself, very simple questions, such as would not introduce any disturbing points. He answered readily, and she observed with interest that he gave correctly the facts of his own, Edward Dering's, history. He was born, he said, in that class which upholds property, the better class, meaning the richer. His father was a wealthy solicitor, who lived in Bedford Row. He was born in the year 1815, water 100 year. He was the eldest of a family of 5, 3 daughters and 2 sons. He was educated at Westminster. On leaving school, his father offered him the advantage of a university course, but he refused, being anxious to begin as early as possible his life's work, as he thought, in the defence of property. He was therefore unequalled to his father, and at the age of 22 he passed his examination and was admitted. And then you were young, you were not yet a student, you went into society. You saw girls and danced with them. Yet you never fell in love, and were never married. How strange! I thought everybody wanted love. A man's real life only begins, I have always been taught, with love and marriage. Love means everything. To you, my child, no doubt it does. Such as you are born for love, he added gallantly. Venus herself smiles in your eyes and sits upon your lips. But as for me, I was always studious more or less, though I did not for long find out my TME line. I worked hard, I went out very little. I was cold by nature, perhaps. I had no time to think about such things. Now, when it is too late, I regret the loss of the experience. Doubtless if I had that experience I should have gained greatly in the power of persuasion. I should have a much more potent influence over the women among my hearers. If I were a married man I should be much more in sympathy with them. No, no, Elsie hesitated a little. Perhaps women, especially the younger kind, get on better with unmarried men. However, you were not married. At first, then, I was a solicitor with my father. Then, presently his face put on the troubled look again. You continued, Elsie interrupted quickly, to work at your profession, though you took up other studies quite that. You began to take up social problems, and gradually abandoned your profession. No, not that either, quite. You found you could not your conscience any longer to defending property. No, I forget exactly. It is strange that one should forget a thing so simple. I am growing old, I matters not. I left the profession. That is the only important thing to remember. That I did so these chambers prove. I came out of it. Yes, that was it. Just at the moment, my head being full for the things, I cannot remember the exact time, or the manner of me leaving the profession. I forget the circumstances, probably because I attached so little importance to it. The real point is that I came out of it and gave myself up to these studies. She noted this important point carefully and looked up for more. There, my dear child, is my whole life for you. Without an incident or an episode. I was born, I went to school, I became a solicitor, I gave up my profession, I studied social economy, I made my great discovery, I preached it. Then, did I say my life was without an episode and without love? No, I was wrong. My daughter, I have at last found love and a child, and a disciple. What more have I to ask? My master. No daughter could be more in sympathy with him than this girl. It is all most valuable and interesting, she said, though the facts are so few. Books will be written, in the future, on these facts, which will be filled out with conjecture and inference. Even the things that you think of so little importance will be made the subject of comment and criticism. Well, but my biography of you will be the first and best and most important. I shall first make a skeleton life out of the facts, and then fill in the flesh and blood and put on the clothes, and present you, dear master, just as you are. Ask me what you will, but not too often. It worries me to remember the past. My dear, I am like a man who has made himself, who has risen from the gutter. He cannot deny the fact, but he doesn't like to be talking about it, and he is insulted if anyone charges him with the fact or alludes to it in any way in his presence. That is my case exactly. I have made myself. I have raised myself from the gutter of property. I actually worked in defense of property till I was 60 years old and more. Now I am rather ashamed of that fact. I do not deny it, you must put it into your biography, but I do not like talking about it. You were once a solicitor, and you are now a prophet. What a leap! What a wonderful leap! I quite understand. Yet sometimes, now and then, for the sake of the curious impertinent world, look back and tell me what you see. Else suppose it is because I am so absorbed in my work that it is difficult for me to remember things. Why, Elsie, day after day, from morning to evening, I sit here at work. And in the evening I remember nothing of the flight of time. The hours strike, but I hear them not. Only the books on the table show what has been my occupation. And you want me to go back, not to yesterday, but 10, 20, 30 years ago. My dear child, I cannot. Some of the past is clear to me, a day here and there I remember clearly, all my evenings at the Hall of Science, my lessons with you, those I remember. But to recall days past in meditation and absorbing study is not possible. No, no, I cannot even try. He spoke with a little distress, as if the very thought of the necessary effort troubled. Believe me, my dear master, said Elsie, ill would not vex you. Only for some of the things which you do remember. For instance, the world always wants to know about the private fortunes of its great men. Your own affairs, you told me once, are in the hands of a Mr. What is his name? Doing. A very well-known solicitor. His office is in New Square, Lincoln's Inn. He manages my money matters. I am, I believe, what the world calls wealthy. That gives you independence and the power of working for humanity, does it not? It does, said the scourge and destroyer of property, unconscious of the incongruity. Doing, my solicitor, is, I believe, a very honest man. Narrow in his views, wedded to the old school, quite unable to see the advance of the tide. But trustworthy. He belongs to a tribe which is indispensable so long as property is suffered to exist. Yes, only so long. Property and lawyers will go out hand in hand. And magistrates, he added with enthusiasm. And courts of justice and prisons. And criminals, because the chief incentive to crime will be destroyed. What a glorious world without a law, or a lawyer, or a policeman. Mr. Doing, is it? Why, my dear master, I know something about Mr. Doing. My brother Athelstan was articled to him. He became a managing clerk for him. Then there was trouble about a cheque. Something was wrong about it. He was unjustly blamed or suspected, and he left the house. I wonder, now, whether you could throw any light upon that business of the cheque. I, my dear child. A single solitary cheque at a lawyer's office? How should I possibly know anything about it? Oh. But you might remember this cheque, because, now I think of it, your own name was connected with it. Yes, it was. I am certain it was. The cheque was drawn in March in the year 1882, a cheque for £720, payable to your order, the order of Edmund Gray. A cheque for £720. In March 1882. That must have been, yes, that was about the time. Now, this is really most remarkable, child, most remarkable that you should actually hit upon a cheque, one of thousands issued from that office, which I should remember perfectly. Life is full of coincidences, one is always hearing odd things said, meeting faces which one knows. Viville, it is most remarkable, because I received a cheque for that very amount at that very time from Doing. Oh, I remember perfectly. It was when I had a scheme, I thought it then, being younger than I am now, a very good scheme indeed. It was intended for the gradual destruction of property. I did not understand at that time so fully as I do now the rising of the tide and the direction of the current which is steadily advancing to overwhelm property without any feeble efforts on my part. Yet my scheme was good so far as it went, and it might have been started with good effect, but for the apathy of the workers. You see, they were not educated up to it. I had already begun upon my scheme by advancing to certain working men sums which should make them independent of their employers until they should have produced enough to sell directly, without the aid of an employer, at their own cooperative stores. Unfortunately, most of them drank the money. The few who used it properly, instead of backing up their fellow workmen, became themselves employers, and are now wealthy. Well, I thought I would extend this method. I thought that if I got together a chosen band, say, of 70 or so, and if, after teaching them and educating them a bit, I gave them, say, £10 apiece, to tide them over the first few weeks, that I might next open a distributive and cooperative store for them, and so take the first step to abolishing the middleman, the man of trade. I see, and so you drew the money for that purpose. Yes. But as I told you, I was obliged to abandon my scheme. The men were not sufficiently advanced. They listened, they professed great willingness to receive the money, but they gave me no encouragement to hope that they would carry out my plan. So it fell off. And the men remain to this day with their employers. And so, you see, I never used the money. I remember that I had the cheque cashed in £10 notes for the purpose. What became of notes? I don't know. They are in the bank, I suppose, wandering about the world. I gave them back to Doing. Oh, my dear master, Elsie sprang to her feet and laid a sheet of paper on the table. This is most providential. I cannot tell you what a dreadful cause of trouble this cheque has been to us. It has half ruined my brother's life. For heaven's sake, write it all down for me. Quick! Quick! Before you forget it all. I shall not forget it. Nevertheless, Elsie, if a statement of the facts can be of any use to you, he changed his seat and took up the pen. Certainly I will write it for you. Ellen requested he wrote, by Miss Elsie Arundel, my scholar, to state what I know of a certain transaction which took place in March 1882. The facts are as follows. I had need of a sum of £720. For certain purposes I wanted it in £10 notes. I asked my agent, Mr. Doing, to give me a cheque, and as I thought that I should want the money immediately, perhaps in an hour or so, I asked him to make it payable to my order, and not to cross the cheque. He drew the cheque and gave it to me in his office. I then went to the hotel where I was stopping, a place in Arundel Street, Strand, and sent a commissionaire to the bank for the money. He brought it, as I had requested, in £10 notes. In a few days I discovered that my plan could not be even commenced without the greatest danger of defeating its own object. I therefore TCX, the notes to Mr. Doing's office and placed them in his safe. I suppose that he has long since returned them to the bank. There, child, he said, reading this statement aloud. That is what I recollect about this matter. Sign it. Elsie gave him the pen again. Sign it, dear Master. Oh. Thanks 1,000 times. You don't know, oh. You will never know or understand, I hope, how precious this document will be for me. She folded the paper in an envelope and placed it in her handbag, and for my people, my brother and all. Oh. My dear Master. She stooped and kissed his hand, to hide the tears in her eyes. Athelstan's name was safe now, whatever happened. He would be completely cleared at last. Why, my dear scholar, my dear daughter. Mr. Edmund Grey was moved himself almost to tears at this unexpected burst of feeling. As if there was anything I would not do for you if I could. I, who have never loved any woman before, love one now. She is my daughter, my grandchild. So your brother will be helped by this little reminiscence, will he? Actually, your brother. I wonder if there is anything more that I could remember for you in this uneventful life of mine? Oh, would too much to hope. Yet there is a chance, just a chance. I wonder if I may tell you. There is still time before us. If we are at the hall by 6 we shall do very well. It is no more than 4:30. Shall I tell you the trouble? Oh. But it is a shame. And you with this great work laid upon you? No, no, I must not. Oh. Delilah. Oh. Circe. For she looked as if, in spite of her unwilling words, she wanted to tell it very badly indeed. Nay, my dear. You must, and you shall. What? You are in trouble, and you will not tell me what it is. You, my scholar, my clear-eyed disciple, who can see what these dull creatures of clay around us can never understand, you are in trouble, and you hesitate to tell Phi. Speak now. Tell me all. I'll have told you that I have a lover, and that I am engaged to be married. Yes, yes. His name, too, you have told me. It is George Austen. There were Austens once, I seem to remember, but that does not matter. We are to be married on Wednesday. So soon. But you have promised that I shall not lose my pupil. No, dear Master. As soon as we come back from our holiday, I will come and see you again and learn of you. Do not doubt that. I can never again let you go out of my life. I shall bring my husband with me. If I thought your marriage would take you away from me, I should be the most unhappy of men. But I will spare you for a month, 2 months, as long as you please. Now, tell me what is on your mind. George was one of Mr. Doering's managing clerks, your Mr. Doering, you know. Mr. Edmund Grey nodded gravely. He had no money when we were engaged, and we thought that we were going to be quite a poor and humble pair. But a great piece of good fortune happened to him, for Mr. Doering made him a partner. Did he? Very lucky for your friend. But I always thought that Doering ought to have a partner. At his age it was only prudent, necessary, even. So we were made very happy, and I thought we were the luckiest couple in the world. But just then there was a discovery made at the office, a very singular discovery. I hardly know how to describe it, because it is not quite clear to me even yet. It was concerned with the buying or selling or transfer of certain stocks and shares and coupons and that kind of thing. Mr. Doering seems not to remember having signed the papers concerned. There is a fear that they are in wrong hands. There is a suspicion of forgery even. I am ashamed even to mention such a thing to you, but my lover's name has been connected with the business, and Doering's clerk, Checkley, you know Checkley. Certainly, Doering's old servant. 6 Lars openly charged George, on no evidence, to be sure, of having forged the letters or of having assisted in the forgery. This is very serious. It is very serious, but we do not intend to let the thing interfere with our wedding. Only, unless I can remove the last ray of suspicion before Wednesday, we shall spend our honeymoon at home, in order to watch the case from day to day. Buying or selling stocks. Doering would be constantly doing that. It appears that these transactions were the only things of the kind that he has done this year. That is to say, he denies having done these. Well, as for these having been the only transactions of the kind, he managed a good bit of such business for me this last spring. Did he? Do you remember the details of that business? Clearly. It was only yesterday, so to speak. Was it the purchase or transfer of stock or shares? Certainly. To a very large amount. I have told you about my industrial village, have I not? The village where all are to be equal, all are to work for a certain time every day, and no longer, all are to be paid in rations and clothes and houses, and there is to be no private property, my ideal village. I know. A lovely village. It was early in the spring that I finished my designs for it. Then it occurred to me that it would be well if, instead of always going to my lawyer for money, I had a large sum at my command lying at my bank. So I instructed Doering to transfer to my name a great quantity of lying in his name. He was a trustee or well, it is rather unusual, but I like having all my business affairs managed for me, but this will not interest you, this with the look of irritation or bewilderment which sometimes passed over his face. The important thing is that it was done, and that my bank received those transfers, and has intimations to receive the dividends. Oh. And has all the papers, I suppose. It had them. But I thought that perhaps my old friend might think it looked like want of confidence if I left them there, so I sent for them, and took them to his office. They are now in the safe. I put them there myself with my own hand, or he did with his own hand, I'll forget. Sometimes, it is very odd, when I think of things done at that office, I seem to have done it myself, and sometimes I think that he did it. Not that it matters. Not at all. The papers are actually in the safe again? Certainly. That is, he or I, put them there. Oh. My dear master, Elsie clapped her hands, this is even more important than the other. You do not know, you cannot guess, what mischiefs you are able to stop. If I had only been able to talk to you about these things before. The paper you have already written is for my brother. Now sit down, my master, and write another that will do, for I will do anything you ask me, and everything. But as for this, why not ask Doering? His memory never fails. His mind is like a box which holds everything and can never be filled. Perhaps he would not like these private affairs, as between solicitor and client, to be talked about. We cannot go to Mr. Doering. There are 9 reasons which would not interest you. All we want is a clear, straightforward statement, an exact statement of what happened. Sit down now and write me a full account of each transaction. Certainly, if it will be of the least use to you. Early in the present year, he began, I found that my plan of an industrial village, if it was to be carried into effect, would want all the money I could command. It occurred to me that it would be well to transfer a certain sum from the hands of my agent, and to place it in my own bank ready to hand. I began then, in March, with a sum of £6,000, which Doering, by my instructions, handed over to my bank in the form of shares and stocks. I believe they were transfers of certain stocks held by him in his own name, but forming part of my fortune, my large private fortune. The bank was instructed to receive the dividends on that sum. A month or so later I obtained from Doering other stock to the value of £12,000, the papers of which were also given to my bank. And after that I took out papers representing £20,000, so that I had in my hands, ready to be sold out and used at a moment's notice, no less than £38,000. All this money I intended to devote to my industrial village. The scheme is still one in which I put my whole confidence. but it has not yet been carried into effect, in consequence of the difficulty of finding working men equal to the situation. They understand working for the man who has the money, they do not understand working for the man who has none, that is for each other and for themselves. For my own part I could only find working men of that stamp. Perhaps I am too much in the study. I do not go about enough among working men. There must be some advance to my stage of development. Well, for want of men, I could not start my village, and I have not used the money. As for the papers, I have taken them out of the bank and placed them in Doring's safe. Elsie looked over his shoulder, reading every word. The letters which Mr. Doring wrote to the stockbroker in accordance with your instructions. They were written for him, perhaps, by you. It is unusual, but, I told you, he replied sharply. What is the use of saying things twice? There are some things which confuse a man. I wrote them, he acted for me, or I acted for myself. What matter? The end is as I have written down for you. Now, will this paper be of any use to you? Of greatest use. Please sign it, dear master. He obeyed, and signed Edmund Gray. There is one thing more. Elsie saw in his face signs of disquiet, and hastened on. You have got your bank book here? Yes. The manager sent it here with an impertinent note about references, which I have sent on to Doring. What do you want with the bank book? It is in one of those drawers. See, here it is, check book 2. If I were you, master, I would have no more trouble about the money. You have given Mr. Doring the transfers and papers, why not give him back the money as well? Do not be bothered with money matters. It is of all things important to you to be free from all kinds of business and money matters. Who ever heard of a prophet drawing a cheque? You sit here and work and meditate. You go to the Hall of Science and teach. It is the business of your friends to see that all your necessities are properly supplied. Now, if you will in these minor matters suffer your friends to advise, surely. I ask for nothing else. Then, dear master, here is your cheque book and here your bank book. Draw a cheque payable to the order of Edward Doring for all the money that is lying here. I see it is £723 5 shillings and threepence. Il will take care of the you have signed Edward Doring, careless master. Draw another, now sign it Edmund Gray. That will do. And you had better at the same time write a letter to the bank asking the manager in future to receive the dividends for the account of Mr. Doring. I will write the letter, and you shall sign it. Now no, not Edward Doring, Edmund Gray. Your thoughts are wandering. There. Now, dear master, you are free from everything that might trouble you. The master pushed back the blotting pad with impatience, and rose from the chair. Elsie took possession of the signed cheques, the cheque book, the bank book, and the letter. She had all, the statement in Edmund Gray's own handwriting, all, that was wanted to clear up the business from the beginning to the end. She put everything together in her handbag. She glanced at her companion, she perceived that his face was troubled. I wish, he said fretfully, that you had not worried me with those questions about the past. They disturb me. The current of my thoughts is checked. I am full of Doring and his office and his safe, and all. Elsie trembled. His face was changing, in a minute he would have returned to Mr. Doring, and she would have had to explain. Master, she cried, laying her hand upon his arm, think. We are going to the Hall of Science, your Hall of Science, yours. The people are waiting for their prophet. You are to address them. Tonight you must surpass yourself, because there are strangers coming. Tell us once again, all over again, of that world where there is no crime, no suffering, no iniquity, no sin, 110 sorrow, where there are no poor creatures deprived by a cruel social order of liberty, of leisure, of comfort, of virtue, of everything, poor wretches born only to toil and to endure. Think of them. Speak for them. Plan for them. Make our hearts bum within us for shame and rage. Oh, masked, for his face was troubled still and doubtful, as if he was hovering on the borderland between himself and his other self. No one can speak to them like you, no one has your power of speech. Make them feel that new world, make them see it, actually see it with their earthly eyes, make them feel it in their hearts. Child, he sighed, his face fell back into repose, you comfort me. I was falling before you came to me. I often used to fall into a fit of gloom, I don't know why. Something irritates me, something jars, something awakens a feeling as if I ought to remember. Remember, what? I do not know. I am better now. Your voice, my dear, at such a moment is to me like the sound of David's harp to Saul. It chases away the shadows. Oh! I am better already. I am well. If you want to ask any other questions, do so. As for those transactions, they are perfectly correct in form and everything. I cannot for the life of me understand why Doing, who is a practical man, never mind doing, my dear master, all those transactions. Think only of the world of the new humanity. Leave the transactions and the papers to me. I hope that you will never find out why they were wanted, or how they were to be used. Now let us start. We shall be in excellent time. The Hall of Science was half hill of people, the usual gathering, those who came every Sunday evening and took the simple feast of fraternity. The table was spread with the white cloth, on which were laid out the toast and muffins, the ham and shrimps, and bread and butter and watercress, and on the appearance of the chief, the tea was brought up, and they all sat down. Now, it had been observed by all that since the adhesion of this young lady the leader's discourses had been much more confident, his manner had been clearer, his points more forcibly put. This was because, for the first time, he had had an opportunity of discussing his own doctrines with a mind able to follow him. Nothing so valuable to a teacher of new things as a sympathetic woman for listener and disciple. Witness the leading example of the Prophet Muhammad. Also, their leader had never before been so cheerful, so hopeful, so full of life and youth and spring. He was young again, he talked like a young man, though his hair was grey. This was because he loved a woman, for the first time in his life. He called it paternal affection. Whatever kind of love it was, it worked in him the same miracle that love always works in man, young or old. It gave him back the fire of youth. This evening he sat at the head of the table dispensing his simple hospitality with a geniality and a heartiness unknown before the arrival of this young lady. He talked, meantime, in the lofty vein, above the style and manner common to his hearers, but not above their comprehension. He spoke of a higher life attainable by man at his best, when the victory over nature should be complete, and every force should be subdued and made slave to man, and all diseases should be swept away, and the perfect man should stand upon the earth at last, Lord and Master of all, Adamus redivivus. When that time should come, there would be no property, of course, everything was to be in common, but the new life would be full of love and joy, there would be long-continued youth, so that none should be made to rise from the feast unsatisfied. Nay, it seemed to this dreamer that everyone should continue at the feast as long as he pleased, till he was satiated and desired a change. Long-continued youth, all were to be young, and to keep young, the girls were to be beautiful and the men strong. He pronounced, he, the hermit, the anchorite, the celibate who knew not love, a eulogy on the beauty of women, and he mourned over those men who miss their share of love. The hearts of those who heard were uplifted, for this man had the mesmeric faculty of compelling those who heard him to feel what he wanted them to feel. Most of them had been accustomed to regard their leader as a man of benevolent manners but austere principles. Now he was tender and human, full of sympathy even with those weak vessels who fall in love, and for the sake of love are content to be all their lives slaves, yea, even slaves to property. After tea, the tables being cleared, the chief pronounced his weekly address or sermon. It was generally a discourse on the principles, which all professed, of equality and the abolition of property. Tonight, he carried on the theme on which he had spoken at tea time, and discoursed on the part which should be played by love in the new humanity. Never before had he spoken so convincingly. Never had orator an audience more in sympathy with him. Shortly after the beginning of the address, there arrived two gentlemen, young and well-dressed, who sat down modestly just within the door and listened. The people turned and looked at them with interest. They were not quite the kind of young man peculiar to the street or to the quarter. When the lecture was over and the audience crowded together to talk before they separated, Elsie slipped across to the newcomers and led them to the lecturer. "Master," she said, "this is my brother Athelstan." Mr. Edmund Gray shook hands with him. "Why, Elsie," he said, "your brother and I have met already in Gray's Inn. And this is my friend George Austen, partner of Mr. Doing." "Mr. Austen," said Mr. Edmund Gray, "I'm glad to meet the man who is about to enter into the most sacred of all bonds with one whom I venture to love, sir, as much as you yourself can do, though I love her as my daughter, and you love her as your bride. You will be the happiest of men. Take care, sir, that you deserve your happiness." "This day," said Elsie, "you have rendered us all such a service as can never be acknowledged, or repaid, or forgotten. Yet we hope and pray that somehow you will never understand how great it is reconciled a famille." "Checkley," said Mr. Doing on Monday morning, "here is a note from Miss Elsie Andal. She makes an appointment with me at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Keep me free for that hour. Her brother Athelstan is coming with her." "What's the matter, man?" "It's coming, then." "I knew it would come," Checkley groaned. "It's all over at last." "What is all over?" "Everything." "But don't you believe it. Tell 'em it's a lie made up to screen themselves. They can't prove it. Nobody can prove it. I'll back you up. Only don't you believe it. Mind, it is a lie, a made-up lie. I don't know what has been the matter with you for the last day or two, Checkley. What am I not to believe? What is a lie? Who is making up a lie which cannot be proved? Oh! I can't say the word, I can't. It's all over at last, at last." He ran out of the room and slammed the door behind him. "My dear mother," Hilda drove to Pembridge Square directly after breakfast, "I'll have had a most curious letter from Elsie." "What does it mean?" "She orders, she does not invite, she positively orders, Sir Samuel, actually orders Sir myself to attend at Mr. Doing's office at 4. We are ordered to assist, she says, at the demolition of the structure we have so carefully erected. Of hat structure. What does she mean? Here is the letter. L2, dear, have had a letter from her. She says that at 4 o'clock this afternoon all the wrongful and injurious suspicions will be cleared away, and that if I value the affection of my son and herself, the affection of herself, I must be present. Hilda, what does this mean? I am very much troubled about the letter. On Saturday, she came here and informed me that the wedding would be held on Wednesday just as if nothing had happened, and she foretold that we should all be present, and that Athelstan would give her away. Athelstan? It is a very disquieting letter, because, my dear, do you think we're cold, all of us? Could we possibly be wrong, have been wrong from the very beginning, in Athelstan's case? Could Sir Samuel be wrong in George's case? My dear mother, it is impossible. The case, unhappily, is too clear to admit of any doubt. Sir Samuel, with his long experience, could not be wrong. Then, Hilda dear, what can Elsie mean? We have been talking about it all through breakfast. The only conclusion we can come to is, that there is going to be a smothering up of the whole business. Mr. Doing, who has been terribly put out with the case, must have consented to smother up the matter. We think that the papers have been retumed with the money received on dividends and coupons, and that Mr. Doing has agreed to take no after the proceedings. Now, if he would do that, Athelstan of course would come under a kind of act of indemnity, and as the notes were never used by him, but were returned to their owner, it becomes as easy to recognize his innocence as that of the other man. Do you see? Yes. But that will not make them innocent. Certainly not. But it makes all the difference in the world. Oh. There are families everywhere who have had to smother up things in order to escape a scandal. Well, I hope you will agree with us, and accept the invitation. I suppose I must. But how about removing all the suspicions? Oh. That is only Elsa's enthusiastic way. She will go on, if she likes, believing that George had nothing to do with it. He will have every inducement to live honestly for the future. We can easily pretend to believe that Athelstan was always innocent, and we can persuade him, at least I hope we can persuade him, to go abroad. Sir Samuel kindly says that he will advance £100 in order to get rid of him. Then there will be no scandal, and everybody will be satisfied. As for our relations with Elsie and her husband, we can arrange them afterwards. Perhaps they will agree to live in a distant suburb, say Redhill, or Chislehurst, or Walthamstow, so that there may be a good excuse for never having them to the house. Because, smothering or no smothering, I can no longer have the same feelings towards Elsie as before. Her obstinate infatuation for that man exasperates me only to think of it. Nor have I the least intention of being on intimate relations with a forger who has only just escaped being a convict. Sir Samuel entirely agrees with me. The mother sighed. I could have wished that we were mistaken. Perhaps, after all, there may be something that Elsie has found out, some unexpected, say a miracle at once, my dear mother. It is just as likely to happen. The first to arrive at the office in the afternoon was Elsie herself, carrying a handbag. You were going to bring your brother, Elsie, said Mr. Doing. Where is he? And what is your important business with me? I suppose it is something about this wretched forgery, which really seems destined to finish me off. I have heard of nothing else, I think of nothing else, ever since it happened. First, has anything new been discovered? I hardly know, Mr. Doing replied wearily. They seem to have found the man Edmund Grey, but Checkley has suddenly cooled. Formerly, he clamoured perpetually that we must lose no time in getting a warrant for his arrest. He now wants to put it off and put it off. He was going on very strangely this morning. My dear, I sometimes think that my old clerk is off his head. And you yourself, have you had any return of your forgetfulness? Worse, worse. Every day, worse. I now know when to look for a rhythm of these fits. Every morning I ask myself what I did the day before. Always there are the same hours of forgetfulness, the morning and the evening. Last night, where was I? Perhaps somebody will find out for me, for I cannot remember. Shall I find out for you, Mr. Doing? If I were to tell you where you spent the evening yesterday, would you, what? How can you find out? Elsie bent her head. The moment had almost arrived, and she was afraid. She had come with the intention of clearing her brother and her lover at the cost of letting her guardian know that he was insane. A dreadful price to pay for their honour. But it had to be paid. And it must be done in the sight of all, so that there should be no possible margin left for malignity or suspicion. This business, she said, concerns the honour of the two men who are dearer to me than all the world beside. Remember that, nothing short of that would make me do what I have been doing, what I am now doing. Their honour, oh! Their honour! Think what it means to them. Self-respect, dignity, everything, the happiness of their homes, the pride of their children. Compared with one man's honour, what matters another man's humiliation? What matters the loss of that man's self-respect? What matters his loss of dignity? Their honour, Mr. Doing, think of that, their honour. He bowed his head gravely, wondering what was to follow. A man's honor, as you say, Elsie, is the greatest thing in the world to him. Compared with that, another man's self-respect need not, I should say, as a general principle, be considered at all. Self-respect may be regained unless honor is lost. Remember that, then, Mr. Doering, when you hear what I have to say. Promise me to remember that. Oh! If there were 1,000 reasons, formerly, why I would not pain you by a single word, there are 10,000 now, although you understand them not. Why, Elsie, you are troubling your little head about trifles. You will not offend me whatever you say. It is so important a thing, she went on, that I have asked my mother and sister and Sir Samuel to meet us here at 4 o'clock, in order that they, too, may hear as well as you. Athelstan is with George. They have 1 or 2 persons to introduce to you. All this seems to promise a meeting of some interest, and so far as one may judge from the preamble, of more than common importance. Well, Elsie, I am quite in your hands. If you and your brother between you will kindly produce the forger and give me back my property, I shall be truly grateful. You shall see, Mr. Doering. But as for the gratitude, oh! Here is Sir Samuel. The city knight appeared, large and important. He shook hands with Elsie and his brother, and took up his position on the hearthrug, behind his brother's chair. Well, Elsie, he said, we are to hear something very important indeed, if one may judge by the tone of your letter, which was imperative. Very important, Sir Samuel. The next to arrive were Mrs. Arundel and Hilda. They wore thick veils, and Hilda was dressed in a kind of half-mourning. They took chairs at the open window, between the historic safe and the equally historic small table. Lastly, George and Athelstan walked in. They received no greetings. Mr. Doering rose. Athelstan, he said, it is 8 years since you left us. He held out his presently, Mr. Doering, said Athelstan. He looked round the room. His mother trembled, dropped her head, and put her handkerchief to her eyes, but said nothing. His sister looked out of window. Sir Samuel took no notice of him at all. Athelstan took a chair, the client's chair, and placed it so as to have his mother and sister at the side. He was not therefore compelled to look at them across the table. He sat down, and remained in silence and motionless. The court was now complete. Mr. Doering sat in his chair before his table, expectant, judicial. Sir Samuel stood behind him. Mrs. Arundel and Hilda, the 2 ladies, sat at the open window. Elsie stood opposite to Mr. Doering, on the other side of the table, her handbag before her. She looked like counsel about to open the case for plaintiff. Athelstan, or plaintiff, naturally occupied the client's chair on Mr. Doering's left, and George, as naturally, the other plaintiff, stood behind him. Now, Elsie, if you please, Mr. Doering began, I shall want your clerk, Checkley, to be present, if you please. Mr. Doering touched his bell. The clerk appeared. He stood before them like a criminal, pale and trembling. He looked at his master appealingly. His hands hung beside him. Yet not a word of accusation had been brought against him. Lord! Man alive, cried Sir Samuel, what on earth has come over you? Checkley shook his head sadly, but made no reply. I want to ask you a question or two, Checkley, said Elsie, quietly. You have told Mr. Doering, you have told Sir Samuel, that you saw my brother furtively put a parcel, presumably the stolen notes, into the safe at the very moment when you were charging him with forgery. Now, consider. That was a very serious thing to say. It was a direct statement of fact. Before, the charge rested on suspicion alone, but this is fact. Consider carefully. You may have been mistaken. Any of us may make a mistake. It was you, gospel truth, I see him place a parcel, along sideways, in the safe. The parcel we found afterwards in the safe containing all the notes. The words were confident, but the manner was halting. Very well. Next, you told Sir Samuel that my brother had been living in some low suburb of London with profligate companions, and that he had been even going about in rags and tatters. Yes, I did. I told Sir Samuel what I heard. Mr. Carstone told me. You'd better ask him. I only told what I heard. George went out, and returned, bringing with him Mr. Freddie Carstone. He looked round the room and stared with surprise at Mr. Doering, but said nothing. He had been warned to say nothing, except in answer to questions. Now, Mr. Carstone, Elsie asked him, how long is it since you met my brother after his return to England? About 3 weeks ago I met him. It was in Holborn. I invited him into the Salutation Tavern. Did you tell Mr. Checkley here anything about his way of living? I remember saying, foolishly, that he looked too respectable to have come from America, and I said in joke that I believed he had been in Camberwell all the time. Nothing about profligacy. Nothing at all. Nothing about rags and tatters. Certainly not. In fact, I knew nothing at all about Athelstan's life during the 8 years that he has been away. Have you anything to say, Checkley? You still stick to the parcel story, do you? Very well, and to the Camberwell and profligacy story. Checkley made no answer. Now, then. There is another question. You made a great point about certain imitations of Mr. Doering's writing found in a drawer of Athelstan's table. Well, they were there, in your brother's hand. George, you have something to say on this point. Only this. I was not long articled at that time. The table was taken from the room in which I sat, and placed here for some special work. Now, the imitations of Mr. Doering's handwriting were made by myself and another clerk in joke. I remember them perfectly. They were written at the back of a letter addressed to me. Mr. Doering went to the safe and produced the bundle containing all the papers in the case. He unrolled the bundle and placed the contents on the table. Everybody was now serious. Lady Doering looked out of the window no longer. Mrs. Arundel had drawn her chair to the table. Elsie picked out the paper containing the imitations. Tell me, she said, if you remember, mind, everybody, this bundle of papers has never been shown to George, tell me the name of your correspondent. It was Leonard Henryson. She gave the paper to Mr. Doering. You see, she said, the lawyer gave it to his brother, who passed it on to his wife, who gave it to her mother. Mrs. Arundel laid it on the table and raised her veil. The next point, said Elsie, is about Athelstan's whereabouts during the last 8 years. One letter was received by you, Mr. Doering, 4 years ago. You have already shown it to me. Will you let me read this letter aloud for all to hear? It was in the bundle with the stopped notes. He bowed assent, and she read it. £12,000, cried Sir Samuel, £12,000. All he had. Good heavens! All he had in the world, said Elsie. And all for a child who refused to believe that her brother could be a villain. All he had in the world. Her eyes filled with tears, but she dashed them aside and went on. He was in the States 4 years ago. That, I suppose, will no longer be denied. The next question is, when did he return to this country? George left the room again, and returned with a young gentleman. This gentleman, Elsie continued, comes from Messrs. Cheney and Sons, bankers, of New York and London. He has brought a letter with him. Will you kindly let me see it? Is, she explained, a letter of credit brought over by my brother from California. You see the date, June 20th office year. Mr. Doering read it, and gave it to his brother, who gave it to his wife, as before. It says that Mr. Athelstan Arundel, one of the staff of a certain Californian paper, will leave New York on June the 21st by the Shannon, and that he is authorized to draw on Messrs. Cheney and Sons for so much. Thank you. The young gentleman retired. Now, Mr. Doering, are you satisfied that Athelstan was in America 4 years ago, that he left America 2 months ago, and that he was then on the staff of a Californian paper? There seems no reason to doubt these. Put his forefinger on the check payable to the order of Edmund Gray. Are we any nearer to the forger of this check? I'm coming to that presently. I am going to show you all, so that there shall be no doubt whatever, who is the forger, the one hand, in the business. Wait a little. Strangely enough, every eye fell upon Checkley, who now trembled and shook with every sign of terror. Sit down, Checkley, said his master. Elsie, do we want this gentleman any longer? His name I have not the pleasure of knowing. Oh. Come, said Mr. Carstone, who was nearest. You know my name, surely. George warned him with a look, and he subsided into silence. I think I shall want you, Mr. Carstone, Elsie replied, if you will kindly take a chair and wait. Now, Sir Samuel, I think I am right in saying that your belief in the guilt of George rested entirely on the supposed complicity of Athelstan. That gone, what becomes of your charge? Also, there is no doubt, I believe, that one hand, and one hand alone, has committed the whole long list of letters and forgeries. If, therefore, Athelstan could not execute the second business, how could he do the first? But I have more than arguments for you. Sir Samuel coughed. Mrs. Arundel sighed. As regards the charge against George, apart from his supposed intimacy with an imaginary criminal, the only suspicious thing is that he may have had access to the open safe. Well, Checkley also may have had access. Don't be afraid, Checkley, we are not going to charge you with the thing at all. You are not the forger. In fact, there was a third person who had access to the safe. She opened her handbag and took out a packet of papers. Then she sat down, with these in her hand, and leaning over the table, she looked straight and full into Mr. Doering's eyes, and began to talk slowly in a low and murmuring voice. And now, indeed, everybody understood that something very serious indeed was going to be said and done. At the last moment a way had occurred to Elsie. She would let them all see for themselves what had happened, and she would spare her guardian the bitter shame and pain of being exposed in the presence of all this company. Mr. Doering, she began, you have strangely forgotten that you know Mr. Edmund Gray. How could you come to forget that? Why, it is 10 years at least since you made his acquaintance. He knows you very well. He does not pretend to have forgotten you. You are his solicitor. You have the management of his property, his large private fortune, in your hands. You are his most intimate friend. It is not well to forget old friends, is it? You must not say that you forget Edmund Gray. Mr. Doering changed colour. His eyes expressed bewilderment. He made no reply. You know that Edmund Gray leaves this room every evening on his way to Gray's Inn, you remember that? And that he comes here every morning, but not till 11 or 12, 2 hours after the time that you yourself used to come. His head is always so full of his thoughts and his teaching, that he forgets the time between 12 and 4, just as you forget the evening and the morning. You are both so much absorbed that you cannot remember each other. Mr. Doering sat upright, the tips of his fingers touching. He listened at first gravely though anxiously. Presently a remarkable change passed over his face, he became full of anxiety. He listened as if he was trying to remember, as if he was trying to understand. Edmund Gray, he said, speaking slowly. Yes, I remember my client Edmund Gray. I have a letter to write for him. What is it? Excuse me a moment, I must write that note for him. He took pen and paper and hastily wrote a note, which Elsie took from him, read, and gave to Sir Samuel. You want to tell the banker that Mr. Edmund Gray has returned you the transfers. Yes. Thank you. I thought you could not forget that client, of all others. He leaned back smiling, his expression no longer anxious, but pleased and happy. The change transformed him. He was not Mr. Doing, but another. Go on, child. The off Gray's Inn are quiet all day long. It is a peaceful place for study, is it not? You sit there, your books before you, the world forgotten. Quite forgotten, said Mr. Doing. No, no, cried Checkley, springing to his feet. I won't have it done. Sit down. George pushed him back into his chair. Another word, and you leave the room. It is a peaceful day, Elsie continued, that you pass, for the most part alone, you with your books. Sometimes you come here to call upon your old friend and solicitor, Mr. Doing. Sometimes, he replied. We are very old friends. Though his views are narrow. Where is he? He looked about the room. You are all waiting to see him? He will be here directly. He is always here about this time. Yes, directly. You remember what I said to you on Sunday concerning certain transactions? I told you how important it was to have the exact nuth about them. Certainly. I remember. I wrote an account of them for you. You did? Are these papers what you wrote? He looked at them for a moment. These are my papers, he said. They are what I wrote at your request. They contain a perfectly TNLE account of what happened. Now, before I go on, you will not mind, these people here do not know Mr. Edmund Gray, you will not mind my asking a few persons to testify that you are really Mr. Edmund Gray. My dear child, ask all the world if you wish, though I do not understand why my identity should be doubted. Not quite all the world. Mr. Carstone, will you tell us the name of this gentleman? He is Mr. Edmund Gray, my neighbour at number 22 South Square, Gray's Inn. Mr. Edmund Gray inclined his head and smiled. George went outside and returned, followed by a small company, who, in answer to Elsie, stepped forward one after the other and made answer. Said one, I am the landlord of the rooms at 22 South Square tenanted by Mr. Edmund Gray. He has held them for 10 years. This gentleman is Mr. Edmund Gray, my tenant. Said another, I am a barrister, and the tenant of the rooms above those held by Mr. Edmund Gray. I have known him, more or less, for 10 years. This gentleman is Mr. Edmund Gray. Said a third, I'm a commissionaire. I remember this gentleman very well, though it is 8 years since he employed me, and only for one job then. I went from an hotel in Arundel Street, Strand, to a bank with a cheque which I was to cash for him in £10 notes. He gave me half a sovereign. Quite so, said Mr. Edmund Gray. I remember you, too. It was a cheque for £720, the particulars of which you have in my statement, Elsie. I well remember this one-armed commissionaire. And a fourth, I'm the laundress who does for Mr. Edmund Gray. I have done for him for 10 years. This gentleman is Mr. Edmund Gray. And a fifth, I'm a newsagent, and I have a shop at the entrance of Gray's Inn. This gentleman is Mr. Edmund Gray, of 22 South Square. I have known him in the inn for 10 years. To each in turn Mr. Doing nodded with a kindly smile. Athelstan, said Elsie, will you tell us when and where you have met Mr. Edmund Gray? I met him last week in Carstone's rooms on the same landing. He sat with us for an hour or more. It is quite true, said Mr. Doing. I have had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Arundel on that occasion. I also saw him, Athelstan continued, at a small lecture hall at Kentish Town on Sunday evening yesterday. To complete the evidence, said Elsie, I have myself spent many hours almost daily with Mr. Edmund Gray during the last fortnight or so. Is not that true, dear master? Quite true, my scholar. Samuel touched his arm. "I'll implore you, rouse yourself. Shake off this fancy." "Let him alone, Sir Samuel," said George, "let him alone. We have not done with him yet." "Yes," cried Mrs. Arundel, who had now left her seat and was leaning over the table, following what was said with breathless interest. "Let us finish out this comedy or tragedy, as the case may, let no one interrupt." "I'll have also met you, sir," Mr. Doering addressed Checkley, who only groaned and shook. "It was outside a tavern. You took me in and offered me a drink." Checkley shook his head, either in sadness or in denial, but replied not, and at the thought of offering Mr. Doering a drink, everybody laughed, which was a relief. "Dear Master," Elsie went on in her soft voice, "I am so glad that you remember all these things. It makes one's task so much easier. Why, your memory is as strong as ever, in spite of all your work. Now, I am going to read the 2 statements you wrote down yesterday afternoon. Then you may recall anything else you might like to add. Remember, that as regards this first affair, the cheque for £720, my brother was charged, on suspicion only, with having forged it. Now listen." She read the brief statement which you have already seen concerning the business of the first cheque. "That is your history of the affair?" "Quite so. Doering drew the cheque at my request. I cashed it. I found that I had no need of the notes, and I returned them." "That is very simple. It is all so simple that nobody ever guessed it before. Now we come to the transfers made in the spring of the present year. You wrote a second statement regarding them. I will read that as well. Please listen very carefully." She read the other statement, which you have also seen already. She read it very slowly, so that there should be no mistake possible. During the reading of these documents Sir Samuel's face expressed one possible shade of surprise. Mrs. Arundel, leaning over the table, followed even line. Hilda wept, her head gracefully inclined over her pocket handkerchief, as if it was an urn. "This is your account of the business?" "Certainly. There is nothing more to be added. It is a plain statement of facts. I do not understand how they could be in any way doubted or misrepresented. Would you, Sir Samuel, like to ask Mr. Edmund Grey any question?" "I don't understand." "He says that Mr. Doering wrote a letter for him." Elsie showed him the letter they had seen Mr. Doering write, which he was passing from one to the other. "Where are the transfers?" Sir Samuel went on. "He says they were placed by himself in the safe." Mr. Edmund Grey rose and walked to the safe. He laid his hands upon a packet and took it out. "These are the papers," he said. Sir Samuel opened the roll and looked them over. "They seem all right," he said. "This is very wonderful." "Wonderful, and sad, most lamentable," whispered Lady Doering. "Wonderful, indeed," Mrs. Arundel echoed. "Most wonderful. Most unexpected. A moment more, and I have done." Elsie again took up the tale. "Here is a cheque to the order of Mr. Doering signed by Mr. Edmund Grey for the whole of the money lying in his name at the bank. You agree, Master, that it is best for the future that all your affairs should be in the hands of your solicitor?" "I quite agree." "Here is a letter to the manager of the bank, requesting him to pay over Edmund Grey's dividends to the account of Mr. Doering. And now I think I have proved my case. Here in the safe were the £10 notes received by Mr. Edmund Grey, and placed there by him. Here were the transfers and certificates placed there by him. You have heard half a dozen people testify to the fact that you have Edmund Grey before you. His statement of the business has been read to you. It shows, what no other theory of the case could show, how the thing was really done. Lastly, it shows the absolute and complete innocence of me brother and of George. Have you anything more to say, Sir Samuel?" "Nothing, except that I was misled by a statement concerning a profligate life among low companions, without which no suspicion could have fallen upon either of you gentlemen. It was," He pointed to the unhappy Checkley, a vile and malignant falsehood. Do you hear, sir? Vile and malignant. It only remains for us all to make such reparation as we may. Nothing would suffice, I know, but such reparation as we can, by the expression of the shame and regret that we all feel. Athelstan, said his mother, what can I say? Oh! What can I say? Athelstan rose. During the long business he had sat motionless in the client's chair, his head in his hand. Now he rose and stepped over to his mother. Hush, he said. Not a word. It is all forgotten, all forgiven. But Hilda sank upon her knees and caught his hands. George, said Sir Samuel, forgive me. The case looked black against you at one time. It did indeed. Forgive me. He held out his hand. Then there was great handshaking, embracing, and many tears. As for Checkley, he crept out and vanished in the retreat of his own room. It is all over, he murmured, all over. I've lost £400 a year. That's gone. All over, all over. Mr. Edmund Grey looked on this happy scene of family reconciliation with benevolence and smiles. Family reconciliations must not be prolonged. You cannot sit over a family reconciliation as over a bottle of port. It must be quickly dispatched. Sir Samuel whispered to Hilda that they had better go. Come, said Lady Doring. We will all meet again this evening at Pembridge Square, and tomorrow evening, and on Wednesday afternoon. Elsie, you are a witch and a sorceress and a wise woman. You said that Athelstan should give you away, and he will. Brother, come with us. Leave Elsie to George. Oh! How handsome you are looking, my poor ill-used brother. To forgive us if I can. She turned to Mr. Edmund Grey. Sir, she said, we ought to be very grateful to you, indeed, we are, for enabling us to clear away the odious cloud of suspicion which had rolled over our heads. It was very good of you to draw out those statements for my sister. But I do think that if Mr. Doring had told his old friends about you, about Mr. Edmund Grey, we should have been spared a great deal of trouble and unnecessary shame. G00D day, sir. Sir Samuel lingered a moment. He looked as if he would appeal to Mr. Edmund Grey as to a brother. Don't speak to him, Elsie whispered. Let him alone. He will become himself again presently. Let him alone. So he went out, and the door was shut, and Edmund Grey was left alone with George and the scholar. My master, Elsie sat down beside him. Fear you have been interlocuted. But it was necessary. Don't ask why. Things get into a muddle sometimes, don't they? You have gathered something of the trouble, too. Now that is all over, past and gone. I am glad for your sake, child. Master, dear master, I have a confession to make. When I found out who you were, I mean what manner of man you were, my only thought at first was to coax you and wheedle you and flatter you till you gave me exactly the information that I wanted. I confess it. That was my only purpose. Nay, more, for the sake of my lover and my brother I would do it again. Well, I found that the only way to win your confidence was to pretend to be your scholar and to believe all you taught. So I pretended. So I won your confidence. So I obtained all I wanted. So I have made it impossible for even the most malignant creature in the world to pretend that these two men had anything to do with what they called a forgery. But, believe me, dear master, while I pretended, I was punished, because my pretense is turned to certainty. Child, I knew it. You could not pretend, no woman could pretend so as to deceive me on a point so simple. Dear master, you do not know the possibilities of feminine craft. But I pretend no more. Oh! I care not how you make your attempt, whether you destroy property or not. Mr. Doring says that property is civilization, but I don't care. To me it is enough to dream, to know, that there is an earthly paradise possible, if only men will think so and will keep it before their eyes, though it be as far off as the blue hills. It is beautiful only to think of it, the soul is lifted up only to think that there is such a place. Keep the eyes of your people on this glorious place, dear Master, make it impossible for them to forget it or to let it go out of their sight. Then, half unconsciously, they will be running, dragging each other, forcing each other, exhorting each other to hurry along the dusty road which leads to that earthly paradise with its four-square city of the jasper wall. Preach about it, Master. Write about it. Make all men talk about it and think about it. She threw her arms round his neck and kissed him. Master, we shall be away for a month or two. Then we shall come back, and I shall sit at your feet again. You shall come and stay with us. We will give you love, and you shall give us hope. I have made my confession. Forgive me. They left him sitting alone. Presently he arose, put all the papers back in the safe, and walked slowly away, to Gray's Inn. Next morning when he opened his letters he found one marked private. It was from Sir Samuel. Dear Edward, it said, we are all glad to tell you that the business of the shares and certificates is now completely cleared up. Checkley is not in any way concerned in it, nor is George Austen. And I am happy to say there is a complete solution of the former mystery which entirely clears Hilda's brother. Under these circumstances, we are agreed that it is best for you not to trouble yourself about any further investigations. You will find in the safe the transfers, a cheque to yourself of all the money received by Edmund Gray, and an order in the bank concerning the dividends. You have been the victim of a very remarkable hallucination. I need not explain her. Mr. Edmund Gray, however, is undoubtedly insane. I hear, and have myself observed, that you have been greatly disturbed and distressed by these mysterious events. Now that they are settled finally, I may say that only a happy chance set us on the right track. We all hope that you will be satisfied with our assurance, and that you will not trouble yourself any more in the matter. Your affectionate brother, Samuel Dering. Mr. Dering, after reading this letter, got up and looked in the safe, where he found the papers referred to. He rang the bell. Checkley, who has been at my safe? Nobody but you. Don't tell lies. Who put those papers in the safe? They must have been put there yesterday. You were in there yesterday. What happened yesterday? Checkley was silent. Who was here on, Checkley? Don't be afraid. Sir Samuel was here, and Lady Dering, and Mrs. Arundel, and Miss Elsie, and your partner, and Mr. Athelstan. 2 or 3 more came in and went away. That will do. You need tell me no more. I don't want to know the particulars. Checkley, my day's work is done. I have thought so for some time past. Now I am certain, I shall retire. No, no, cried Checkley, the tears running down his face. Not to retire, after all these years, not to retire. I'll know now the meaning of my fits of forgetfulness. I have feared and suspected it for a long time. While I am lost to myself, I am going about the world, doing I know not what. And I will not ask. I may be this Edmund Gray who preaches socialism and gives me his precious tracts. I may be someone else. I say, Checkley, that I know now what has happened to me. Deny it if I can, I say. Checkley did not offer any denial. He hung his head. This is the meaning of Elsa's strange hints and queer protestations. Half my time I am a madman, a madman. Checkley, ask Mr. Austen to come to me at once. My day is done. He closed his open blotting pad and placed the unopened letters beside it. Then he rose and pushed back his chair, the chair in which he had sat for 50 years and more. My day is done, my day is done. The last. Mr. Dering left his office, went back to Gray's Inn, and sat down again before the Ivory gate. Those who have once sat for an hour or two in this place return to it again and again and never leave it. It is, to begin with, the most beautiful gate ever erected. The brain and wit and fancy of man could never conceive such a gate, could never execute such a conception. It is all of pure ivory, carved with flowers such as never grew, curving and flowing lines leading nowhere, figures of maidens lovely beyond all dreams, philosophers whose wisdom reaches unto the heavens, statesmen who discern the gathering forces and control the destinies of a nation, inventors who conquer nature, physicians who prolong life, ecclesiastics who convert the Carthusian cell into a bower of delight, poets who here find their fantasies divine, men and women in a workaday dress, who wear the faces of the heavenly host. All the dreamers lie here, not asleep, but dreaming. Their eyes are open, but they do not see each other, they see these dreams. Those of the young who are also generous come here and dream until they grow older and are chained to their work and can dream no more. Men of all conditions come here, even the little shop boy, even the maiden who cleans the knives and polishes the boots, all are here. The young prince is here, the little charity boy is here, the lad whose loftiest ambition is that he may one day stand in the pulpit of the little Baptist village chapel is here. Here is the undergraduate who was captain of Eton and will be senior classic and member of Parliament and minister, even Prime Minister, and will belong to history. The poet is here, and the painter, and sometimes hither comes the novelist, and, but more rarely, the dramatist. Hither comes the musician to lift up his soul with thoughts that only music can give, and the singer, so that he sings more than is apparent from the words, and the actor, so that he puts things into the play never dreamed by him who wrote it. Great is the power, great the gifts, of this noble gate of ivory. Sitting before that gate, such a dreamer as Edmund Gray receives strange visions. He sees clearly and near at hand the things which might be, yet are not, and never can be until man lays down his garb of selfishness and puts on the white robes of charity. To that dreamer the kingdom of heaven, which seems to some so far off and to others impossible, so that they deride the name of it, is actually close at hand, with us, easy to enter if we only choose. He exhorts his fellows to enter with him. And they would follow, but they cannot because they are held back by custom and necessity. They must obey the laws of the multitude, and so they stay where they are. And when the dreamer passes away, his memory is quickly lost, and the brightness quickly leaves those dimly lighted lives. Yet other dreamers come, every day there arises an Edmund Gray. Now when Edmund Gray takes the place of Edward Doing, in which guise does the soul, in the end, leave the earth? Are the dreams of Edmund Gray perhaps the logical development of the doctrines held by Edward Doing? Is the present stage of individual property where every man works for himself and his household, one through which the world must pass before it can reach the higher level of working each for all? First men and women hunt, separate, they live apart in hollow trees and caves. Then they live together, and the man hunts for his wife and children. Next, they live in communities, which grow into towns and tribes and nations. Then men rely upon the protection of the law, and work for themselves again. That is our present stage. It has lasted long, very long. Perhaps it will break up some day, perhaps than we think. Who knows? All things are possible, even the crash and wreck of a civilization which has taken thousands of years to build up. And upon it may come, one knows not, that other stage which now belongs to the dreamer before the ivory gate. The wedding was held then, as Elsie said it should be, shorn of none of its splendours, and relieved of the cloud which had hung over them so long and threatened them so gloomily. Athelstan the exile, Athelstan the ne'er-do-well, Athelstan the profligate, Athelstan the resident of Camberwell, Athelstan the smirched and soiled, stood beside the altar, tall and gallant, and gave away the bride for all the world to see, nobody in the least ashamed of him. There was not any breath of scandal left. Here he was, returned from his travels, a tall and proper man, dressed in broadcloth, perhaps with money in purse, prosperous and successful in the sight of all. His mother gazed upon him when she should have been looking at the bride or into her prayer book. Her eyes were red, but then a mother is allowed a tear or two when her daughter leaves the nest. And as to those who had whispered words about family jars, quarrels and estrangements, or had spoken against the fair fame of the groom, they were now as mute as news. All the richer members of the house of Arundel, the city Arundels, were present. One of them, chief partner in a leading firm of accountants, afterwards computed, for the greater increase of the family glory, how many hundreds of thousands of pounds were gathered together at one moment beneath that sacred roof. He counted the members, and made that little addition, during the performance of the ceremony. Those of the Austens who were not disgracefully poor, there are some branches of the family, I believe, pretty low down, were also present. And the company went to Pembridge Square after the service, gazed admiringly at the wedding presents, and drank the health of the bride and bridegroom, and gathered with cousinly curiosity round the retumed prodigal. But they knew nothing, mind you, of his connection with Camberwell, and nothing about his supposed complicity in the Edmund Grey business. There had been, happily, no scandal. Among the company in the church was Mr. Doing. He stood tall and erect, his coat buttoned, his face keen and hard, the family lawyer stamped by nature and long custom. Presently, when the service was about halfway through, a change came over him. His face relaxed, the lines curved just a little laterally, the austerity vanished, his eyes brightened. He took off his gloves furtively and opened his coat. He was Edmund Grey. In that capacity he afterwards drank to the bride and wished her happiness. And he walked all the way from Pembridge Square to South Square, Gray's Inn. I see in the future an old man growing feeble, he leans upon the arm of a girl whom he calls his scholar, his disciple, and his child. His face is serene, he is perfectly happy, the advent of that kingdom whose glories he preaches is very nigh at hand. He lives in the house of his disciple, he has forgotten the VO existence of his lawyer, he goes no more to Lincoln's Inn, always he is lying, night and day, before that miracle of carven work in ivory. There he watches, it is his vision, the long procession of those who work and sing at their work and are happy, work they ever so hard, because they work each for all and all for each. And there is no more sorrow or crying and no more pain. What if the gate of horn, through which is allowed nothing but what is due, bitterly true, absolutely true, nakedly, coldly, shiveringly to show in comparison with this? A crowd trampling upon each other, men who enslave and rob each other, men and women and children lying in misery, men and women and children starving. Let us fly, my brothers, let us swiftly fly, let us hasten, to the gate of ivory.